is the Athletic Football Show.
Welcome to the Athletic Football Show, day one of free agency live stream. I am Robert Mays. We are coming to you guys, I feel like Scott Hansen right now, for the next 5.5 hours as all of this stuff rolls in. As is perfectly fitting, Twitter is broken. The chaos over the last 28 or the last 24, 48 hours has continued into today. Here to help me sort through all of that is my co-host, Derrik Klassen. Derrik, how you feeling, man? It's early for you. This is going to be a long day.
It's early for me. Twitter is broken. Like, it's already going to be a chaotic day. I feel like there's a bunch of signings that I know have happened, but we'll forget about in an hour when we bring them up. I don't think I've ever been happier that you are the host and I'm not. I don't have to sort out like when we're talking about this stuff, how we're ordering it, none of that stuff. I'm here to let it rip when I need to.
The last day or so has just been so torturous in a way because I knew we were doing this, right? We were going to be live for 5 hours today. I was very excited about it. And this is something you'll learn about me as we continue to work together. And Beller can attest to this. I can't remember what we did 2 weeks ago, let alone what happened a year ago. So when the signings roll in, we went back and we looked at the timeline on it to figure out when we wanted to start streaming today. And then, of course, we have the craziest 2 days before free agency that I can ever remember while doing this job. We have a quarterback trade, a starting quarterback trade. We have a massive wide receiver trade. We have a Hall of Fame player who was released, able to sign with a new team. And so I figured we have to do something. Part of me wanted to just fire it up last night, but you were gone and Beller was somewhere like doing family stuff, as is his prerogative in the offseason on a Sunday. And so I was like, you know what? Let's just start a half hour early. We will figure this out and we will hit all the stuff we need to before the actual signings of teams switching or players switching teams can start rolling in.
Well, yesterday was crazy too, because in this line of work, you don't get free Sundays, right? For the entirety of the NFL season, you're cooked. But then even like a little bit after that, like we were traveling for the combine and all this other stuff. So like free Sundays did not exist. Yesterday, I thought I was safe. I go take an hour trip to Barnes and Nobles, right? This is right when the DK trade happens. Like three other
I'm
things
so curious about this.
this.
What were you doing at Barnes and Noble? Were you like buying books at Barnes and Noble? What? Okay, that's the totally books. Fair answer. I wasn't aware people of your generation still bought physical books.
Okay, so the funny thing is I was actually talking to, I was playing some games with some friends before I went there. And they were like, you got plans for today? I was like, yeah, I'm going to go see what's going on at Barnes and Nobles. They were like, what do you mean see what's going on? They were like, there's books there. They were like, is there an event? I'm like, no, I'm going to see what they got in store.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And then you're at Barnes and Noble and then DK Metcalf gets traded.
And like three other things happen at the same time. I'm like, I can't get an hour on my free Sunday that I haven't had in months. Come on now.
So we're going to try to run through a good chunk of this stuff before the signings start rolling in here over the next at noon Eastern when they're able to roll in. Just a reminder, we got tons of fun guests coming to you guys today. Mina Kimes is going to be joining us a little bit later. Mike Sando is going to be here. Conor Orr, Danny Parkins, David Helman, Matt Harmon, Fran Duffy, Chase Daniel is going to join us a little bit later tonight. We're going to save the Davante Adams conversation for when Jourdan comes on. It's going to be early in the show, so that's a reason we're not going to hit that at the top. There's going to be plenty of Davante Adams and Tutu Atwell talk here shortly into the start of the actual live stream. Let's discuss the other huge receiver move from yesterday, though, the one that I think really kicked off this stuff in earnest. DK Metcalf to the Pittsburgh Steelers for the 52nd overall pick. He also signs a 5-year, $150 million extension with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Your first reaction from the Barnes and Noble mystery section or wherever you were when you saw this go down?
That's a lot of money and capital, draft capital for DK Metcalf. Like, this is a contract that it's a tough spot because for Seattle, like, you don't want to give up that many good players. And I guess once they traded their quarterback, maybe that doesn't matter. But like, I would have understood why they wanted to pay DK Metcalf. The Steelers is kind of an interesting situation because one, it's a lot of money to pay for a receiver that you've never worked with before, who's like getting up there a little bit. He's already been paid before, all that other stuff. He's also like very if you were to paste DK Metcalf's route tree over George Pickens's, it would be the same thing. Like there would be zero differences. And so that's why I think this is complicated. So my thought was kind of whatever my final thought on this is going to be is very contingent on what, if anything, they do for George Pickens and like what they get back for him if they do move him.
So a lot of people were looking at this yesterday and thinking, all right, how do their skill sets fit together, right? How can George Pickens and DK Metcalf play in the same offense? How vertical is that thing going to be? My goodness. I think this is a slight signal that George Pickens might be available for the right price. He is a free agent after this season. I don't think that they would want to pay two receivers a ton of money because this is a team that's already paid a lot of players. You know, Cameron Hayward is on a huge extension. Mika Fitzpatrick's on a huge extension. CJ Watt is on a huge extension. So there are so many guys that they're already taking up a good chunk of their cap, let alone what's going to have to happen at quarterback for them this year and maybe over the next couple of years. I would not be surprised if this was a sign that they'd be willing to move on from Pickens. Pickens is a complicated gambit for anybody, right? If you're the New England Patriots and you have no receivers, in terms of his skill set, even if he's limited and a little bit quirky, it's still better than what you have. But if you're Mike Vrabel, is the first big move you want to make after signing the Harold Landry, trading for a guy like George Pickens when you're trying to establish what you want your culture to be in the building. So I think there are just so many different considerations about who would want Pickens and why that would potentially complicate his market, even if I do think he is probably available at the right price. I'm not reporting that. That's just reading the tea leaves and just, you know, talking to people and picking up stuff while in Indy last week. It just wouldn't surprise me if a team called with the right draft pick if Pittsburgh was willing to say yes.
I mean, kind of like you said, it just wouldn't make sense for these two guys to play in the same offense together. Like, I'm trying to think back to what would even be the most analogous to this, and I guess it would kind of be what Tennessee had with like Corey Davis and AJ Brown, but this is a worse and less consistent version of that, which like,
oh no, I got it for you. This is before your time, but I definitely
okay.
have it for you. It's the Vincent Jackson, Malcolm Floyd Chargers.
Oh, no. That's like just enough in my range that I can get there. Okay. I mean, that actually is, that's a pretty good one. I don't know if that's the best way I would want to build a receiver core, which is why I find this fascinating.
That team also had Antonio Gates, so
right,
it changed a little bit. And yeah, your number one option was neither of the vertical receivers who were a little bit limited as just vertical receivers.
And also your quarterback was like very good. And so when you don't have the quarterback, you don't have the Hall of Fame tight end. The two big guy inconsistent receivers are like not as sexy to have out there when those are the driving points of your offense. Not as fun. So and what's frustrating too is like, it's not just that they have very samey skill sets. It's that they're both not necessarily reliable game to game. I think that's less true of DK. I think DK at the end of the day can get you 85 yards in a game. It's just like he might have one or two silly plays. George Pickens can have games where he is just completely erased.
Yeah.
I don't love having a receiver core where you have two guys who just, it's a little bit hard to bet on what you're getting down to town. Like I would rather them move Pickens and find somebody else that they think is a little bit more reliable in one way or another, whether it's like Cooper Kupp or just like whoever it is. Chris Godwin would obviously be too expensive, but just a player of that kind of, style.
Kupp, if you're willing to just pay him for this year,
yes,
I think it makes a ton of sense where you're not trying to eat into next year's money, especially after you just gave DK this huge contract. It's a lot of money for DK Metcalf. I think you and I both share similar thoughts about DK Metcalf. He is a fun player. He is a talented player. I think we misjudge and misrepresent what sort of player he is because of how he looks. If you think about what DK Metcalf actually is, he is a vertical presence and he's good on slants. He's good on vertical stem routes because he's big and explosive, but he plays so much smaller than he is. Like to me, his biggest attribute, the biggest thing he adds to your offense is stretch to your offense, speed and vertical push. You can get that in a package that doesn't look like DK Metcalf. And to me, you can get it for less than $33 million a year. Like, I just don't think he's on the same tier of player as guys like AJ Brown, guys getting paid like this. And so I think not only paying him that amount, but giving up the 52nd overall pick as part of that calculus, it's just not a move I would make. But if you're a team like the Steelers that feels like we have a limited window, we have to do things right now, and we've been sniffing around for a game-changing receiver for the last 2 years, this was our opportunity to find one that we think is of that caliber, the same way we thought about Brandon Ayuk last year. I can understand landing here, even if I have some qualms with it.
And there is a part of it that I understand where the only the only times the Pittsburgh offense worked last year, and obviously this was partly a rust thing, was when they were throwing go balls and when they had like some degree of explosive ability. DK Metcalf, for whatever we want to say about him, does make your offense more explosive than it would have been
Absolutely.
beforehand. And so if they are willing to pay a premium for that, that's fine. And then again, back to the draft pick, like if they get some sort of analogous return in a Pickens trade, I might be okay with them having sent the 52nd pick. Like if they get a high third round pick back for it, like to move down a few picks in the draft to pay a receiver that you think is worth it. Again, I don't know if this is a move that I would make, but like I can start to piece together why this would have made sense for them. Especially with some uncertainty at quarterback. You kind of just want to go get a guy who can make a play by himself every now and then.
And the quarterback question now becomes the biggest question. And we'll see what happens with that over the rest of the day. Obviously, there's smoke with the Rodgers thing. I do think that probably makes the most sense for them if they are not a real player for Darnold. Because Rodgers is what he is at this point. He'll still throw it down the field and he'll still capably throw it down the field. He doesn't really want to read stuff out anymore. But if you're going to give him a bunch of go balls and go ball receivers that he feels comfortable chucking it up to, he can still do that. And so I do think that based on their window and what else might be available to them at quarterback, I'm okay with them sniffing around Rodgers and landing on that as potentially their best option.
I mean, yeah, it might be because like for as much of the Rodgers thing is a part, about the circus and stuff that is probably mitigated a little bit with Pittsburgh. Obviously, Mike
Exactly.
Tomlin, like that,
Yep.
so that it helps there. And then also, for as maybe frustrating as the Rodgers thing was in New York, he probably isn't actually any worse of a quarterback than Russell Wilson or Justin Fields were last year. So it's not really
I absolutely
a
don't
downgrade.
think he is.
And so if you're upgrading the rest of the offense around him, it's like, again, these are a lot of moves that I don't know if I would make, but I can start to tell myself the story of why they might, instead of the 24th best offense, maybe be the 17th best offense. And if the defense has the right year, maybe that's enough.
I just think it's about what your alternatives are. Like, what is your alternative if you don't sign Aaron Rodgers? It's maybe to chase Sam Darnold, but are there any other veteran options available that even almost move the needle for you? Not really. For me, they should have traded for DK or Geno Smith.
Yes.
Like, if Geno Smith was available for a third, and you could get, and there's a chance they're not willing to give that sort of contract to somebody like Geno Smith. If they're going to have an older quarterback like Rodgers, maybe they want something that's a little bit shorter term. They don't want to commit to somebody for multiple years at Geno Smith's age in the same way that Seattle didn't. But I do think that if you're not going to be in on Stafford, if you're not going to be able to get a guy like Geno, and we're looking at the veteran quarterback pool, you can make a really serious argument that Rodgers is your best option. Darnold is your best multi-year option, probably just because of his age. But if you're not willing to get into that mix and you're a little bit worried about paying Sam Darnold full freight because there are multiple other suitors, I do think that Rodgers is potentially a good fallback option for them. And for Rodgers, I think that playing with DK Metcalf, playing with the Steelers team that's probably ready to be at least competitive right now, is potentially an easier sell than going to a Giants team where there's still a bunch of questions about the rest of the roster.
Oh, absolutely. Like the Giants offensive line, obviously we don't know what's all going to happen in free agency and the draft and all that, but looking at rosters right now, the Giants offensive line is bottom 5. And the Steelers offensive line wasn't great last year, but part of that was injuries, and you've got some younger guys that can maybe take a step. So again, it's another situation where you can kind of tell yourself the story of why it might be a little bit better for them next year. So it probably does make sense for Rodgers. Also on the Steelers front, it's going to be cheaper to sign Rodgers than to sign Sam Darnold. And so
exactly,
if that's
especially
angle,
it is a multi-year proposition, the money you're spending in 2026 is definitely going to be cheaper than it is if going with Rodgers instead of Darnold. Let's keep rolling through these because we've got a ton more stuff to hit. The Seahawks trade Geno Smith for a third-round pick. We're going to have Michael-Shawn Dugar on. We recorded a podcast with Michael-Shawn yesterday, and it was going to run today. And then after everything that happened, it's like, we can't have a Geno Smith reaction podcast as like what's coming out on Monday morning. So we scrapped that, but the conversation was so good. We want to include elements of it that really speak to Seattle's thinking. Like what the message is that they're trying to send, not trying to send, but what the message is that they're sending with this collection of moves. His stance on this is not a rebuilding team. And if that's the case, then they kind of need to get Sam Darnold. But my read on this entire situation, and part of the conversation we had with Michael-Shawn, is that Seattle just wasn't willing to budge on certain benchmarks in the money. Like they had a certain line in the sand that they were willing to pay Geno, who's going to be 35 this year. And they weren't really willing to go over that. And they would rather take a pick and then take their chances with another quarterback, right? So you get the third, and then if you can sign Sam Darnold for similar prices where you were going to pay Geno, you get a longer runway at quarterback, and you're allocating similar resources while adding to your draft capital. I can understand that as a theoretical exercise. I also happen to think that Geno Smith is a good quarterback, and that if you want to win the most games possible in 2025, moving on from Geno Smith to a level of uncertainty, you don't know if you're getting Sam Darnold. You don't know what the alternatives are. There is real risk in that if you do still want to be a playoff team this year, even if you had certain lines you weren't willing to cross financially with Geno.
I think this has been the dumbest move of the offseason, bar none, and it's not close. Like, Geno's a good quarterback, man. He's a top 12 quarterback. Like, and the other thing is, especially compared to Sam Darnold, Geno is very good in the ways that actually mitigate the worst parts of the roster, in that he's very brave in the pocket. He can move around the pocket a little bit. He's willing and able to make throws with bodies around him. For whatever we want to say about how well Sam Darnold played last year, he still is not a very good quarterback when the pocket gets a little cluttered and he gets pressured and he gets, like, things get sped up for him. If he goes to
He had
Seattle,
some nice flash moments in
Right.
those situations last year, including that touchdown to Justin Jefferson against the Seahawks last year, where he's skittering around the pocket, he's stepping up, he's throwing a beautiful ball down the left sideline. But yes, for the most part, what Geno has shown us over the last couple of years is a serious ability to mitigate leaky pass protection in a way that Sam Darnold does not have nearly as much tape on to tell us that he's capable of doing that over a long stretch of time.
And so that's my other thing. I understand the age part of this. Like, theoretically, Sam Darnold could be your quarterback for the next 10 years if he hits. But he's, to me, a worse version of the same kind of quarterback in Geno Smith, where he's going to hold the ball. He's going to push the ball down the field. He maybe will get a little bit too aggressive for his own good at times. But Geno, to me, is just more accurate, and I think his decision-making is better put together. We have more years of film of him doing this at a high level for a long time. Like, Darnold has the 1 year in an incredible system, whereas Geno has done this in multiple systems and looked really good over there in Seattle. And, like, I just don't understand why. Like, this also feels like Seattle misunderstanding their roster and who Sam Darnold is. And, like, I don't think if they sign Sam Darnold, it'll look like Nick Foles in Jacksonville bad. But I think you could have a scenario like that where it's like we just fully misunderstood who this quarterback was and what we needed to have around him. And also what our previous quarterback was hiding.
And people are going to look at the weapons that Geno had last year and be like, well, Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison is nice, but Geno had guys to throw to as well. It's really important to recognize how poor the pass protection was in Seattle last year. It was the worst pass protection unit in the NFL, and it was accelerated by what that system looked like. The idea that you just have absolutely no help for the offensive line because you're not running the ball, you're not using play action, you're just hanging your guys out to dry the entire game. And it was really a tough situation to put Geno in. My thought was, rather than blowing up your offense last year with a system and an approach and offensive line talent that made it almost untenable to run an offense, why not just run this back with the same guys, bring in a system that's going to mitigate your offensive line talent on an individual level, all the play action you're using, all the bodies you're stealing back in protection, all the movements you're using. What's the Saints looked like in weeks 1 and 2 of last year, where the offensive line talent almost doesn't matter because of the way the offense is run. Try to switch the system, maybe get 1 or 2 offensive line upgrades, and then see what you have. Instead, they kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater here, and I think they almost went too far in the let's tear this down and start over side of things, because I think Geno in that system with maybe one signing along the offensive line, even if you want to trade DK Metcalf, I like that offense better than what they would probably be getting with Sam Darnold. That being said, Sam Darnold knows this offense. He was with Clint Kubiak in San Francisco 2 years ago. This is something where he's going to be comfortable with the terminology, with the way the system works, with how the progressions work. I think the one thing I would say where I would probably give Sam the edge, I think he showed he was a little bit better of an anticipatory thrower last year than Geno was. Like, Geno is kind of a see it, throw it guy, and I love the way that Geno plays. But I think there are elements of Sam's familiarity with the offense and his skill set and the age where you can talk yourself into it. I think that talking yourself into it comes with extreme risk.
I think specifically for that style of offense, I could maybe see that where I don't even know if it's necessarily anticipation, but it's just like top of drop play action. I'm willing to throw this no matter what. Geno Smith, I think, is better at that when it's pure drop back, when he doesn't have to do the play action stuff and he's just 4 or 5 men out in the route. he can kind of anticipate that way. Whereas Darnold, if they're going to move to more of this under center, boot, play action, just throw the drifter out 8 times a game, maybe Darnold actually is a little bit more fitting for that. I still just don't know if like there's something in my brain when I'm going to see 45 million next to Geno Smith and 45 million next to Sam Darnold that I just like cannot. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I'm the same way. I mean, again, I think you and I are the wrong people to probably talk about this with clear eyes just because of how we see Geno, but that's how we see him. And I think that if you acknowledge the circumstances over the last couple of years and you try to separate him from that, it's really easy to talk yourself into how good of a quarterback Geno is.
There's one more thing I want to say about Geno that I think has really frustrated me about the way that people talk about him. People bring up their red zone offense a lot. The Seattle offense had some of the worst red zone players imaginable. One, the offensive line was bad, so they couldn't run the ball.
It was disgusting.
That's
the amount of times they
could
could not punch the ball in from the 1 yard line last year. It made me want to just tear my hair out.
It was so bad. And so you have that, and then you have Tyler Lockett at his age was not as quick and like agile in those little spaces where he could have been 3 years ago in the red zone. And then DK Metcalf, he needs space for his game to work.
Yes.
Like he can stride out.
Because again, he's not a contested catch player.
Exactly. And so you just think about all the guys, the personnel that they had for the red zone. And it's like outside of the guys who can just make a play on their own, Kyler Murray, Josh Allen, like those guys, outside of that, I don't know how many quarterbacks would have been good red zone quarterbacks in that offense.
Let's keep rolling through this here. Actually, you know what? Sorry. There's so many things we have to hit in the next like 4 minutes. We're fine. We'll get to all of this stuff eventually as things get a little bit quieter. What we'll do is we'll hit the signings, and then we'll get back to this rundown as we have little pockets here. So, Beller, I'm just telling you this in real time. Drop the signings as they happen in like a different color below all this stuff, and then I'll just keep coming back to the top when we have a little bit of time here. But I want to talk about this from the Raiders' perspective because this is just... it's awesome that Pete and John Spytek were like, nah, we're not rebuilding. Like, I have no interest in this. We want to get a quarterback that's competent in here right away. I think you could quibble with whether or not that's the way to optimize your roster with the current state of the Las Vegas Raiders for the next 3 or 4 years. But I also understand where these guys come from. Pete never rebuilt in Seattle. They never wanted to do it. And think about what Spytek has done with that Bucs organization over the last 4 or 5 years. They dropped Brady to what they were doing, and then they never tore it down. They continued to try to chip away and find an answer. They got to Baker Mayfield, and they were able to stay competitive all the way through. So I really do appreciate what they're trying to do here, and I do think that this makes them much more competitive and much more relevant quickly because they were willing to do something like this.
I love this for so many reasons. One, I just kind of want the Raiders thing to work because I like Pete Carroll, and I think their staff is interesting. Like Chip Kelly being back in the league is kind of cool. Them retaining Patrick Graham, I thought was really inspiring. This is also great for my takes that I dropped multiple times over Super Bowl week was that, hey man, the Raiders might not be that far away actually. And so, but the quibble was obviously, okay, well, they don't have a quarterback. Now they have a quarterback who I think is pretty good. Obviously, they need to sort out some of the pass catchers a little bit. I'm probably less confident on the offensive line than other people are, but Geno can obviously mitigate that a little bit. But you can sell me on Geno Smith and Brock Bowers. You can sell me on that pretty fast.
And I like Jacoby Myers. I think Jacoby Myers is a good player.
Jacoby's good.
So they absolutely need another receiver. But I think that where things currently sit with Myers and with Myers, Brock Bowers, Geno, and I actually like some of the pieces on that offensive line. I'm actually intrigued by what that offensive line could look like. You know, Colton Miller is a solid player. They brought back Alex Kappa, which was an interesting move. They're kind of betting on the fact that maybe a little bit further removed from that injury, he might be a capable starting guard for them. They'll likely move Jackson Powers-Johnson to center. They still have Dylan Parham at right guard. And I think DJ Glaze showed enough as a rookie for you to potentially bet on him and just say, let's see what we got out there. Because if he hits as a 3rd round pick, that's the value you get from something like that is really, really good. So I actually have some faith in what this could look like. I'm fascinated by what it will look like with Chip Kelly calling the shots here.
Yes. I to be clear, I don't think it's a bad offensive line. Like, I don't think they have any obvious holes. It's just, I don't think any of the players are like Pro Bowlers. They just have a lot of like, this is fine, which to be fair is better than a lot of other teams are doing. And obviously maybe Glaze takes a step, maybe JPJ takes a step. So there is reason for optimism. I think I'm just, it feels like there's been a lot of talk of like, oh, the Raiders offensive line is settled. And I'm like, they could take a swing on something and I wouldn't be that, hurt by it.
This is going to be about what they want to do. Because this is a similar situation last year, is like where the Bears were, where you could talk yourself into just kind of rolling with the group that you have, because like, all right, we got some young guys. This is where we're at in our development process. Let's see what we have. But I could also understand a new regime coming in and saying, these aren't guys we're willing to bet on. Like, we didn't pick these guys. We're not invested in these guys. If they want to be more aggressive at those spots, I would understand it. I'm intrigued by what that group could potentially look like, though, because I thought that they had some really good tape at the end of the season collectively.
I agree, but they're in a spot where, like, so they're picking 6, right? Like, they're in a spot where they don't necessarily need to upgrade offensive line, but if they take Armand Membu and they're just like right guard or right tackle, we'll figure it out. Like, they could be in a position where they want to do something like that, which I think I'm probably more leaning towards that side than other people, is I guess just the way I would put it.
I wouldn't be surprised by that, and I wouldn't have any criticisms of that. I would completely understand if they wanted to be more aggressive at adding to those spots, but they have enough holes, especially on defense, where it feels like there are some places that they need to work on, and I think the offensive line might not be the biggest priority. We're going to talk about the Devontae Adams thing.
Do you think there's a chance that because Pete Carroll never got to invest in the offensive line in Seattle, he's like, this is the first time I get to do it. I've got to take a tackle at 6, man.
There is a shot that there's just a lot of overcorrecting here. And again, the gap between Pete and John, and even making this move, is so interesting, where it's like Pete was willing to kind of overpay a little bit and spend on Geno, and John Schneider had his line in the sand that he was not willing to cross, which is just it's a fascinating thing. All right. Let's keep rolling through these here. Again, we're going to talk about the Rams receiver moves when Jordan comes on a little bit later today, just because she's going to have great perspective on that. Very quickly, what do you think of the Christian Kirk trade to the Texans?
I'm like of two minds of it. I spent the entire offseason being like, man, I think they misunderstood how to build their receiver core. They probably need bigger guys who can do some of the dirty work. And then Christian Kirk is not that. But I do think Christian Kirk adds an element of verticality that they're going to need, especially with Tank Dell out. And I do think that if he recovers from this injury fairly well, he can be a pretty useful slot receiver for them. And the offense is going to be different than it was last year. So Christian Kirk isn't my favorite player, but for them to get him for basically nothing, especially when there's a lot of uncertainty with Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs is probably out the door. It's probably a move that they did need to make, to like get another veteran in the building to make sure CJ Stroud has enough guys around him.
I like the skill set. I just think they didn't give up any draft capital. He's making $16.2 million against the cap this year. It feels like they should touch that and mitigate that a little bit if they want to make some other moves. I'd be surprised if he played on a $16 million cap hit this year, even if it's just like a short extension to kind of give yourself some relief. Purely from a football perspective, though, I do like it. The verticality you mentioned is exactly what they need in a post-Tank Dell world. It allows Nico Collins to be more than that, right? It allows him to be what he actually should be within your offense. And the other part of this is, with all the condensed splits within that system, even if you're in 12 personnel, he's going to be playing close enough to the line of scrimmage and close enough to the formation where you can use Christian Kirk the way he's supposed to be used. So I think in this sort of offense, even if he's not a slot receiver, it fits his skill set because you're not asking him to play way outside of the numbers, even in those two receiver sets. So I think, and we haven't really seen that before, right? We haven't seen like a vertical type of slot player in this sort of system before until we're getting to Christian Kirk here. So I'm curious to see what that actually looks like. But in theory, I do think that it can work.
I do too, especially if they're so sold that CJ is like a top 8 quarterback, or can be, and they should be. His rookie year was incredible, and last year I think he was better than people realize. Them just leaning into like who are the best passing game players we can get makes sense. My minor quibble with it is just like, if you're coming from the Ren system and you get a guy who can't block, I'm a little bit scared of that. But again, I think it's probably a better move than a lot of the other ones they could have made to fix the receiver room.
We have our first signing of the day, Haason Reddick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't know. We have the exact numbers on it right now. The one guy that you were most worried about as we were talking about free agency landmines, Haason Reddick goes to the Bucs. Here's what I'll say. They desperately needed another pass rusher, like desperately needed one. I tried to send them Jaylon Phillips in a trade. So this is spiritually in the same realm, even if you're a little bit worried about what Haason Reddick is at this stage of his career. That's
a good point where, listen, this to me was the most obvious landmine in the entire, like, there's just not a lot of guys who take a year off from football and don't and come back okay. It's just not a whole lot of those. However, like you said, the Bucs are kind of in the spot where beggars can't be choosers, man. Like, yeah, your pass rush has been so bad. And what's funny is a lot of their edge guys are actually good run defenders, but they just can't get after the quarterback whatsoever. So if they are in a position where I guess they feel like they need to take a gamble like this rather than maybe pay a premium for whoever the other top edge guys like Josh Sweat or whoever it might have been. How much did they pay for him, by the way?
I think it was 1 year, 14 with like 12-ish million guaranteed. I don't have these numbers coming to us and with any sort of clarity because again, Twitter is down. I cannot believe Twitter is down in the first 5 minutes of free agency opening. Like I truly cannot believe this is what we're dealing with right now. And we're just going to be forced to sink or swim. I don't have a TV in this office. Like there's nothing good happening right now. So hopefully you guys can bear with us as we try to sort through all of this stuff in real time without any sort of outlet to the signings as they're happening. A little other bit of news, Jaylon Moore apparently to the Kansas City Chiefs to be, I assume, their left tackle. What do you think of this? Because I saw this starting to trickle out a little bit over the weekend with Ronnie Stanley off the board, with who's got Alaric Jackson off the board. We started to run out of left tackle options. We're really down to like Dan Moore and then Jaylon Moore, who's been a spot starter for the Niners at times when Trent Williams has been hurt. I didn't know that Jaylon Moore was going to be as in demand as he has been, or it seems to be right now. 2 years, $30 million apparently to go to the Chiefs. What do you think about this?
I don't really like that. I also do like, I understand that there were not going to be very many other options left for them in free agency in particular. Like their other options would have been, Dan Moore probably would have been the best one that they could have gotten. I don't know if Jaylon Moore really moves the needle for me. Like, and obviously this is partly a Trent thing rather than just a Jaylon Moore thing, but it's just in the instances where Trent Williams is not out there, you can feel how much worse the offensive line is. And again, those are really big shoes to fill. But there was just no element of it where it felt like Moore was able to do that for them. So this might be fine. And again, I don't know if it's necessarily even worse than Dan Moore, even though Dan Moore has a lot more experience, but this just feels like a very low quality Band-Aid for them, which maybe that is still better than last year where the answer was like trying, Kingsley Suamataia for 2 games, Wanye Morris, DJ Humphries after being hurt. Like maybe this is still a half a step better than that, but for $15 million a year, it doesn't really move me. I don't love it.
I think this is just, can we get competent play on that side? And I think that's what this feels like to me. And this probably says that Dan Moore's market is going to be a little bit richer than we probably expected because he actually did show that he's a capable starting left tackle last year. We talked about this a little bit last week. I assume this means that they're going to try Kingsley Suamataia at left guard and just see how that goes. And they're going to live with some of the hiccups in his development at guard a little bit easier than they lived with them at tackle. So that's kind of what this says to me. Let's keep rolling through some of the news that has rolled out over the weekend that we're going to get to as the rest of the stuff rolls in. Josh Allen signs a monster extension with the Buffalo Bills. There's not a ton to say here. I think there's some interesting elements to it. 6 years, $330 million, $250 million guaranteed. It's the largest guarantee ever given to an NFL player. He didn't do everything he could to get the most money possible, right? Like he didn't top Dak's APY, but he does have a bigger 4-year payout than Dak by about $1 million, which I don't think is an accident. The interesting thing about this is it's not really an extension as much as it's just a let's rip this up and start over contract. It's not surprising because if you look at his deal and the rest of the market at quarterback over the last couple of years, this always felt like the offseason where this was going to happen. His deal had become outdated given things like the Trevor Lawrence deal, the Jordan Love deal, the Dak deal. So I'm not surprised about the timing of this. But the fact that they just ripped it up and started over made sense. My assumption is they knew they were going to have to restructure him anyway. So just getting a new deal done to lower his cap hit in 2025 for a team that needed cap space makes sense.
Yeah, the timing is, I guess, the only interesting thing here. Like, there's nothing interesting about top 3 quarterback gets paid as much as he deserves. Like, of course, the Bills were going to pay him. There's not a whole lot interesting about that. Like, of the handful of moves that the Bills have already made this offseason, this is far and away the least interesting of them because what else were they going to do? Not pay Josh Allen?
Next one here, Chris Godwin back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 3 years, $66 million, $44 million guaranteed. I want to talk about this. I mean, Chris Godwin is obviously a different sort of player here, but I think one of the themes over the last week or so whether it's Ronnie Stanley coming back to the Ravens, or even some of the guys further down the list, all their linebacker re-signings, Jamie Sherwood, Nick Bolton, Ernest Jones, Godwin going back to Tampa. With the cap going up in the way that it did, typically the thought is with these guys who are hitting free agency, can we afford them, or do we have to get a little bit cheaper as an alternative? Well, now with the way the cap has risen, teams can afford these guys. So paying for certainty here and bringing back guys and guys work within your offense because you have a little more wiggle room to fit them in, I'm not surprised to see this. It's made free agency less interesting with all of these re-signings. Ben Bredeson's a perfect example. Ben Bredesen goes back to the Bucs after signing for nothing last year. You assume that might be one of those where, we paid him $3 million last year. We don't have enough wiggle room to bring him back on a deal that pays him, closer to market value because other teams will be interested based on how he played. But because there's a little bit more flexibility given the cap, these teams are consistently bringing these guys back in a way that I can never really remember in the past. Like, this feels a little bit new in terms of an overall approach, and Godwin kind of fits into that mindset.
I was just talking to a friend about this the other day, that just like 8-10 years ago, there were free agents that were getting big money all over the place, and like legitimate, like Pro Bowl level players were walking consistently. There's just not as much of those anymore because, like you said, teams are paying for certainty. Like, if I'm just throwing out random numbers here for a hypothetical, but if Chris Godwin is an 8 out of 10 on the player scale, you would rather pay for the certainty that we're going to get that 8 out of 10 for the next 2-3 years again, rather than we go sign Darius Slayton, who maybe randomly has a career year and is an 8.5 or a 9 for us. But there's also a chance he's just like a 6, and like maybe it's a little cheaper, but now our team is worse. And maybe that's the difference between us not getting in the playoffs again, because they were already like the margins were very slim for them getting into the playoffs this last year to begin with. So it's one of those things where, especially a guy like Godwin, who it's not just that he's good, he seems to be a great guy for the locker room and all that stuff. He does all of the dirty work for them, like blocker, catches over the middle, like tough yards after the catch. Like, that is just, in terms of attitude and in terms of like having the right guys around, the exact guy that you would want to keep in the building. And now your trio of receivers, again, is awesome, because earlier in the year when we didn't know how good McMillan was going to be, it was like, okay, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, this is good. Where can we find the other production? Now with McMillan really stepping into the fold for them over the past the last 8 games or whatever it was, and potentially him taking another step, I don't know what the offense is going to look like structurally, but with the offensive line intact again and the receiver core the way it is, there's a lot of reason to be excited about the Bucs offense moving forward again.
The whole group came back. I mean, like the entire offense is now back. With Bredesen and Godwin. Now you have the entire offense back there. You have your offensive coordinator was your passing game coordinator last year. This is really just a sign of, we want to maintain as much continuity here as we possibly can. There have been too many moving parts over the last couple of years when it comes to our offense. We want a little bit of certainty here. So I am not surprised to see this. It's another really good move by the Bucs, who have made consistently good moves as they've tried to think about their roster over the last few years. I'm consistently impressed with how they've gone about this, like the way that they've maintained being competitive, the way that they've thought about team building, the way that Jason Light has done this. I don't think they deserve enough credit for how they've been able to stay relevant through this process. And especially post Brady, like there's so many different places where this could have gone off the tracks, and it just really hasn't for them. And I think this move and convincing Godwin to come back when he probably could have gotten more money elsewhere is another example of that.
To rebuild the offense post Brady around Baker Mayfield, and the offensive line is completely different. Like, obviously the Brady offensive lines were good, but outside of like Tristan Wirfs at the end of that run, a lot of these guys are different guys than they had in the building. So for them to completely rebuild the most important part of the roster, take the flyer on Baker Mayfield, like, it just, the way that they've been able to build this thing has been pretty fascinating.
Last thing I want to hit about the Josh Allen contract, he took less than he needed to. This is somebody that has given the Bills some flexibility because of what he was willing to settle for, more flexibility than they would have had. And they have a lot of moves that have just happened over the last couple of days designed to do that. It seemed to me, looking at the Bills cap situation heading into free agency, that they would try to extend Greg Rousseau, because I think his cap number this year was like 16-ish, 17-ish million, which if you give him an extension, obviously you can pull that down. It's exactly what happened. Rousseau for 4 years and $80 million with 54 guaranteed, given the rest of the edge rusher market and the fact that now Myles Garrett's making 40, I'm very okay with Greg Rousseau settling at this sort of number. And credit to the Bills for getting that done before everything kind of exploded. And you get him at a perfectly reasonable price for what he is as a player. And then they also signed Terrell Bernard and Khalil Shakir to extensions and to kind of lock those guys in at a reasonable number. And then Von Miller is released. So all the levers that the Bills could pull to try to give themselves a little bit of flexibility to chase a piece or two in the next couple of weeks, they ended up pulling those levers. So none of this is really surprising, but pretty much what I expected coming into this week from Buffalo.
The Rousseau number looks so good next to the Myles Garrett contract. And obviously Myles Garrett deserves all that money. He's the best player. He's the best defensive player in the league for my money. A truly special talent. And Rousseau is not near that level of player, but to get him for basically half of that, like, yeah, man, that's pretty good value for a guy like Rousseau, who is like a very high end number 2 or like a low end number 1. Like, yes, I'm very willing to pay $20 million a year for that. And then securing Shakir, I thought was perfect because Allen, by virtue of being out there, is going to be explosive for you. You need to make sure that you have the guy who can help him just do some of the simple underneath stuff. Shakir's obviously been great at that. Bernard was probably the one I would have been most likely to let walk, but I do understand with the way they run the defense, the particular types of skill sets they like at linebacker, why they wanted to extend him.
It's also not a bad number when you look at some of the other contracts
really
that just
not.
got handed out. Like Jamie and Sherwood getting $15 million a year, and Bernard settling in at just over 12. Like, I'm willing to take that, like, for what he has been within that offense. He's important to what they do. He knows that defense, etc. So I completely understand landing there, and we'll see what they do at some of those other spots. Like, I think they still need a little bit of speed at receiver. How they seek that out will be interesting, but a pretty predictable offseason from the Bills, even if that Josh Allen number is a little bit different than we might have expected. You just mentioned this, Myles Garrett, $40 million a year and $100 million in cash over the next 3 years. They were never trading him. It was not going to happen. If they were going to trade him, it was going to happen in August when he was really willing to say, I'm not coming. I think that the Browns were willing to see this thing out through the end, and that gives them a little bit of flexibility to keep negotiating with him, keep talking to him about what he wants, what would help get this thing to the right place. I think that giving him an amount of money that will make his career earnings $225 million by the time he's 32, that's enough to mend some fences. That's what I would say.
I think that's enough to make anybody stay in any city to do any job. Like, I would, like, when Myles Garrett was posing as if he was going to sit out games, I believed him. Like, you're the best player in the league, man. Like, yes, go. I fully believe that he would not have wanted to play for Cleveland if they weren't going to get to the right number. And so Cleveland did everything they could to make sure they got to the right number. And I know people are going to look at 4 years, $160 million and be like, oh my God, how can you pay that to anyone who's not a quarterback? I've said it for a long time. Like, Myles Garrett to me is the best pure defensive end I think I've ever seen. Like, obviously JJ Watt was kind of a hybrid player. Aaron Donald was a defensive tackle. Purely as like a 4-down edge rusher, he's the best I've ever seen. Yes, I would give him a blank check to stay in my city.
When you're looking at the number that Max Crosby got, and you're looking at what you need to do to appease Myles Garrett at this stage based on the state of the relationship, I'm not surprised that there need to be a little bit of a premium. What this does is it has interesting fallout, right? Because now, if you're Dallas, the Micah Parsons number is much, much higher than it was 2 weeks ago. So the idea that they just continue to not address this in any way is just ridiculous. Like, them not getting in front of this stuff continues to come back to bite them. If I were another team, I would potentially call and see what the Cowboys might want for Micah Parsons now the number is that high. You know what? You know whose opinion I want on this? I want Mike Sando's opinion on this.
Okay. He might be tapped in there. Yeah.
Mike Sando.
Good
how
morning,
are you doing, sir.
I'm doing great. Every year I seem to think, like, has it ever been like this before? You know, I've been doing this a long time, but it feels like this is even bigger than ever before the thing starts, doesn't it?
We had the same thought, and I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure this is crazier than it's been in the past. So we were just talking about this. I want your opinion on it. With the Myles Garrett contract and that number now out there, and Dallas not having paid Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
If you were one of the teams that was potentially sniffing around Garrett, would you call Dallas about Micah Parsons? They've got a $60 million quarterback. They've got a $30 million receiver. Do they really want a $40 million edge rusher as part of this?
Absolutely, I'd be calling. Yeah, I don't know that they're going to do anything. Jerry's MO has just been to wait and eventually pay him anyway,
Yeah.
They just pay him too much, and then we'll redo Dak 17 more times and be the same team at a higher price. So, but I see. I think that Jerry wouldn't trade him because that would be admitting that he didn't have this whole thing figured out.
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah,
I would at least call, but I do
Yeah.
think there's a very low chance that they will trade him. I mean,
Yeah.
he's one of the, I don't know, Derek, what is he? One of the best 10 players in the league purely in terms of like
Absolutely, yeah.
on-field impact.
Yeah, and there's
So
with Jerry specifically, there's a spectacle to a player like
Yes.
Micah Parsons that I think Jerry would like to hold on to.
And I
Totally.
think dragging this out is again
Yes,
part of Jerry's MO, where he's going to enjoy the fact that they're going to be in the conversation all the way through training camp as they go back and forth on this. The other side of the Myles Garrett number, Mike, that I find really interesting is what this means for the Cincinnati Bengals on two fronts.
Yeah.
Them coming out at the combine and explicitly saying they were going to make Jamar Chase the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. And then that number going up $5 million a year in the 2 weeks since is hilarious. And now, because of having to do that, and because of where the edge rusher market is now, it feels, if not a certainty, then a pretty strong likelihood that Trey Hendrickson is probably going to need to be moved if Cincinnati is going to spend their money on these two receivers.
Yeah, they have felt like Band-Aid just they've got Joe Burrow sort of needling them, right? So he's holding them publicly accountable, but I think it's been sort of a bare minimum approach of, hey, obviously we're going to try to keep Chase. They probably didn't anticipate the Myles Garrett thing happening at that level. They'll end up probably paying him. And then T. Higgins is just a Band-Aid. It's just, hey, buy time. Let's just buy time. They're not going to enter into a big deal with him. And now Trey Hendrickson, I think, if this was all in a vacuum, like if Hendrickson was the only thing going on, like I think hey, he's 31 years old. You can make a case for not doing something, but there's enough pressure sort of on them. And now they've given him permission that I guess I'll still believe it when I see it. I think they would like to probably run it back to any way that they can. And maybe that's where this heads, but what's another team going to offer for him at his age? I know he led the league in sacks, but I don't know. Is another team going to go super high and give him a good enough pick to make it worth their while when it's a clear step back for them if they don't have him and they're kind of in this window where Joe Burrow's saying, hey, let's go?
I feel like there was probably a moment in this over the last couple of weeks where you'd have to essentially give up a first to make it happen, or like a really high second. It would have to be premium draft capital. But now as you're looking at what you're going to have to hand out as part of these deals and the way that the market has shifted, I wonder if you're a team in the back half of the second round, if you're the Green Bay Packers and you call and say, hey, we'll give you R2. How does that move you at all? And see if that would work, because I think that there is a chance it could get there if you're willing to part with something like that.
Yeah, I mean, your Green Bay hypothetical is interesting to me because that's not the type of thing they do, right?
No.
Acquire and pay. So I think there's a lot of Packer fans who would love it if that type of a thing happened, but believe it when we see it.
A little bit of news here. Most recent one. This one I feel like was kind of building. Drew Dahlman goes to the Chicago Bears. $14 million a year. I don't see the guarantees as part of this. There we go. $28 million guaranteed. It's a lot of money for Drew Dahlman. I think we've talked about this, Derek, where we think he's probably a limited player, but there were not that many centers available in free agency. And I think this is a team that clearly wanted to solve this immediately. They did not want to go into the draft and try to figure this out with developmental pieces at a position where development can be a little bit of a mixed bag. So in the last week, the Bears have found 3 starting interior offensive linemen for a price, but they were willing to pay to solve this thing quickly and cleanly.
And you called this after they got the guards, right? Because I think before that, this was not necessarily on the table for them, or we just didn't know what direction they were headed. But after they got the guards, you were like, I could sell myself on them going and signing Dahlman now to kind of bring it all together.
This is how I am with a lot of stuff where like if there's one, I was going to use an example that was very silly and obnoxious, and I'm not going to. But if there's like one thing missing, and if I could just drop the last one in and now it's complete, I'm willing to pay a premium for that thing. And so even if it's not the best team building approach, I can understand it as a mindset where Poles like, we're really not going to pay $3 million more for the center and just have this thing done. Like, that's kind of what this feels like to me. Mike, we talked a lot about the Bears pre-Ben Johnson and where they sit. After all these offensive line moves, even if they paid a premium to do it, how are you feeling about Chicago right now?
Yeah. I mean, first off, Dahlman gets Ben Johnson money. That's huge money, right? He gets Ben Johnson $14 million a year, although Ben got more guaranteed. It's going to be there longer, probably. But I feel a little bit of a shift. This feels a little more like some of these coach-driven teams have been. I mean, obviously they extended themselves with the contract just for Ben Johnson. So I think this type of movement is a signal as much as it is, hey, are all these moves going to work out, right? I mean, the history tells us you're not going to bat 1,000 in free agency. One of these will be a disappointment. One of them someone's going to be cut in a year or two, right? I mean, that's just the way these things work. But I'm looking at the two things with a broader signal is, hey, are the Bears behaving in a tangibly different way this offseason? And I would say probably they are. And then number two is, when Ben Johnson, we forget he was in Detroit a long time. I mean, he started there in like 2019, or he was before Dan Campbell. Yeah. But in the recent years when they were good, the line was squared away. So when they were kind of doing the things they were doing in the draft and, going against the grain and taking tough guys and linebackers and running backs and that sort of a thing, they had that part squared away. So it feels to me like they're not going to have the Detroit Lions offensive line, but like Ben Johnson seems to be driving this thing like, hey, that's not going to be a problem. Let's get that thing addressed and then do what we sort of want to do the rest of the offseason. So I think that's probably a good sign. Like if you're a Bear fan, right, Robert, you feel like, okay, I'd rather have that than just sort of the same old, we're playing the 401k for 20 years,
Here's what I thought about their needs on both sides of the ball. They have needs on the front on offense and defense. I would rather bet on draft picks on defense because I want upside, right? I just want to make sure that there's a runway there. So if you use the 10th overall pick on an edge rusher that you think a Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, where you got all that talent, let's see if he can put it together. You use one of your second round picks, those top 40 picks on interior defensive lineman. Betting on upside on defense to me is a better plan than betting on upside on offense, because with the offensive line, I want the floor to be raised. So in my opinion, I was looking at their resources available this offseason, the money they had against the cap, and thinking, how can they use that to rebuild the offensive line? This year's crop in free agency wasn't very good, but there wasn't that many guys you were willing to pay, especially at guard compared to other years. Like you had Will Fries, and other than that, there weren't that many guards where you're like, this is a good solution here. And so the fact that they traded for these guys and didn't sign them, it's kind of adjacent to what I hoped they were going to do based on the quality of the free agent pool.
And also look at the draft, the theme of the draft. One of the pieces I did coming out of the combine was just talking to people in front offices. Hey, how do you see the top 10 going? And Chicago's at 10, right? They're at 10.
Yes.
So the themes were, a lot of these offensive linemen in the draft are kind of tackles that are going to go to guard, right? There's just not a lot of, and look at what happened to them last year where they had that kind of dilemma with the 9th pick and everybody kind of wanted them to take an offensive lineman. But guess what? At 9-10, you don't get Joe Alt or you don't get your choice. This draft doesn't even have a Joe Alt. So you're talking about, you want to take one of those guys that people just feel okay about, who maybe draft day says tackle and you project them inside. That seems more speculative and just sort of maybe a little too risky for a team that thought it was better on the offensive line last year, maybe was going to address it early in the draft and didn't. So now they're at least addressing it.
There's going to be a lot of revisionist history about the Bears offensive line moves last year. The way that things currently sit is very different than they were at this time last year. This time last year, you had Braxton Jones coming off a promising second season with 2 years left on his rookie deal at left tackle. You had Tevin Jenkins coming back after playing some really good football when he was on the field in 2022. And I could see trying to see it through with him at left guard. Center is a different conversation. They probably should have been more aggressive at center. That's the one issue. But at right guard, you had signed Nate Davis to that free agent deal. You kind of owe it to yourself to see how that's going to go. And then you have Darnold Wright. This offseason, Braxton Jones is in the final year of his contract. So if you wanted to draft one of those interior tackle type players at 10, because you're not confident in wanting to give Braxton Jones another deal after this year, that's totally fine. Tevin Jenkins is a free agent. Nate Davis is no longer on the team. So I think just based on the current players, the timeline, and the contracts along the offensive line, they had a lot more reason to be aggressive and seek out players at those spots this spring compared to last spring. I think some of that has been lost in the way that we've talked about their approaches the last couple of years.
And I think with last year, you could sell yourself on the other pieces outside of center, though, right? Like you could sell yourself on why Jenkins was going to work and why Darnold Wright was going to be really good at right tackle and why Braxton Jones might be fine at left tackle. None of them really played their best ball, in my opinion, for a majority.
That's
of the
also
season.
Part of it is that we were in an offensive system that was making them the worst versions of themselves.
Right. So they were all playing a tier below. But then I think the center situation was just never going to be good. And so the fact that now they went out and just were like, you know what? We are going to throw money at this to make sure it's going to be good. And the last thing I would say, too, is I think Ben Johnson coming out of Detroit, I think there is this assumption that they did all the big burly, we're going to run gap, we're going to run power, all this crazy stuff, duo. And they did do some of that. And obviously Frank Ragnow was a bigger center. They were the second highest outside zone team in the NFL, which is exactly what Drew Dahlman needed. And now he's surrounded by two guards that are a little bit bigger and can help him out. So I actually do think this marriage, you know, like at first glance, Ben Johnson coming from Detroit doesn't seem like he would want an undersized center, but it actually does make sense with the way that he's run the offense before.
There also just weren't many other options. Like it was Ryan Kelly in free agency, and there's a chance Ryan Kelly retires. You know, like everything that Ryan Kelly has been through over the last few years, I don't want to trivialize that, but there's been a lot that he's had to work through. And then you combine that with the injuries. And so this just felt like the cleanest path to a starting veteran center. And these are the types of deals you want to sign in free agency, even if you have to overpay a little bit. Second contract players. Mike, if you look at this group, there were no second contract players. Like all the top free agents in this group are your Chris Godwins and your Ronnie Stanleys, even like DJ Reed, who's not even 30, is a third contract player. If you wanted to shrink the list to second contract guys that we thought were at least above average starters, you were going to get to like 12 or 15 players in this entire free agent pool.
It's not good. It's not good. I'm fascinated with the emphasis. What they're doing on the offensive line, it feels to me like what Seattle fans wish their team would be doing on the offensive line. And yet they're, again, not going to go to that level on some of these contracts up front. And instead are going to trust their, new offensive scheme to be an improvement over what they had last year. I think that's interesting.
Anything that's happened over the last couple of days, Mike, that to you is just like really jumped out? Like what has been the most intriguing move in your mind of the last 48 hours or so?
Well, I think it's Seattle letting their quarterback and receiver go that are would be both considered some of the best players on their team and certainly best players on the offense. By the way, on the same time of saying bye to Tyler Lockett. So I think that's very interesting. I think it's a little bit, there's a big picture component to this. I feel like this is an aftershock of Pete Carroll leaving the team. It's a different day in Seattle. And it's a little bit more John Harbaugh business-like than Pete Carroll, hey, be your best self, right? And I think last year when they remember there was a story last year about how Geno wanted a new deal and they weren't going to do it. I think what that turned this year into was, I'll stay, but you're going to really pay me. They're going to really overpay me to keep me. And I think they were okay to just kind of say, we're going to move on. And same thing with DK Metcalf is kind of like, we're going to be a run-oriented team. We're going to be a 2-receiver team with 2 tight ends or 2 backs, and we're going to have a top 5, top 10 defense, and we're going to be okay. That's interesting to me. That's confidence to me. Maybe it's crazy by them. We'll see what they do. I think Sam Darnold's probably very likely in their plans, but that's a major change for somebody who I believe within the last couple of months, the head coach, Mike McDonald, has said, love Geno. Why would you even question whether he's our guy? And same thing with DK. DK is going to be a big part of the offense. So, that's obviously not going to happen. Those are big, major changes for your team.
So I'm glad you bring up the Mike McDonald thing, because I think what's fascinating about Geno Smith in particular, Pete Carroll obviously loved him and had a lot of respect for who he had become, who he turned into as a player. And Mike McDonald seemed to, and what's more interesting about Mike McDonald is he obviously had no ties to Geno. He walks in and that's our starting quarterback, but he seemed to fall in love with what Geno was able to do with the team. It's just fascinating to me that there was such a dichotomy with how the coaches who were there with him every day felt about him versus how the front office seemingly felt about him.
But I don't think they would be doing this if Mike McDonald was like, I got to have Geno. I don't necessarily think. I don't think that. I think the most interesting thing about Seattle is even with Geno and DK last year, they were like the 19th offense in EPA per play. They weren't like great. Now a lot of that was sacks and they had some bad issues in the red zone. But I think some of this signals that they think that going to Clint Kubiak away from Ryan Grubb is going to make a huge difference. Huge difference.
But
So if you look at Clint Kubiak last year, one thing about Derek Carr, he had the most minuscule sack rate of his career. It was unbelievable. Like it went away. So I think they're sort of, and this could be a doubling down a little bit by the personnel department. Hey, our players are not as bad as everybody says. We're going to get these systems right, and it's going to be okay. I think we saw that happen on defense. It didn't happen on offense. Will it now?
Here's my thing about I completely understand that. Where like we think that the offensive system is going to give us a better shot. Why not just roll with the guys that you had and hope the offensive system gives you a better shot? Like that's kind of what I thought they were going to do.
I know. I think though, if you go back to so Schneider comes from Green Bay, right? It's just interesting to me because he comes from Green Bay, but he was doing Pete Carroll's work for all those years. So it's not like we had a pure run of just. But I think that they've got 5 of the top 100 picks or something now. I think he loves that. And what's also interesting about that is I believe in 23, they did a better job in the draft, but I think the personnel side sort of took back some of that. I think they had some years there where it was perceived as, hey, Pete was empowered and they were just a player or two away. And they made a bunch of moves that weren't that good in the draft. They were trying to get a defensive lineman, or they had to get this position.
I remember the LJ Collier wars. Don't you worry.
All
I
of
was
that
there
stuff.
for all that.
So I think that they think that they're in better position to use those draft picks maybe the way they did a couple years ago as opposed to 2016, 17, 18, 19 when they were chasing.
And there have so many picks now. And I think I'm guilty of this. And, Mike, you and we've talked about this a little bit when it comes to competing motivations in a building, how this stuff doesn't happen in a vacuum, where sometimes I've been like, all right, you're either going for it or you're not. And it's often more mixed than that. And when they made the DK and the Geno trades, now you have all this draft capital. Do you kind of consciously take a little bit of a step back in 2025 as you retool? That's never what this organization has done. I don't think that's what they're trying to do. I think that the Sam Darnold pursuit would tell you that's not what they're trying to do. But that's kind of the signal it sends me is this a way to kind of, if not rebuild, then reset a little bit this offseason because you have all these picks? But I don't think that's necessarily what they're trying to do. I think they're still going to try to be winning.
But the other thing is when you have a new coach like Mike McDonald, who you choose to pay at the highest levels matters to that guy. And so he's looking to have the type of team he wants. So exactly. So DK Metcalf is an excellent player, a good player. But I believe that somebody like Mike McDonald was like, okay, do we want to go? Is this who we're holding up? Guys, this is the standard. This is how we do things. I'm paying him everything. I think you could do that with Geno. I think he just wasn't. I think they just weren't going to go as high as he was going to make them go after they didn't pay him before. I think that's a separate one. But with DK, I think they would be conflicted. And in their offense, we're going to run the ball. I think they think Kenneth Walker is going to be the star of this team, and should have been the star of this team if they could get a little bit, better scheming, spacing in the run game, which I think they're going to get. So it is very fascinating to me how much of a step back they're going to take. They won 10 games last year, didn't make the playoffs, but they won 10 games. So it's hard to go a lot higher than that. But I think they'll actually not take a huge step back in the standings because I think the defense is going to keep getting better.
I think that's fair.
If they don't get a decent quarterback, then they didn't have a good enough plan. I take this move. You don't do this unless you're confident that, to me, you're going to get Sam Darnold, who's been with Clint Kubiak before. And isn't going to be asked to do what Geno Smith was asked to do. I think those guys, everybody there, including the coach in the front office, was frustrated watching what they were trying to do on offense. 5-man protection, drop back, throw the ball, Geno under siege, and no run game. That was so frustrating to them. Now, are they banking too much on the coaching change fixing all of that on offense? They could be, but they better have some kind of a fallback here that makes sense and fits.
Yeah, I think if they don't come away from this with Sam Darnold or a veteran quarterback, whether it's Sam Darnold or Rodgers, the rest of the plan makes less sense to me. Mike, before you get out of here, 2 defensive line signings that have come in real time here. BJ Hill back to the Bengals, 3 years, $33 million. This always made sense. BJ Hill's like a solid player. He was probably the best player along that defensive line that wasn't Trey Hendrickson last year. So you have all this money to spend. You're looking for interior defensive linemen. I'm fine doing this. The one that is crazier, though, Javon Kinlaw to Washington, 3 years, $45 million with $30 million guaranteed.
Okay, so the question is, how do you talk yourself into that? So here's how you talk yourself into
All
that.
pedigree and upside.
No, so here's how you talk yourself into it. Adam Peters was in San Francisco with the 49ers when they got Kinlaw. And
That's right.
now we have Dan Quinn, who's a D-line coach by trade. So I guarantee you this is talking yourself into, they both liked this guy. They both are looking at why he didn't do as well, why it didn't work in San Francisco, and saying we can actually make it work. That can be a dangerous thing to do, but I guarantee you that's the confidence they have.
I want Jordan's opinion on this. Jordan, what do we think of Javon Kinlaw for $15 million a year to Washington?
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I get, the Peters connection is obviously a good point. It's just a really large number. It makes me feel like this DT market was a lot more quietly competitive than maybe it looked like at the surface, because for Javon Kinlaw, who, has all of the physical traits and like the potential. I remember we did a deep dive on him when he was first coming out in the draft. Has everything you could want. It's just has not quite proven that or met that potential yet. So I don't know. Adam Peters, we got to so far give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, right?
Maybe, but it's a sort of swing they didn't really take last year.
So the thing I'm wondering about all this, and I think teams, there's a lag here too, is like the numbers are getting a lot bigger. If you look at what the salary cap is now compared to 5 years ago or even 10 years ago, it wasn't that long ago we were talking about, wow, this wide receiver got $16 million a year. Remember? And so we have to recalibrate maybe a little bit here. After look what Myles Garrett did. In fact, Jordan, I thought of you. I was like, what would the number be for Aaron Donald to come back now? Like, would he, could he get $50 million a year now to come back?
Massive.
Probably.
Massive.
These numbers are so big now that it's like, okay, do we have to recalibrate what $15 million a year even is?
Yeah, I think that's
true.
I think that's fair, especially we're looking at, even teams, you see this actually the way teams have now got more comfortable taking on dead money too. Like 50 million in dead money is not really 50 million in dead money anymore. It's like that saying when people say, oh, like a 31-year-old receiver is the same as a 34-year-old really good tackle. The numbers, you have to just adjust for like inflation in certain areas, I think.
I think this is all fair. And if you look at the top of the market, obviously, it's a similar conversation, Derek, to the one we were having about Greg Rousseau. We're now at $20 million a year when Myles is making 40, feels a little bit different. But even if you're willing to concede that with Kinlaw, Ed Oliver's making $17 million a year. So there are still levels to this. And I still think that that's a lot of money, even if you can concede that the market has gone up significantly. Even somebody like Osio Odigizua making 20 when Kinlaw's making 15 also has been a productive pass rusher for multiple years, even if he's a limited player. You're having to tell yourself way more of a story with Kinlaw than you are with somebody like that.
Yeah,
the
Ed Oliver deal, by the way, continues to be the best deal in football. I think like he's such a good player. And the thing about Kinlaw too, I love
best deal in football. You are so in the bag for Ed Oliver. My God,
$1 million for a player like that? Are you kidding me? Amazing. But Mike makes a good point about actually you both made this point. Kinlaw, like you can sell yourself on why he would be good, right? All the physical traits, all that stuff. That's a player that you sign for $8 million a year.
Yeah. Yes. I'm fascinated by what his market looks like if they thought they needed to get to this point, if they needed to get to this number.
Well, I think the DTs looking at it right now, and then there may be some, we'll see how this goes live for me this morning. But the DT market got crazy competitive, crazy fast. People started going off the board so fast. So I would imagine that helped him out.
And look at that team too. It's not like, this is a new owner with a lot of excitement and money coming off of a big season, and they want to get what they want to get.
They do have a ton of money to spend, and I think that's probably worth at least acknowledging here. Mike, we are going to say goodbye to you. We are going to hopefully catch up with you a little bit later this week. Sincerely appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Always enjoy it.
Jordan, we were saving.
Hi, guys.
Hey, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I feel fired up. It's like 15 seconds of free agency is happening,
This is always one of my favorite days. And the fact that we're just leaning into the chaos here, I think was the right way to approach it. We have saved the Rams wide receiver conversation for when you were coming on.
Did something happen? Oh, I'm just kidding.
You tell us.
Now you're making me worried that I missed something in real time here. So I I absolutely love the Davante Adams move. Like in thinking about what they needed, I was probably didn't make the connection often enough as we were thinking about potential fits for him. I just thought that there was a bigger void with the Chargers, and that's why it was easier to throw him there. And then now when you combine this with the Tutu Atwell signing, which was obviously rich, but when you think about the individual skill sets and the structure of the offense with Tutu, Davante, Puka Nacua, who's a player I should name, whose name I should remember, combined with an offensive line that is now back and Matthew Stafford coming back, I can pretty easily and quickly talk myself into this. I don't know how you're feeling about it.
Yeah, Kyron Williams, Tyler Higbee will be healthy next year. So I certainly heard it when Tutu Atwell got $10 million for 1 year. My mentions, not that they're active and working right now, but man, did I hear it. And I have to remind everybody, I have to remind Rams fans, especially, like, this is never vacuum stuff. It's never going to be just one thing. It's always part to whole of what they're looking at, how they view sort of the infrastructure of their offense and their defense. We saw it last year, the way that they paired up Braden Fisk and Jared Fisk. They're thinking about this as well on the offensive side, the combination of the three players and how they can complement each other. So when they signed Tutu, it was like, all right, well, who is the X that they're going to go bring in? Is it going to be the draft? They didn't want to be basically beholden to the draft. They never do. Most smart teams never want to be beholden to the draft. And then Davante Adams is somebody who Sean McVay has been like a huge fan of. How could you not be, for such a long time? He's sort of the perfect Matthew Stafford receiver as well. And he really complements both Puka Nacua and Tutu Atwell quite nicely. So I really like this fit. It reminds me, I said this yesterday, it reminds me of the first half of the Super Bowl when Odell was not like broken.
Yep.
It's totally Sean McVay going back to that, but now they have a better run game, and now they have a better a healthier tight end group right now. And so it's literally him pairing, in this case, it was Cooper Kupp back then. Now it will be Puka Nacua with the quote unquote, the X, the Odell type, who can if you tilt the coverage, you have to tilt the coverage one way or another, and he will be open. One of the two will be open. And if he's not, Tutu down there somewhere, so it's one of those things where I really like how this looks on paper. I think it's a smart decision, and Sean McVay went after him as well.
Jourdan, I'm so glad you said the Odell thing, because I think when we all imagine the Sean McVay offense, it's about the slot guys, right? It's about Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua. In our minds, that's who embodies the offense. But really, the best versions of their offense have been when they have an X. It's when they have a Sammy Watkins. It's when they have a Brandon Cooks. It's when they have an Odell Beckham Jr. who can just run the dig out. And he wasn't necessarily the feature of that offense. It was Kupp, right? But for Adams to come in and be a real deal X receiver, even if he's not quite as much the burner as he was maybe 3 years ago, it's just all of it's perfect. When you have a player as smart as Adams and a quarterback as smart as Stafford, they're going to make some magic. I think it's going to be fantastic.
But I think the fact that he's not the burner he was a few years ago, that's why Tutu is necessary.
Right, that's why Tutu
that's why the Tutu component is necessary, because you need to pull a little bit of stretch in there, and that's what he gives you. Jourdan, to me, it's two different things with Davante. One or three, I guess. True X receiver, right? You give yourself that guy who can play on the line of scrimmage. We know that. But two other things, in my opinion. One, I love what he looks like from the slot on vertical routes. Mm-hmm. Even if he's not playing in the slot in the Rams offense, all the condensed formations and the space that he's allowed to play with because of that is very interesting to me. And then the other part of this is he's such a good red zone player.
Yeah.
And Derek, you're talking about these X's in that offense. They're mostly vertical X's within the offense. Now you have Davante being this really nuanced player who can play when the space gets condensed a little bit. And Puka's not really that kind of guy. You're not going to throw a fade to Puka Nacua.
He's a bully.
So yes. And so all of these pieces fit together just makes so much sense to me. And I do think that Davante still has enough juice to warrant this level of excitement when paired with the rest of this offense.
And sorry for my rudeness, but per league source, Jimmy Garoppolo's back, baby.
Okay.
I heard your reaction, and I knew that's what you were huffing at in real time.
So I was kind of laughing because obviously there was friction between him and Davante in Las Vegas. Sean McVay can heal all things, it seems like. But so that is a little bit of breaking Rams news. But yeah, you're so correct. You guys both. It's great. They're great points because they basically, and this is going to sound really galaxy brain, forgive me, but they basically last year they were stuck in shapes that always unfolded outward, right? Or like they would run the digs with Puka, obviously, and do a lot of things with the motion game. But when you're talking about the condensed formations, when you're talking about the different cut splits that they like to use, and that Sean really wants to get more multiple in doing, like what we saw in flashes during the end of that 2021 season when Odell was healthy, it's almost like they can invert any shape as well now, if that makes sense. Like they can work backwards with the inversion of the space that they're going to use, starting from those formations and then moving outward. But they can also like trip you up mentally by working backwards and looking at it that way, because they can use every piece of the field and also align all of these guys really anywhere they want.
Yeah. There's so much flexibility, which is that's the selling point to me. And now with Tutu, they use Puka in motion so often, but using Tutu is like a little bit of eye candy and having him go in motion as much as he's going to. Like, I understand it's a lot to pay for that skill set, but I think that skill set is such a necessary component based on the other pieces that they have, that I understand paying a little bit of a premium for it when you can bring someone back who knows the offense and there's no guesswork. You know what he is in the broader complexion of who you're trying to be.
I didn't love the Tutu Atwell re-signing, but now with
I was talking directly to you, Derek.
Yeah, I know. I quote tweeted that and I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. But if he can be, this is a little bit analogous to like when Kyle Shanahan had like Taylor Gabriel. Like if that is all Tutu Atwell is going to be in the offense, and now, like you said, Robert, you're paying for the guarantee of knowing exactly who the guy is, I can start to sell myself on why this actually does make sense now.
Well, you're paying $30 million a year for DK Metcalf, so $10 million a year for Tutu Atwell is acceptable to me.
And I think it's similar to, so Sean really wants Tutu Atwell to work, and it's partially Sean's fault that it has not really worked so far. But I'm telling you, he is really fired up about the potential of adding his sort of pure speed, but he has great hands too. I think that's an underrated element of how he plays. Some of the situations and the very limited snaps that he's been in. I mean, he, I think, has been set up in adverse situations at times within the structure of what that offense sort of has had to look like when you have two such very similar players in Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. And also Sean McVay hates substituting, especially in 11, because they like to go tempo and they like to keep your best defenders off the field. And so I think that that's all of those things are factors. Everybody in that building really likes Tutu Atwell. Matthew Stafford really likes throwing to Tutu Atwell for as small framed of a receiver he is. And it took them a year or so. I remember watching at practices, they would just take extra time because he had to figure out like what his catch radius is, because it trips your eyes up seeing someone sort of that diminutive breaking down the field like that. So they worked at it. And I think it's a similar conversation when you're talking about inflation of the cap. Like, I think they see this as 10 million and like go see what this guy could really do when you're not necessarily beholden to all the things you've previously done and stuck with because of the personnel, your top personnel in your offense.
I'm curious, Jourdan, if you have info on this. How is the contract structured? Like, I'm assuming the 10 million isn't hitting the cap this year, right? Are they like spreading it out over multiple years, or is that not happening?
I haven't seen the contract yet. As far as, they don't like to do void years, so as far as I'm aware, it's a cap hit for them this year. If that changes, I will certainly update you. But they don't like to do the void years. They've done it before with Matthew Stafford, and obviously that's turned into like a year-to-year situation over the existing parameters of his contract. But yeah, they usually file those pretty late in the process. So we'll see that contract, I think, in a couple days.
I'd be curious if it was just one void year where you can, he'll count for 6 million against the cap this year, 4 million next year, just to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room. I just feel like we're seeing more and more teams want to do that.
Yeah, and the 10 is guaranteed. So even if it is a 1-2 situation, they were willing to give that to him, which sort of shows, again, they'd like him to be like the 3 in this offense. And I don't think it precludes them from drafting a player either. It's just that I think as of right now, McVay really has this like fixed point in his head of what he wants this to look like.
If you like Matthew Golden or whoever your vertical guy is in the 20s and you still want to draft him, I don't think this prevents you from doing that. I think you should still seek that out. It's just a little bit less guesswork in terms of what the offense will look like this year. Little bit of news that I find so interesting. It sounds like Hufanga is heading to the Broncos. We have no money on that quite yet. Here's why I like this, Derek. I wanted someone on the back half of that defense that was just kind of a chaos machine. right? When you think about the structure of that defense, I just wanted somebody in the middle where they have solid players, right? Like Brandon Jones is like you're just putting him there to like be a person, right? Like that's a lot of what the back half of their defense is. The linebackers the same way, where we want high floor players that allow the rest of this thing to work with all of the chaos we create up front. Hufanga is such a just like chainsaw to drop into this. And so I actually like this when I think about what this team needed from a skill set perspective on the back end. Jourdan, you watched him play in San Francisco when he was healthy. What do you think about this addition to where the Broncos are on defense?
Well, I just love this because they just can control so much more space. I mean, you're turning parts of that defensive backfield into unavoidable areas of destruction, I think. I mean, I think that when you have the corner talent that they have over there, when you can rush the passer, when you can stop the run the way that they have, I just think you're basically controlling the rest of the space that sometimes would have been available. And I think that that's Hufanga is, I like how you called him a chaos machine, because even statistically, I don't have his numbers right in front of me, but he always seems to be near the ball. He always seems to be around the ball. And he, the splash plays that we like to track over at True Media, he just excels in that phase. He is a destructive force. And I think they need, again, a little bit of that to force the ball into the perimeter a little bit more to actually get the ball outside to where they do have corners who can make those plays. And you're basically sort of squeezing all the space the opposing quarterback has to work with into this very little tiny area. And good luck to him. You know?
Derek, I'm going to just play to the crowd here. You know what this reminds me of a little bit? Who did Vance Joseph have in Arizona?
Oh, Buddha.
Right? This is like a Buddha adjacent sort of thing where he understands what a close to the line of scrimmage, chaos heavy safety can be within the broader complexion of a defense. And so I just thought of that, but it kind of makes me like this a little bit more even.
That's why I love it. Vance Joseph is very much the defensive coordinator who wants to throw around sticks of dynamite. Talanoa Hufanga is a stick of dynamite. He can do it at the line of scrimmage. You can like send him off the edge. You can, if they have a tight end on the line, you can just put him in a choke front, put him right over the tight end and be like, you're going to bully this man. You can have him fly out of the roof and he'll drive down on dig routes and stuff like that. Like Hufanga is just very much if he's moving forward, there's an 80% chance something good can happen for you. And that is the exact type of player this defense needed. Like, I think we think of Justin Simmons when he was there as more of a free safety, and he obviously was. Yeah. But Simmons was also really good at coming out of the roof and like playing downhill. And so for them to get a little bit of that back in the defense, even though obviously schematically it's a little bit different now, it's just so good. And especially with the corners they have, the pass rush, like this does feel a little bit like the last piece that they needed to kind of get this defense where they really wanted to go.
I feel like
do we have numbers on Paulson Adebo? Can you drop those in there yet? We don't have numbers yet. Okay.
I feel like with Hufanga too, and you kind of saw this with the way that the Commanders used Frankie Louvu and Jeremy Chin together. Yeah. I mean, obviously Louvu different position-ish, right? But those joker players, if you can find the right one who's the right fit in your sorry guys, in your defense.
They're excited about Hufanga.
Listen, this is live streaming, baby.
Hello.
Let's talk about Paulson Adebo while Jourdan is handling Tucker over there. How are we feeling about this? Because we know that the Giants need another corner, right? We were trying to send them a couple of guys. So Paulson Adebo, as we'll see what the numbers are, but compared to the other guys in this group, whether it's DJ Reed, some of the other players that Traveris Ward, we think would be a little bit more expensive. It did seem like Paulson Adebo as a second contract player, Derek, was potentially a worthwhile gambit for a team. So I'm not surprised to see them seek out somebody that maybe has a little bit longer of a runway than these third contract corners who are on the board.
Sorry, guys.
No, you're okay.
Tucker's very protective of the handyman.
That is the first dog
when the handyman is here.
This is the first dog in the live stream, but I assure you it will not be the last. Either like somebody else's will go off. So
he's like good. Hiding under my legs right now. He's so funny. He's a good dog.
Selfishly with Adebo, I did want him on the Packers. I'm not a Packers fan. It's just that I like the trajectory of the team. I thought that would have made sense for them. But for the Giants, I do think it is a good signing. As far as corners that made sense for them, even though I think Carlton Davis and Charvarius Ward are probably better players, I do think Odeyingbo is probably the right kind of gamble that the Giants needed to make. He's a little bit more of a zone guy, very smart. I think makes sense for a little bit more of their system. Whereas again, Ward and Davis are more, we just want to put hands on you and play man coverage, which if they wanted to change how they were doing things, fine. But Odeyingbo just makes so much sense stylistically for what they wanted. He was probably the best corner in their style that they were going to be able to get in free agency. So I love it.
Jordan, anything else on your mind Rams-wise as you think about what the next couple of days might look like? Do you feel like they've made the bigger moves they're going to make, or is there anything lingering that you have your eye on?
I think they have one more like upper middle move to make. I am sort of working on this right now, and I do think that they're a couple players away on defense from really activating what they want to do, not just, in their secondary. I don't think that's where this player is going to be, but up front too, the one thing that they weren't able to do with that young dynamic group last year is stop the run. They could rush the passer all day long. Poor Sam Darnold, right? But they could not stop the run. I think all but 4 of their games last year, they had 100 plus yards rushing yards allowed. And then a lot of those were coming from like one single rusher. Obviously, everyone remembers the Saquon Barkley games, but this was something they really struggled with all year, starting with that overtime loss to the Lions. So I do know that has been a priority, an aggressive priority in free agency, and also probably will be as well in the draft. So that's something that I'm kind of got my eye out now. Can they get this type of move done with one of those types of players? Maybe not the tier 1, like the Milton Williams of the world, but looking a little bit more at the tier 2, tier 3 guys who can come in and really be dynamic and help unlock Kobe Turner and Braden Fisk a little bit more because they can play that true nose.
2 questions. 1, if I were a team signing Bobby Brown, is that something I should be excited about? Like, why weren't they more motivated to get something done with him? Because it seems like he was the guy in that group that had more of that skill set.
Yeah, he really was their nose. And like, I think, it's hit or miss. He came in with a previous regime and in terms of the position coach. So I don't know if that's a factor.
Gotcha.
Bobby,
Okay.
to me, in the right fit, still has his best football ahead of him. He has all.
I like him a lot. He's 25.
Yeah, he's only 25 years old, and he can be super dynamic. I think that it just sort of like, when he came in with Eric Henderson, he missed some time, had the suspension, had a couple injuries that set him back as well. I almost wonder if they are looking for a more veteran presence. He is.
Gotcha.
He technically, compared to the other players, has more experience, but even beyond that, someone on their second, maybe third deal. That's what I'm wondering if they're maybe looking for more. So I don't know that they wouldn't like to have him back. I think they'd be fine having him back. I just almost wonder if they're testing his market to see how much it could potentially pop, understanding he does have his best football ahead of him, in my opinion.
And you mentioned maybe no secondary moves. I was kind of holding out hope that they might be one of these, let's get a veteran corner and supercharge this thing. You don't see that sort of move coming.
I probably in like May, this is usually when they do that, especially because they're paying Darius Williams. They usually only pay one corner at a time on this team. But in terms of like that multi-year deal, but I could definitely see them doing the thing again. First of all, they have to hit that spot in the draft like badly, because the 2022 guys, other than Kobe Durant, like didn't really work out. And then obviously they just released Trey Tomlinson. They need some height. They need some length. Akella Witherspoon was the perfect late free agency pickup for them. I hear he might have a little bit more of a competitive market this year, so they might not be in necessarily on him as much as they would have been in years past. He had a great season for them last season. But I think that someone like that is perfect for them. Somebody who comes in and basically sets the table for the ascending group of the guys they have to draft. They have to restock that room in a big way, and they have to get some length in there. And I do think they consider Emmanuel Forbes as a draft pick. They're going to still see if there's anything there, right? Aubrey Pleasant believes there's something there, but they are really going to see if there is anything there.
We don't talk about this often enough. And listen, these guys get well compensated. Chris Shula has been friends with Sean for how long? They have a great relationship. If I were the defensive coordinator for the Rams and I looked at the personnel moves every single year, and we're just shelling out money for every offensive player available. We're trying to trade away draft capital to go up for Brock Bowers. We're doing all this stuff to just supercharge the offense every year. We should probably acknowledge that a little bit more often, that if you're the Rams DC these days, you're working on a shoestring budget compared to what a lot of these other teams are pouring into their defense.
For now, got a lot of big contracts coming up here in the next couple of years.
Jourdan, sincerely appreciate the time. It is always good to chat with you. Let's do it let's do it again here soon. Hopefully we'll catch up in the next couple of weeks.
Thanks, guys. Again, sorry about the barking. Tucker is down here looking at me like, so it's hilarious. He's like,
I think that's the whole point of today.
Yes.
Yes. So thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
We got some monster ones that have rolled in here over the last couple minutes. Milton Williams to the Carolina Panthers. Don't have the numbers on that quite yet, even though the move is confirmed per Adam Schefter, according to Beller here in the chat. Not surprised to see this. The Panthers needed to do something to go add a little bit of pop to their defensive front. I wasn't sure if that was going to come on the edge or if that was going to come on the interior. It needed to come from somewhere. This is a team that was more in need of that sort of pass rushing skill set than probably any team in the league. And I actually do think Milton Williams with Derrick Brown, when he comes back, Derek, is probably a nice meshing of skill sets. You got a big nose, you got an undersized penetrator. I like how this fits. I'm assuming they paid a premium to make it happen.
I'm going to assume they did, and I like it. Like you said, Milton Williams, obviously, you're just paying for a ton of pass rush. They needed juice. Derrick Brown, even though he is more of a nose, more of a bigger body, he is still a pretty good pass rusher. Like, he is still an explosive piece on the interior for them. And then they still have Jadeveon Clowney on the edge, and like, that's not, some ace off the edge. But now if you're juicing up the pass rush a little bit with a guy like Milton Williams, you're probably going to get a little bit more value out of a guy like Jadeveon Clowney, who can crush the pocket and make sure quarterbacks are corralled to let Milton Williams hit the two-way go on a guard and just beat somebody. So I really like this. This, again, like you said, they probably are going to end up spending an unholy amount of money to have done this, but this is a defense that is in a position where the only way to fix this is to probably spend an unholy amount of money on a couple of players. And for them to get who is, in some people's estimation, at the very least, a top 5, free agent probably left at this point, I'm totally fine with it, especially because you spent a lot of money to fix the other side of the trenches last year, right? Like fixing the guard spots. You hope, Ike Ekwonu takes a step at left tackle. So for them to go spend money on this side of the trenches, totally cool with it.
Speaking of an obscene amount of money, Dan Moore to the Tennessee Titans, 4 years, $82 million with $50 million guaranteed.
Okay, so you were right. His market was a little bit more competitive than it seemed like it might be going in.
These players do not hit free agency, right? They just do not hit free agency. Starting caliber left tackles. And listen, I know that it has been a ride with Dan Moore in Pittsburgh. The reason they needed to draft Broderick Jones and Troy Fontenot was because Dan Moore didn't work out for them. But Dan Moore this year got to a place where he was playing very capable left tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is a floor position. If you can get workable play at that spot, it changes so much for your offense. This is a huge premium, but look at what Alaric Jackson got. Alaric Jackson got $19.3 million a year. The Ronnie Stanley deal looks really good in comparison here when you're putting it up next to the Dan Moore deal, but Ronnie Stanley has an injury history. Ronnie Stanley is also a lot older. With Dan Moore, I mean, you're looking at, sorry, let me get to the right number here. I think Dan Moore's only 26 years old. So it's a huge premium to pay. But when you're a team like Tennessee that really needed to fix this, now you can pop J.C. Latham over to the right side, which is where he probably should be playing anyway. You just need a right guard as part of this equation. You're paying a premium, but these are the premiums that you pay in free agency, especially for guys at that position. There just really aren't a lot of guys at that spot who hit the market. And so I think this does make sense.
And it, in a way, does fix 2 spots, because obviously you move Latham to the right side, and he's going to be significantly better than what they have been putting there for the last handful of years. But also Dan Moore, purely as a pass protector, is better than what we saw from Latham last year. And Latham will probably take a step. He's a young player. He's unbelievably talented. But in a way, I think this solves a couple of problems for them. So that is maybe why this signing maybe made a little bit more sense for them. Like, I think if there were a team that only needed a left tackle and you were only getting the value out of Dan Moore, purely at left tackle, this feels like a lot of money. But the fact that for Tennessee, you can now move your first round pick from last year back over to his natural position, you solve 2 problems at a time in a way. It does make a lot more sense for them than it might have for some other teams.
If you're looking at the market, right? Like Garrett Bowles, the extension he signed last year was 20.5. Jake Matthews' contract he signed this weekend, 22.5. The Alaric Jackson contract is 19. Cam Robinson, when he signed his contract in 2022, was $18 million a year. This is what the premium is in free agency. Like it's not on paper, it's not great. But when you look at the rest of the market and the needs that they had, I can understand wanting to go this route. Again, because what you can do with Latham, that's also part of this conversation. A couple more things here. Your boy, Carlton Davis, to the New England Patriots. 3
Oh
years,
my God.
$60 million for Carlton Davis.
This is beautiful. So this is like the best consolation prize I could have gotten for what I really wanted, obviously, was Travis Hunter in New England with those style of corners. But signing Carlton Davis is the next best option we could have got here. We have Christian Gonzalez, who is like 6'2", long as hell, and just incredibly fluid for that size. Carlton Davis is all the same stuff. And now you're bringing in a real veteran into that cornerback room. Not that Christian Gonzalez necessarily needs it. He's already like a top 5-6 corner, but to now pair him with a guy like Carlton Davis, who himself is a true number 1 corner. I mean, this is pretty instantly assuming Carlton Davis comes back relatively healthy, this is pretty instantly one of the best outside cornerback duos in the league. It lets you play really aggressive man coverage, which not a lot of teams do it because it's very hard to do. And not a lot of teams can sign the right guys and draft the right guys. When you have a Christian Gonzalez and a Carlton Davis, you can get away with playing 45% man coverage if you really want to. So they are building in a way that makes defense very fun to watch, where it's just, there's no gimmicks about man coverage, right? It's I'm better than you football. And that is, they went and signed the I'm better than you player. So I absolutely love this.
I'm trying to find contract numbers here because I'm not going to name names, but certain sites are being very, very slow. I'm trying to figure out where the Carlton Davis number fits in the broader market here. So
Beller just said 3 for 60.
So I'm just looking at other contracts.
For other, okay.
So for right now, it comes in just below the AJ Terrell contract from last year, which, listen, it's a pretty rich deal. I mean, the best comparison that I would make, and I think this is a good thing to look at, when you look at age, right? Carlton Davis is 28. L'Jarius Sneed signed a 4-year, $76 million deal last year after getting traded to the Titans. So that comes in at $19 million. If you look at percentage of the cap, the Carlton Davis deal comes in just below what L'Jarius Sneed got last year. Davis is a year older, but with the knee issue with Sneed, you can probably just tack on a little bit of age there. So I think with the way the veteran market has unfolded over the last couple of years, it's probably in line with that. And good for Carlton Davis, man. He said it last week, like, I'm taking no discounts. I want to get paid here. And he got paid by a team that had a lot of money to burn.
Yes, he should not have taken a discount. He was the best corner on the market. And the other thing with Davis, even compared to Sneed, and Sneed was obviously coming off an incredible year when he got traded. Sneed had only really been good for like 2 years. Carlton Davis has been good for a very long time. Like, it pretty much the day he stepped in as a rookie for Tampa Bay, he's been very, very good. Ben Solak always makes the joke that he'd be the best cornerback in the league if he could catch the football. Like, he does everything else at an incredibly high level. And so he's just, again, to pair him with a guy like Christian Gonzalez, this is just a lights out move. This is both from just today's stuff that has happened and stuff that's happened the last week and a half of re-signing some of the trades. This is maybe one of my favorite moves that has happened the entire time. This is awesome.
What do you think of the Patriots weekend overall? Going to get Harold Landry on what to me feels like a pretty steep price considering where Harold Landry is at this point in his career. And they also signed Robert Spillane, which I kind of like the Spillane thing. I've always liked Spillane for what he is. But as you look at the totality of moves on defense for the Patriots over the last 72 hours, how do you kind of square it all?
So the Landry one, he did not play very well last year, and he has kind of been tapering off for a couple of years now. There is part of me that wonders if he just did not mesh with the new coaching staff, and like there's something about Vrabel that he's very tapped into, like how Landry is going to fit with the team. And I think it's understandable that Vrabel wanted to go get a former guy from his team to like help set the culture a little bit. I do think that this was a pretty hefty price to go do that, but whatever. There are certain parts of it that I understand. Spillane is interesting because I actually think there's a lot of overlap with him and Bentley. But I guess that's fine in the sense that like New England has kind of always lean towards linebackers who are a little bit less coverage oriented and a little bit more, we're just going to hit you and we're going to play coverage, in different ways. And especially now if they're going to go sign Carlton Davis after already having Christian Gonzalez, they're probably not going to play as much zone as other teams anyway. It's going to be a lot more man, and they're probably going to send more blitzes and stuff. So I like Spillane as doubling down on the headhunters at linebacker. Like Landry, I probably don't love, but the other moves I think do make sense for how they want to put together the defense.
Yeah, I think that the Landry move is definitely it's probably an overpay if you're looking at it in a vacuum, but it's a familiar player. Like I think there's a culture element to it when you're Vrabel. It's like bringing in a guy that you're paying a premium to do it. I like the Spillane thing though. I think adding that skill set, that mindset, that feel to the defense combined with Carlton Davis, I'm totally on board with that. Beller, what do we think about firing the Michael-Shawn conversation right now before we get to Conor Orr? Is that something you think we can do?
That is absolutely something we can do. Actually, let's keep rolling. Let me get it up here, and then we'll get it up.
So as a reminder, we had this conversation with Michael-Shawn yesterday. We hit 45 minutes of the Geno contract, the DK trade. We just didn't feel like it was right to release it after everything that happened yesterday and drop it in your podcast feed. Just kind of be like, what are we doing here? Like Devontae Adams signed with the Rams and DK got traded to the Steelers. We're not going to react to any of that stuff. But I wanted you guys to hear Michael-Shawn's viewpoint on what this means for the Seahawks and where they are at this stage, what kind of signal that it sends. Obviously, he knows that franchise incredibly well. And so, all right, so upload's not working right now. We'll hit it a little bit later today when we have more of a break. Let's continue to hit some of this stuff as it rolls in. Actually, let's get to some of the things we haven't been able to talk about quite yet that happened over the last couple of days. I want to talk about, speaking of Robert Spillane, where we're at with the linebacker re-signings over the last day or so, Derek. This is your chance to cook here. You wanted Ernest Jones back in Seattle. You got Ernest Jones back in Seattle. 3 years, $33 million, 15 guaranteed. A pretty good deal considering a pretty good deal for Seattle, considering where the rest of the off-ball linebacker market went to. What do you think about Ernest Jones heading back to the Seahawks?
Yeah, I love this, and for a handful of reasons. Like we saw how transformative he was for the defense. If you just watch it and didn't talk to any players or anything, didn't talk to the coaches, you just watched the defense, you could feel the run defense was better. In coverage, they were allowed to do more. But then you talk or you hear interviews of any other Seahawks player, and they were just like, oh man, everything changed when we got Ernest Jones. And so I think it makes sense for them to have kept him around just as a very good culture setter. I think that is very obviously a guy they wanted to keep. He did slow down a little bit at the end of the year, and I think the thing with him is always going to be the knee issues, which is why I think he got less money than a lot of the other linebackers. I actually did Michael-Shawn's show a week ago, and I was like, you look at some of the other top linebacker, pay, and they're getting 15-ish million, 16-ish million, 17. And I was like, he probably deserves that on merit, but because of the knee issue stuff, I would not be surprised if he came in closer to 10 million. He ends up signing 11 million a year. So I think this actually makes sense for both sides. And it probably made sense for Ernest Jones not to test the market with some of the knee issue stuff. There might have been teams who just weren't comfortable with a lot of that stuff. Seattle, that they want you. So I just think for both sides, this just made a ton of sense.
All right, we're going to hit the rest of the linebacker signings over the course of the day. We're going to talk about Nick Bolton going back to the Chiefs, Jamie and Sherwood going back to the Jets, but we're going to use this moment to take a quick break before we hit a series of guests. We'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, we're back. We're trying to get these things spread out with these little videos that don't seem to be uploading. We are at the mercy of the StreamYard mechanics here, unfortunately, but hopefully we'll get that stuff smoothed out as the day rolls on. Speaking of the day rolling on, it is time to welcome our good friend from Sports Illustrated and the MMQB. It's Conor Orr. Conor, how you feeling today, my friend?
What's up? I'm literally an hour and 20 minutes off of paternity leave. So I am like, I'm feeling, I'm on fire right now. This is great.
Attaboy. I love to hear that. Let's talk about the day. Anything that jumps out to you immediately, like the first signing that comes to mind when you're thinking about how the last 90 minutes or so has felt.
Is it going to get you excited, or is it going to hurt you in some way that I'm going to say that I think the Bears are doing a really good job? And I think that getting a center who's going to be able to take a lot of things off of Caleb Williams' plate is probably one of the most important things that they had to do, and is super underrated in terms of all this flood of news. Like, just uncomplicating him. We've seen how fabulous he can be when he just plays on schedule and doesn't have to worry about or think about anything else. And I think getting a smart guy to play center and figure all that stuff out is critical.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. And again, you look at the system in general and like what the Falcons asked him to do before the snap, what that offense asked you to do. Having a veteran center to add to this is pretty excellent. So I understand that. They've paid a lot. Like, none of these is coming at a discount. They have paid the sticker price for all of these guys, including draft picks, but it looks a lot better today than it did a week ago. I'll tell you that right now.
And if you're Ben Johnson, I mean, like, everyone's saying, oh, he's trying to recreate the Lions. It's impossible. You can't,
of course,
you cannot bring in that amount of tonnage in an off season. It's just not possible. But what I do think he's doing is sort of in the aggregate, right? You're getting intelligent players, guys who are at least going to keep bodies out of the backfield. And ultimately, that's what you're trying to do. You're not going to be able to run over the Lions. You're not going to ever be able to recreate the Lions. And I think that he's doing it a different way, which is encouraging to me.
The one big signing we did not hit, Conor, over the last half hour or so is Jourdan Lewis going to the Jags on a pretty big deal. I'm not sure we have the Jourdan Lewis numbers in front of us. I think they have been reported, though. 3 for 30 with like $20-ish million guaranteed for Jourdan Lewis going to Jacksonville. Derek, where do you sit with this? You're muted, I think.
I am. I needed to.
Attaboy.
Is he going to play the nickel for them or play outside would be my question.
I mean, it seems like I hope he would play the nickel for them based on his history.
I mean, it is better than what they had last year. I still wanted for Jacksonville for them to spend the money on an outside cornerback, because I think, for as important to me as the nickel position is, I'm a little bit more of the belief that, like, if you don't have one of the 8 to 10 like actual needle mover types, like a Teron Johnson, Kyle Hamilton, whatever, one of those guys, I think it's a little bit easier to just like have a guy than to me it is to just like have a guy on the outside. And so I'm not quite sure Jourdan Lewis is to me in that tier of nickel cornerback. So I think it's probably a little bit more money than I would have paid, but they needed to do literally anything in the secondary. So it's hard to fault them that much for trying this.
I thought too. I mean, I'm still waiting for the moves up front. I mean, they to me just seem so overmatched at the line of scrimmage last year. And I remember talking to people down there at the time, and it was just like they don't have an option. They don't have anybody there that's going to set the tone. And whatever. Milton Williams goes to the Panthers. Is that a guy that maybe you could have allocated those funds toward? And Derek, to your point, you just get a guy at the nickel spot. I don't know, but it's a different staff now, and maybe they feel like they can work it in a different way. But man, this team needs some heft.
The different staff thing I think is important to point out, because Jerry and Jones, who they drafted in the 3rd round last year, he was their slot corner last year. He played almost all of his time in the slot. So now what do you do with him? Is this something where he's kind of the odd man out here? Are you remaking it to that degree? You know, what they're going to do on the interior of the offensive and defensive lines, I think is absolutely something that's worth paying attention to. Conor, I wanted your thoughts on the, if they're not confirmed, then the rumblings we've had with the veteran quarterbacks at this point. The idea of Russell Wilson potentially going to the Giants, what do we think about this as a final gambit to potentially salvage this thing for Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll, if it does happen?
I mean, this is like, they say like plan A, B, and C. Like this is beyond plan Z. This is like you're getting into the Greek alphabet at this point. You're like on plan beta, but and if remember when we watched last year Art Smith's head explode live on television when Russell Wilson would do something, Brian Dable might physically injure him during a game. Like this could be like a Tanya Harding situation, and that's something that we all have to kind of keep our eye out for. But I Russell Wilson doesn't do what Brian Dable needs him to do. This is not a match. They're not a pair. But he can handle the market, I guess. But again, it's like the Giants, you did this thing where you wanted one more Band-Aid year for the coaching staff to give him that time, to give him the quarterback and all that. But this is not a fair situation. This is no better than Daniel Jones. If I were Brian Dable, I'd probably honestly want Daniel Jones back instead of Russell Wilson at this point, a healthy Daniel Jones.
What this says to me is if it does end up being Russell Wilson, I don't know how you can go into the season with Russell Wilson and a 3rd round pick at quarterback if you're John Marin, if you're this group. Like it feels like there has to be increased urgency to figure this thing out in the top 5 if you end up going the Russell Wilson direction. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, but it just seems like that's going to be a really tough sell if they settle on Russell Wilson and Will Howard at like 97th overall.
Yeah, this is not how I thought that they would see the dominoes falling. And I'm of the mind too. Why aren't we hearing them more connected with Kirk Cousins at this point? Like, I think that would be a better option. I don't know. I think Kirk Cousins would fit better with Brian Dable. But I don't know. I mean, I honestly think that was probably why we saw the Rams pay a little bit of a premium for Jimmy Garoppolo, because that was my kind of, if the floor collapses underneath the Giants, that's your salvage guy, right? So I don't know. I mean, it's getting dark very quickly in East Rutherford.
I cannot imagine Russell Wilson on that team, like
right?
behind that offensive line. Like the system doesn't make sense. And what's actually funny about that, from Dable's perspective, Russ makes no sense because ideally Russ is an under center. He just wants to take his deep shots. You kind of have to control the way that the offense runs. But from Russell Wilson's perspective, I think he thinks the Dable offense is good because when we've seen the Dable offense, I think work at its best, whether it's in New York or in Buffalo, it's been a little bit more spread out. It's been a lot of like RPOs. It's been a lot of movement and stuff like that. Russell Wilson, I think, thinks that he's that kind of quarterback, but he hasn't been for like a very long time. And so there's part of me that Russ probably thinks that this is a good landing spot for him. If I'm the Giants, I do not think that this is a quarterback I would want to bring in.
Literally why everything collapsed in Denver. Like he arrived there thinking, I am going to be Tom Brady now. I'm going to be a quick strike quarterback. I'm going to get rid of the ball. And then the first snap against the Seahawks in that primetime game was like, oh shit, I don't know how to do this. Still can't do it. To the point where my head coach opted to kick a 65-yard field goal at the end of a game instead of put me in the game. And that's where we're at. Like now, I'll take this back because Russell Wilson over the first 4 or 5 weeks, I ended up doing the math, was running at a much higher rate than he was in Denver because at that time with the Broncos didn't want to put his body on the line at all, right? And so I kept thinking to myself, okay, maybe he's going to rebrand as sort of an end of career tough guy. And if Russell Wilson wants to leave the pocket and just pick up first downs at a heavier rate, you leave the pocket 9-10 times a game and pick up first downs, he might be able to work for Brian Dable because he can play off that mobility. But Russ doesn't want to do that. He's never wanted to do that. That's why we're here in the first place.
I think that this is always something that happens with guys who are Hall of Fame caliber players who've had storied careers, and we get to this point in their career. And with Russ specifically, I think Russ sees himself as something that he just isn't at this point. And I think working through that is a difficulty for any coaching staff. And I think that's why there are people in Pittsburgh last year that were like, I would rather just work with Justin. Like Justin's just easier to work with. He's more malleable at this point in his career. And so I just think that what's coming with the Russell Wilson move is a lot more complicated than even Russell Wilson's limitations as a quarterback at this point.
Yeah. I don't know how, if you're the Giants, I don't know how you let it get to this point where what was your thought process when Tom Brady and Matt Stafford are at this ski community together. Like, did you think somehow we're going to get a leg up on him and Sean McVay and get this guy over here? And if not, we let every other domino fall to the point where this is where we've landed in free agency. I mean, that to me is the stunning part, right? It's like, if you're Joe Schoen, like, how did you build this house of cards to allow yourself to be put in this position?
They're really kind of forcing themselves into the corner, like back themselves into the corner where if they don't trade up for Shedeur Sanders or just get lucky enough to have him fall, whatever it is, like, I don't know what they're going to do. But also Shedeur Sanders as a rookie doesn't make sense for the rest of their timeline.
No.
But he's also probably a better option than like Aaron Rodgers. Like, they're probably the worst position quarterback wise among every team in the NFL right now.
Well, unless they can make a play for the number 1 pick, right? Unless the Browns either
right.
don't want Cam Ward or unless the Titans don't want Cam Ward, and that can be your answer here. Again, I just feel like the Russell Wilson thing to me signals a need for an increased urgency in the top 5. Let's get Danny Parkins in here and see what he thinks about this. Danny, how are you feeling about the Russell Wilson smoke with the New York Giants?
Good luck to all involved. The Giants are in a terrible spot. What's up, guys? Thank you for letting me be a part of this. But yeah, I mean, listen, I said when the Aaron Rodgers New York Giants like smoke-ish, the adjacent smoke was happening, I was like, if I was Aaron Rodgers, I'd rather retire than and go play for the Giants.
Yes.
Because like Rodgers didn't strike me as a guy who was going to just chase every win, every touchdown, every yard. Like, he wants to be playing meaningful football, which he could talk himself into with the Jets, that a ton of people bought with the Jets. And there was like, I disagreed with it, but there was like a reasonable case to be made there. I think there's a reasonable case to be made that Aaron Rodgers can play meaningful football in Pittsburgh. There's not a reasonable case that he can play seriously meaningful football with the New York Giants. That was my Rodgers analysis. And so I don't think Russell Wilson's going to retire because he's not as secure legacy-wise as Rodgers is. So I get why like some job would be better than no job for Russell Wilson, but it's a bottom 3 job in the NFL in terms of starting quarterback. So I think that would ultimately lead to dysfunction and disappointment. And yeah, if I was the Giants, I would be more interested in taking your swing at Cam Ward and getting up to 1, like if such a deal is actually on the table.
And Russell's putting himself in ostensibly the same version of a situation that he had himself in last year, where the second that he struggles, everyone's going to not want him there anymore. And they're just going to want to see Cam Ward. The Giants, I mean, again, everyone, historically they waited 6 weeks to pull the plug on Kurt Warner for Eli Manning. And that was the last real timeline example that we'd had of them kind of doing one of these changeover scenarios. But we really think that Cam Ward's going to sit on the bench for that long. If you're Russell Wilson, if the team is 0-4, Brian Daboll's got to save his job. You're going to play. Yeah. You're going to play week 5.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, and how's he going to handle that? Right? Like him waiting and knowing he was going to get a chance when Justin Fields probably petered out. That's a different situation than your seat being the one that's hot 3 weeks into the season with a rookie quarterback sitting there. Derek, we got one for you here. I wanted to throw this out in real time because I know you'll be excited. Morgan Moses, 3 years, $24 million, worth up to $28 million with the New England Patriots. So not, Morgan Moses is 34 years old, but getting somebody with a pulse to be in front of Drake May, I think is something that Derek can easily get excited about over here.
Getting not disaster level tackle play in front of Drake May is fantastic. They had the worst tackle duo in the league last year, and I don't even know.
By the way, by far.
Yes,
not
it was
even
not
a conversation. Close. When you're looking at their depth chart, we did this exercise last week when we were thinking about potential Dan Moore landing spots and what the left tackle market might look like. And obviously Tennessee did something interesting by moving JC Latham over. But if you look at tackle spots in the league, a lot of teams have at least a plan at those spots. The Patriots was just the most ridiculous wilderness you can imagine when you compare it to the state of other NFL teams with their tackle play.
It was disastrously bad. And I think the interior was okay, but it's just that the tackles were so bad that it just completely threw everything in a wreck, and especially the left tackle spot. So Morgan Moses doesn't change that, but now they do have the flexibility, whether it's in the draft or if they think they can, if somebody's on the trade market at left tackle, if there's another free agent, now they have whatever resources they have left, and boy, do they have a lot of them this offseason. They can go throw all of that at the left tackle and solve that spot. And now the offensive line's not that bad. Like if they, let's say they draft Will Campbell, just for the sake of the argument. So they have a new left tackle. Cole Strange at left guard coming off injury should be fine. David Andrews at centers is solid. Onwenu or
you could
Leighton
draft
Robinson,
a guy in the middle rounds there as a potential succession plan to Andrews too.
Exactly. And then Onwenu or Leighton Robinson at right guard is a mauler, even though pass protection might be up and down. And then Morgan Moses is a step above what they had last year. It's not a good offensive line, but it's not the worst.
Yeah, this is a step in the right direction. Competency is what matters here when you're trying to fix the offensive line. And Morgan Moses, if nothing else, is competent at right tackle.
The best part about all this is there's going to be, I mean, like we alluded to when I first jumped on, there's going to be 8 teams trying to become the Lions this offseason. And the team that's going to do it is Mike Vrabel with like freaking Morgan Moses. Like they're going to be a nasty team next year, and they're going to spend like $11 million, whereas everybody else is just going to be hurling money into a vacuum and not succeeding.
Who's Drake May going to throw to?
Doesn't matter. You're going to run the ball 60 times a game.
Big question.
You're going to run the ball 60 times a game.
Boring. He's got it's like Herbert has this like howitzer of an arm, and I know he won in the passer rating and all of that, but I was like, come on, Harbaugh, unleash Herbert a little bit more. He's got to pass a little bit more for me to fully sign off on that plan. Drake May's too talented to run the ball 60 times. I don't like it.
So, right, Danny, here's what I would present to you. What do we think about sending a 3rd round pick to Pittsburgh for George Pickens if you're the New England Patriots?
No.
Well, I can think of easier things for Drake May to need to deal with.
Yeah.
You know, like you
don't think Pickens is a Vrabel guy?
Right.
This is exactly what we were talking about at the top. And that, like, yeah, the skill set itself makes sense if you're a wide receiver needy team. But
Definitely.
The percentage chance that Mike Vrabel is going to welcome George Pickens into the building as one of his first 5 moves feels a little bit remote.
Right after Robert Spillane, like the ultimate glue guy. It's just like, let's continue this tone-setting offseason with George Pickens.
Yeah, feels unlikely. Though, listen, in fairness, like in Chicago pre-draft that year, I was like, bring me George Pickens. Like, I wanted Jalen Carter. Like, I'm definitely like a talent over character guy. People are like, oh, Jaquan Brisker was a captain. I'm like, I don't know. George Pickens can jump over 3 people and catch the ball. So I'm like, why do we pay coaches if we can't have questionable character guys on a team? But it does feel maybe a smidge early for the Patriots to make the George Pickens move.
I think that's totally fair. And again, I think the guy that Derek, you and I were trying to throw on there with the available receivers in free agency, like dropping DeAndre Hopkins into that offense just as like a capable NFL player. He's got some familiarity with Vrabel. Like that one does make a little bit of sense to me if you strike out on some of the younger options.
Yeah, I like it. And again, it's just Hopkins is not what he was 3 years ago, but if we can just get a guy who is going to stand on the first down marker and Drake May can just throw 60 miles an hour straight into his face, that's fine. That's all we need. They didn't have that last year. So if we can just get that, we're at least above where we were last year.
I mean, listen, I would have liked to have seen anything from DeAndre Hopkins in Kansas City. It was not good. He was not running the correct routes often, from what I heard. Like, talented football player, all-time player, but not exactly the greatest attention to detail, it seemed, which was surprising. So, yeah, best of luck to you if that's the plan too.
I think the one thing you could talk yourself into with Hopkins is that he was hurt at the end of last year. And that may just be something you're dealing with for the rest of time. I mean, he's at the stage in his career and has enough of a history where he's just going to be hurt the whole time. You mentioned the Lions, Connor, and teams trying to pick up on what the Lions are trying to build in Detroit in their new spots. Big move for the Lions. A little bit surprising. I thought that they were going to try to go with a succession plan here and get a little bit cheaper at the position. Instead, they take a huge swing. DJ Reed to the Detroit Lions, 3 years, $48 million with $32 million guaranteed. So they let Carlton Davis walk. They elect to get a little bit younger with DJ Reed. Derek, I'll let you take the first swing at this as you are a known Detroit Lions defense lover and a Carlton Davis fan. What do you think about the swapping out of Carlton Davis for DJ Reed here?
Yeah, I would have just paid the premium to keep Carlton Davis because I think what is that, $4 more million a year? I would have rather just had Carlton Davis for $4 more million a year, especially because you know him. I guess maybe they're more familiar with his injury stuff, so maybe they didn't want that. He is getting a little bit older.
Sure.
DJ Reed, as far as like if they wanted to save a few $1,000,000 though and still get a corner who is of relatively the same quality, this was their best bet. I mean, it was going to be this, or Ward will probably actually come in at probably closer to Carlton Davis's number, so this was probably their best bet. I do think that this puts a lot more stress on Terry and Arnold now, because Carlton Davis, or if it had been Charvarius Ward that they signed, those are true number one cornerbacks. They can follow guys, they can play on your best receiver, all that stuff. DJ Reed is a good player. I'm not sure he is that caliber of player. So it's really putting the onus on Terry and Arnold to step up to be that guy and stop grabbing everyone's jerseys every other play. And I love Terry and Arnold. I'm not sure the grabbing is going to stop. So it's just, it feels like they're making a little bit of a bet on Arnold, which we'll see how that goes.
I think it's a depth play. Like, it's an acknowledgement that like we have built something that's very incredible and unlike anything else, but we have seen that we cannot ask players to play like this all season and not expect half the roster to get completely decimated. And I think it's less about fit in the moment, because if you looked at the way that Dan Campbell handled the offseason last year, he's just like, I got a bunch of guys and we're going to practice. And then, September 8, we're going to figure our shit out, and we're going to see where everybody lines up. I think that's the attitude here, but it's like, I need way more people to be able to do this, because the way that we play is exhausting and we wiped out half of our roster by the end of last season.
And you still have Rakestraw for depth. My question was, are they going to try to save a little bit in the veteran pool and let Rakestraw be the starter opposite Arnold? You go super cheap at corner because you've drafted those guys, but keeping him as a depth piece because they've had to cycle through so many guys, that does make sense to me. Connor, before we let you out of here, anything else what's on your mind over the rest of the day? Like, which domino are you paying the most attention to for the stuff that has not happened so far yet?
I mean, give me Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh, please, God. Like that's like, I mean, are we kidding? Like, this is going to be the absolute best part of, and I get excited at this time of year. Like I said, I came on fired up about a Bears signing a center like Robert Spillane. I was like very excited about, and in that granular stuff, I mean, that's where you win games. But the stuff where it just completely changes the course of the offseason, that's what gets me fired up. And I need Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin in the same building on a consistent basis, picking each other's brains and existing in that realm together. So that's why I'm lighting the prayer candles when I go upstairs for. So
we're going to let you start your paternity leave here in a little bit. So thank you very much for joining us. Sincerely appreciate the time. You're the best. We'll talk to you soon.
See you guys.
Yep.
Danny, I was waiting to ask you this while we were alone, before Connor was gone, because I want to just I didn't want any rationality associated with this conversation. How are we feeling about the Bears right now?
I mean, the only question is 12 or 14 wins, really, at this point. You know what I mean? Which double-digit number are they going to land on is really the only question. And yeah, get Connor and his rational thoughts out of here. But I mean,
he was the one that was coming on here crowing about the Drew Dahlman signing. So I actually feel like
that's the first thing he said.
Maybe we could have kept him in the room for this, but this is a safe space now.
Well, I mean, listen, Robert, I'm workshopping this theory. The Chiefs had a serious problem at left tackle, and their quarterback got hit way too much. And then Joe Thuney just kind of slid out to left tackle and solved the problem, at least temporarily. And they went all the way to the Super Bowl. I'm thinking maybe, just maybe, history repeating itself, because Braxton Jones, not great, but left guard to right tackle, feel pretty good about it. And listen, I actually don't think Braxton Jones is a terrible football player. And from where they drafted him, it's one of Ryan Poles' big wins. But I think the most fascinating thing about how they addressed it was basically, we're not interested in your free agency. We will trade for your contracts and give you nothing draft picks and use our cap space that way. Jonah Jackson, expensive, coming off an injury, but Ben Johnson knows him and obviously not an old player. Then Thuney, an older player, but Poles knows him, trade a nothing draft pick for him, absorb the money. Dahlman, more of a straight, obviously just pay him. So do they need to upgrade at left tackle, or are they now completely free with the 10th pick in the draft and the 2 second-rounders? It feels like all of a sudden the Bears, with their approaches to the trades, more so than the Dahlman signing, have just given themselves maximum flexibility to go back to the straight best player available thing, because I do think Ryan Poles really likes Braxton Jones at left tackle. Like if he wants to upgrade and he likes Will Campbell or whomever at 10, great. But I think edge rusher is in play. I think offensive line is in play. Pretty much anything now can be, obviously they lost Keenan Allen. I don't think they'll go receiver again. Tight end in theory in play. So I just think that what they did is they raised their floor. They gave themselves a ton of stability. They obviously addressed their biggest weakness, but spinning it forward immediately, it's that now I have no idea what they're going to do with their 3 premium draft picks come April.
You could make a solid argument, in my opinion, that they could approach this in a similar way to what the Jets did last year, where even with Tyron Smith, this does not preclude us from taking a left tackle because we want the depth. And if you think about how important that depth is, Braxton Jones is entering the final year of his contract. If you look at what Alaric Jackson and Dan Moore just got, do you have the appetite to give Braxton Jones that sort of deal as a, let's call it what it is? That is the tier for capable left tackles now if they're going to hit the market. If you don't want to pay him that, are you still willing to draft a Will Campbell at 10 if he's still there, or whatever offensive lineman you like, have him sit on the bench? Maybe he's interior depth this year if one of your older guys gets hurt, Jonah Jackson misses time, and then you have him in the hopper if you want to let Braxton Jones walk next year and he becomes your left tackle. That's not the maximum. It's not the way to maximize your resources for 2025, right? Because you still need another edge rusher opposite Montez Sweat. But as a long-term play, I actually think that mindset works if you like the guys who are available for you on the offensive line at 10.
And I mean, we all know at some point either somebody's going to miss out on the left tackle carousel at some point in this offseason, or we're going to have a situation last year like with the Vikings where Christian Darrisaw gets hurt, but the Vikings still think that they can go to the NFC Championship game. So if the Bears do end up in a situation where Will Campbell falls, or maybe they want to flip Darnell Wright to left tackle and draft Armand Membu, whatever it is to fix the left tackle spot, then they have Braxton Jones to trade before the deadline if they really want to, because again, he's going into the last year of his deal. I think now that, kind of like Danny said, the fact that they have freedom to just take the best player, if it happens to be Will Campbell, I think that is more often than not where you see good draft picks happen, where a team just has license to do whatever it is that they want.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just frees them up. They can trade down if they want. They won't trade up, and it'll be best player at either left tackle or I would say D line. Because an edge rusher a bigger need than interior, and they've obviously used, with Dexter and Pickens, some pretty high draft picks on the interior of the D line. But best player available on either line feels like what happens at 10. And man, you guys know the numbers. Caleb got sacked at a David Carr level, right? It's supposed to ruin guys' careers how much he was pressured and hit. And he was, depending on your scale, somewhere from good to pretty good in terms of what he showed, despite a play caller getting fired, a head coach getting fired, and running for his damn life. So they stabilized it, at a minimum. So we should be able to get a fair evaluation of him this year, which is massive.
The last thing I'll say about the Bears, I might as well just trot this out now because we haven't really talked about it in these terms. Coming away from the combine did nothing to temper my excitement about the Ben Johnson regime. And this is for a few different reasons. One, just the X's and O's stuff and just hearing about some of the discussions they've had with the staff and the way they want to structure the offense and the game planning process, all of that. I think delegation was always going to be an interesting question for him as somebody who was very central to the process in Detroit. And when you get more stuff put on your plate, what does everything look like? And so I think that he has the right mindset when it comes to what he's going to let the rest of the staff handle and what he needs to kind of put on their plates and keep on his own. But the thing that really got me excited about him is in terms of where his mindset is right now. He sought out guys who've coached quarterbacks that maybe have a similar mindset and approach to something like Caleb Williams has, where maybe he's not somebody who's going to be doesn't matter what sort of guardrails you put on me. I'm going to work. I'm going to study all of that stuff. Some of these younger guys, you have to kind of spoon feed it to them a little bit, where it's listen, this is how we want to coach you. This is the incentives. This is just how we want to approach the position. And the fact that he was thinking about it with that level of granularity and specificity, where it's this isn't all X's and O's and guru shit. This is how can I make sure I'm connecting with this guy on the level I need to connect with him. Even hearing something like that and knowing that's where his priorities are right now, I'm that's what we want to hear. Like that's the type of stuff that can get you really excited about what this is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was like a lot of people, campaigning for Ben Johnson. We had him on the show. I was impressed. I obviously know quite a few people within the Bears, both players and organizationally. They've all been really impressed. Matt Nagy did say that he's not going to just bring in his system and he's going to bend it, to the patrol. And so like all coaches say they're going to, it's not just like you're going to plug a player into my system. I'm going to build my system around the player. But Ben Johnson seems to mean it, I think, to your point. And I don't remember, Mays, if you and I talked about this or if it was different context. So I apologize if I'm repeating myself. But like there was that criticism that started to go around of Ben Johnson before he got hired where people were like, I don't think that's a good fit for Caleb in like a Ben Johnson system because he's different than Jared Goff. And I just always thought that was completely ridiculous because
it makes no sense.
It makes no sense. And if Ben Johnson is half the coach we think he is, he's not going to coach Caleb Williams exactly like he coaches Jared Goff. And the situations are different and the skill set is different and the mobility is different. So it's just like, come on, like give these guys an ounce of credit that they can design something for what they have in front of them because Penei Sewell isn't there either. It's obviously a different team in a different situation.
If anything, it makes me more interested in him with Caleb Williams because Jared Goff is a nice quarterback for a lot of reasons, but he's obviously limiting. Like he's not a mobile guy. There are only certain throws that he really likes to make, and he's gotten better since he was with the Rams, but there are still certain constraints he puts on the offense. And the fact that Ben Johnson put together one of the coolest and most creative offenses with a guy like that speaks to the idea of like, okay, well, what if we get a guy who's a little bit more creative? He can throw it.
It was weird though, right? Like, I mean, that was like a high profile,
yes,
guys who played.
A lot of
NFL,
people were saying it. Yeah.
Guys who played NFL quarterback in the NFL who were like, 7-figure analysts were talking about like, I don't know, Caleb's not like Jared Goff, so I don't think Ben Johnson will work. Like,
the point of drafting Caleb is that he's not like Jared Goff. That's why you draft a guy like that first overall, is that he's not like Jared Goff.
Well, and you should just fire Ben Johnson. Like if he's like that limited, then like you should have never hired him because the same people were like, Ben Johnson's a hell of a coach. I'm like, well, then what are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like he can only coach with a perfect offensive line in a dome, Jared Goff type quarterbacks. What are you talking about?
To me, the entire point of watching the Lions offense and thinking about how it can fit with Caleb Williams is understanding how you get to outlets, right? Like that was to me the most impressive thing the Lions did over the last couple of years. If you look at the construction of their play action game, every time they're trying to use play action, it's not these vertical down the field play action shots all the time like some other teams are using. The way that they're using tight ends to steal a body back and then leaking out into the flat, the way that those outlets are communicated to the quarterback. It's like, all right, you're going 1 to 2 here, and if it's not there, you're checking the ball down to the tight end in the flat. And just how quickly Jared was able to access some of that stuff and how good of a handle he had on where his outlets were within the offense and why he had to get to them. That's what sticks out to me about the Lions, Jared Goff, and Ben Johnson, is just how solid of an understanding he had about what the intent and purpose was behind every play that they were running. That's what I want to see with Caleb Williams. We can talk about stylistic fit and all this other shit, but to me, it's not really that necessary. To me, it's much more about how you're communicating the intent and the options within the offense to the quarterback. And that's exactly what I want to see with Caleb Williams.
No doubt. But it was stark how prevalent that narrative was out there. I was like, this just seems dumb and like very, very limiting.
All the under center play action that they use in Detroit, I love that with Caleb Williams. I just think that the difference is going to be when you watch what the Lions are doing, it's Jared dropping straight back, putting his foot in the ground and ripping the ball because he's not mobile. With Caleb, there are going to be more movements. There are going to be more boots. You're going to get him on the move. The conversation I was on with Dan Wiederer this week, and we were just talking about, certain things with Caleb within the offense. To me, Caleb's biggest problem last year is that he wanted to play too much like Jared Goff. It's that he was hanging in the pocket longer than I wanted him to. And I feel like the fluidity that was so prevalent in his game in college was nowhere to be found in the NFL.
I wanted him to throw
less like Jared Goff. Yes, we've talked about this.
Yes. That is literally quarterbacks who don't throw enough picks. I think there's a happy middle ground somewhere. Because if you're on the other end, then you're Derek Carr, and you don't want Derek Carr either.
No, right.
I want guys who play fluid and free and confident. That's what I want to see. However you get to that, what it means for you, who knows? But the
Yeah,
path
like-
to that is what's most important.
Like Caleb said, like his favorite quarterback was Aaron Rodgers, and he modeled a lot after it. Well, Rodgers had a 45-6 season, 45 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Caleb just had a 20-6 season. Like, I'll take more interceptions to get more touchdowns when those are your baselines. Like, if you can do what Rodgers did and have 45 touchdowns and 6 picks, okay, well then, yeah, you're one of the 2 greatest players I've ever seen play the position. But he's got to see it more, be more comfortable, and he clearly wasn't this past year.
Danny, we're going to let you go. You've got like 17 things today. The fact that you were willing to squeeze in 20 minutes for us here is sincerely appreciated. Go enjoy your radio stuff, and we will talk to you very soon.
Yeah, anytime, anything for you guys. I listen to the pod all the time. Derek, we don't really know each other yet, but you've been an awesome addition to the show. Much. Anyone got a 60-second theory real quick before I go? How do the Bucs keep everybody? Why is everybody just choosing to re-sign in Tampa?
I think it's
amazing
really...
story that we never talk about. Amazing.
We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the show. I feel like they're just one of those underrated organizations. Like, they just have the culture there is really good. I think that the right people are in charge. I think that people really underrate the job that Jason Light has done and just like how he's been able to set that building. And so I think that they deserve a ton of credit for the inertia and the gravity that they've been able to create around that place.
Yeah, I keep getting these wrong. I'm like, well, obviously Mike Evans is going to leave. He wants to, and I'm like, well, then surely Godwin will go for top dollar. And it's like, no, they're just going to run back everybody from a fringe top 10 offense and give it another shot. So I admire them. I really do. I'm going to give them some love on TV tomorrow. But
appreciate you, buddy,
so much for having me on. Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon.
Anytime.
The only one that really rolled in when we were having that discussion was Isaiah Rodgers to the Minnesota Vikings. Let's have our next guest on here because I'm sure he has some deep Isaiah Rodgers to the Vikings thoughts. Helman, what do you think about Isaiah Rodgers to the Vikings? Oh, he's not there yet. He's still working.
Right.
We'll bring him back in a second.
He's still,
I was joking. It was a
Right.
really shitty position to put him in to make him react to the Isaiah Rodgers contract. We were curious how the Vikings were going to remake their secondary. This feels like a worthwhile swing. Like, I think Isaiah Rodgers is a capable corner, and to do it at this sort of price when you're having to pay $20 million a year or $16 million a year for DJ Reed, Isaiah Rodgers is still, I think, only 27. I thought he filled in capably when Darius Slay got hurt last year. I actually liked him in Indianapolis when he got some time. So as like a dice roll for Minnesota, I don't mind this.
I think it's fine. I think what's more interesting about it is this to me. So they had 2 ways to go this offseason where it was like, okay, you had Byron Murphy who worked out for you. You were paying like decent amount of money for him. You're going to let him walk. Do you want to pay even more to get a really good corner and get somebody like Carlton Davis or Travarius Ward who can go play more man coverage like Flores is used to? Or are we going to go a little bit cheaper and just hope that we can put corner together because we do so much bullshit up front that whoever's covering doesn't really matter? It seems that they have gone to the opposite end or they've gone to that end where it's like, all right, Rodgers is a nice dice roll as a guy who can play outside for us. He's a smart zone player. He's coming from multiple Eagles systems and Colts system that had played more zone heavy. So in that sense, he makes sense for them. I just find it interesting that is the option they went for because I just selfishly want to see Brian Flores with some guys who can play a little bit more man coverage again. But it seems like we're not going to.
There's a chance that something else is coming. Like there is a chance that there's another move to be had, and
maybe
this is just
they have 2 corners to replace. So,
you know what this reminds me of a little bit. If that happens, and again, there's so much Bears talk. This is the last time we'll talk about the Bears on this show until they sign somebody else. But when they signed TJ Edwards, and we were like, "Oh, that's sensible," and then they went and gave Tremaine Edwards that contract like an hour later. That's kind of
So maybe Travarius Ward is coming.
Maybe that is happening. We just change the sequencing a little bit for Minnesota. All right, Dave, you ready to roll here? You good to go?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Attaboy. How you feeling today?
Let's go. Can I be honest with y'all? I was just saying this to my fiance, Carmen Vitale, is like, what? I mean, we've been doing this for a long time. We know a lot of this stuff is going to age terribly, and we should have like a cynical eye view of all of this. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I live for this. I get so amped. I get so jacked. I just love talking about football and fits. And I know that half of this isn't going to matter in a year, but I just love it. I'm having the time of my life. My energy's through the roof. I'm great. How are y'all?
I love that because I feel the exact same way. I feel like I should be more negative about most of these, but it's hard to do. I think it's also just like our natural bent as people, David. It's just, we're just like, I just trust that this is going to work out, even though most of it's not going to work out.
I know people say this all the time, but we're supposed to be having fun here. And it's a lot of fun to see all this news oh my God, that guy got that much money, or, oh, I like that fit. Oh, he worked with him 2 years ago. He was his OC at a different job. Like, yeah, this could be great. I love it. And like, yeah, it's supposed to be fun. We can understand that half of this won't age well while also having the time of our lives. Why can't we do both?
There's literally a post-it on my computer that says this is supposed to be fun. It's literally, it's one of like the 2 notes I have as I like sit here and have to look at it all day as we're doing these shows.
Especially a day like today. Like in July is the time for us to be a little bit more critical when all the rosters are fully formed and we can really sit with it. So like in July, am I going to love that the Titans signed Dan Moore? I don't know. But for now, it kind of fixes a problem. And
the Dan Moore thing is fine to me. The Dan Moore
thing might not be fine in July. We'll see.
Why is it not to derail you, Robert, but why is it fine other than the fact, like, yeah, it fills a need, but I don't know. It makes me nervous.
Competency at left tackle is the most important thing. You're going to have to pay a premium for it in free agency if you seek these guys out, because none of them ever hit free agency. And so the market for them is going to be, Jaylon Moore wasn't even a starter. He was like a stopgap player for the Niners. He got $15 million a year. Like, I know that Dan Moore had a rough time in his first couple seasons in Pittsburgh. Last year, when you watch him, he was a capable left tackle in pass protection, especially. Paying for that level of competency, you're always going to have to pay a premium for free agency. So I'm okay with it because of what it does as a floor-raising move for your offense in Tennessee. You move Latham back to a natural position. You're having to pay a premium. You're always going to have to pay a premium, especially at that position in free agency if there's somebody available. There's nothing about it that's surprising to me.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that gives me confidence about it is just the other pieces on that offensive line. Like, yeah, okay, Latham moves.
Plus Bill Callahan.
Yeah, Bill Callahan. You got Skoronski. I'm a big fan of Lloyd for very obvious reasons. So, yeah, I think you throw enough quality players at it, you fix the problem in the aggregate, even if the actual, the one player, maybe that's a little sticker shock for you.
The last thing I want to talk about, you mentioning Carmen and talking to her about this, the fact that your fiance is somebody who covers the NFL for a living, I can't imagine a more different existence than mine. So yesterday we're sitting on the couch and we have a rescue dog. All she wants to do is sit on the couch, or a foster dog right now. All she wants to do is sit on the couch, and she's afraid of the stairs. And so we were essentially confined to our couch yesterday in the living room. So we just hung out there all day. We're watching a bunch of stuff, catching up on TV shows, watched a movie, sat there and watched The Substance. It was a fun day. And so we're sitting there and this news starts rolling in, right? And so the Myles Garrett thing happens, the DK Metcalf thing happens. And every once in a while, I'm like pausing the movie to talk about these things that are happening. And at one point, I was pausing it to talk about something else. And as I started talking, she goes, "Thank God. If you had paused the movie to talk about one more football thing, I was going to freak out." And so that's what I'm dealing with on like a day-to-day basis. The idea of like pausing The Substance to talk about DK Metcalf is completely unacceptable in my home, but you guys are just kicking around free agency theories out there.
You know what I love? Like Carm and I, we've been together for almost 3 years at this point. We're getting married next year. It's almost like you hear about the connection that like a veteran quarterback has with his receiver. Like you don't like the look, so you throw, Aaron Rodgers with his hand signals. It's almost like that where like we can do the football thing all night. And like, yeah, yesterday was a lot of fun. We were talking about DK, like, is he worth that deal? Is this a fair price? But sometimes when we're just over it, without even expressing a thought, we don't have to say anything. We just know like, hey, not tonight. I'm done. I'm done with football for the next like 36 hours. And we can just sort of silently agree that, yes, let's nerd out about football, or yes, let's watch a movie and not ever talk about it. And it's really fun just sort of having that silent chemistry where we can kind of pick up whether or not we're in the mood to talk about it.
Let's keep rolling through some of these things that we haven't talked about yet, Derek. I want to just bring up the J.C. Horn extension as we talk about the Panthers potentially signing Milton Williams today. 4 years, $100 million with $70 million guaranteed for J.C. Horn, who now becomes the highest paid DB in NFL history. It's a huge number, given where some of these third contract corners are coming in, like Carlton Davis at $28 million a year. Maybe it's not shocking. J.C. Horn, obviously talented, former top 10 pick, has missed a decent amount of time. What are we thinking about that chunk of change for a guy like J.C. Horn?
So it's a lot of money. He's been hurt a lot, which makes me a little bit scared. But at his best, he can play like a legitimate number one corner, and like he can follow guys if he needs to. He can really take out a number one corner, even though we've only seen it sparingly because first couple of years in the league were up and down, some of the injuries. So some of that, you're paying for a relatively small sample of that. However, with how bad Carolina's defense is generally, I'm totally okay with them paying a premium for a guy. It's like, okay, this guy was as good as a first-round pick should be. He's been great for us on the team the last few years. He's dealt with a lot being on these bad defenses. We're going to pay a premium for him and make sure that this guy sticks around, and this is a guy we want to have around. So I love that. Another thing about J.C. Horn, I remember when I interviewed Kyle Hamilton during the Super Bowl, I asked him, I was like, if you could steal a trait from just, any players. He named like 5 because he's Kyle Hamilton. Evidently, he watches the entire league. Footwork-wise, he mentioned J.C. Horn. And I was like, really? And which is crazy because Kyle Hamilton's a safety. He doesn't even play corners. So I don't know why he's watching that much J.C. Horn. But I just thought it was fascinating. So between his own front office and guys like Kyle Hamilton, Horn also has some fans around the league, it appears.
I was struggling to wrap my head around that this morning, and I did the math. It's 54% of his games. Like he's been unavailable
a lot
for half the time.
He missed like a full season 2 years ago, though. That number is a little bit skewed because of that.
But the year before last, he played in like 6 games. I mean,
that's what I mean. He's missed like whole seasons at this point. That's the problem.
I think the thing that sold me on it, I'm stealing this from our friend Trevor Sikkema over at PFF, but I thought he made a really good point that Sauce's deal is coming and Stingley's deal is coming too. So if you don't get out in front of that and J.C. Horn balls and plays the way he's been capable of for a full season, you could conceivably get bent over a barrel where you're trying to jump over somebody like Derek Stingley or Sauce Gardner to appease this guy. And so I don't think there's a way to know if it's good or bad. If he's healthy and he plays great, this is going to look like a steal in a year when those guys deals come in. And if he struggles with injuries again, we're going to look back in a year or two and be like, Panthers, what the hell are you doing? So I see the vision. I get the idea that, hey, let's get this guy locked in before more deals come in. It's just going to be a matter of how much he plays that dictates, how smart the Panthers were to do it. But I can at least see the rationale when you think about what's coming in the cornerback market.
Well, guess what? The Panthers are not done. Trevin Merrick, 3 years, $51 million per Jordan Schultz going to the Carolina Panthers. Derek, we were wondering if they were going to be a potential Javon Holland team just based on the needs they had at that position. I felt like we might see a little bit of an overcorrection for them after going so cheap at safety last year, where it was guys like Nick Scott, Jordan Fuller, players who are familiar with the Ejiro Evero, but were value cheap signings. They do it. They go out and spend big on a safety, just not the one that we necessarily anticipated. But it's going to go a long way in fixing that position for them potentially, where they desperately needed an injection of talent.
I like this a lot because last year, or maybe it was the year before, they signed Xavier Woods, who was supposed to be a little bit of like, okay, split safety, he can kind of do it all, but he was more of a like replaceable starter type. Like he gave them.
He's a Band-Aid player.
Yes, Band-Aid is perfect. They had nobody there beforehand, and he was going to be able to solve a problem for them. It was a good signing for what they needed. Xavier Woods is now out the door. They have a chance to go spend some money on a legitimate needle mover at safety, and like Merrick isn't, an all-pro level safety where he's going to transform a defense the way that, Jesse Bates has for the Bengals or did when he signed with the Falcons. I don't think it's going to be that level, but for them to get him for this deal, when you've now locked in Horn, your front is probably going to be better and have a little bit more pass rush juice. This to me is like they are fixing each level of the defense. I'm still very dubious about what they're going to be doing at linebacker, but for them to at least be spending all this money on the front, making sure you have a movable, like now you have two pivot pieces in the secondary, right? You have Horn, who you can do whatever you want and play him on whoever as a corner. And now you have Merrick, who is a little bit of a movable piece in the secondary or at the safety spot. So I kind of like what they're doing. It's just a matter of now, can they make a move at linebacker that makes me feel a little bit better about them?
A lot of the linebackers have come off the board. I'm curious,
That's the problem, right?
who the stopgap linebackers end up looking
Kaiser White
like.
is still available.
Yeah, guys like Kaiser White potentially. I think that makes sense. But for the most part, I mean, like the linebackers have just disappeared pretty quickly. Obviously, we'll see what happens with Dre Greenlaw, et cetera. But it's a much different looking group now than it looked like 2 weeks ago.
I think I'm at the point where if you can get a player for a contract that starts with a 1 instead of a 2, I'm just like, yeah, man, whatever. Like you got a good player for just without absolutely breaking the bank. You know, I don't know the exact terms of this, but if it's 351, that's 17 when the top of the market is commanding $22 million a year. So get him at a little bit of a discount. My main takeaway is that I'm bummed about my sneaky Raiders take, which, you know, they lose Spillane earlier this morning. They just lost Merrick. And so I want desperately to be like, keep an eye on the Raiders. They're feistier than you think. And this is just hurting my cause in that regard.
Speaking of feisty, we got our first little feisty moment of free agency here. Milton Williams not going to Carolina has agreed to a deal with the New England Patriots, according to our own Diana Rossini.
Well, that ruins the thing I just said about the Panthers, about having spent big money to fix their front. So they need to go, I don't know, they need to be the DJ Jones team now or something. I guess they would have
DJ Jones went back to Denver.
DJ Jones is with Denver.
Oh my God. Well, then I don't know.
I can understand.
I don't know what they're going to do up front.
By the way,
things
happened over the last 48 hours.
I told you before we recorded that there was going to be one or two things that I just like, I know in the back of my head, I probably know that happened, but I don't actually remember that happened. And DJ Jones evidently was one of them.
Sunday's news feels like a year ago at this point.
Yes.
So, I mean,
especially I've been live for 2.5 hours now. So
yeah, give yourself some grace, my friend. But man, I mean, I don't know what that's.
Did you guys see that? Did you guys see the Milton Williams number?
No.
No.
Rappaport reporting it's $26 million a year for Milton Williams.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's like, I mean, and look, that's the risk you run when you're dancing in free agency. But that when you're talking about $250,000 a year, or you know what I'm trying to say, $25 million a year. Jesus Christ.
But the Patriots had more money than they were ever going to be able to spend.
That's exactly
I'm kind of
right.
okay with it. Like, if you need to spend $2.5 million more per year than the Panthers were probably going to be willing to spend, fine. Like, I don't really care. Especially too, not that God
who are the prizes going to be?
But that's the thing. Well, like, what else were they going to do? They needed help up front. God shows out the door. Obviously, different kind of player. Dietrich Wise is probably out the door. Like, they needed to reload the front somehow, and you had all the money in the world to do it.
The thing that this is, what's really upsetting here and what's depressing is what this potentially says about Christian Barmore. And when we might see from Christian Barmore again. That's what's frustrating here, is that you thought that penetrating 3 technique was already something they had solved in the roster. And now with, you know, Barmore's future pretty much in doubt after what happened with the blood clots last year, that's a gut punch. The fact that he just might be not even a part of their plans. And I think that the Milton Williams thing might give you an indication that's the case.
Well, I think it's the classic football thing where if you're doing your job the right way, you just can't assume, like, you can't plan for him to be what he was. It's not a responsible way to do it. So you go out and get an upgrade. And if Barmore recovers and is a good, useful player again, I mean, that's amazing. And it's a kick-ass story. But especially when you got all this cap space to burn, you can't rely on that as part of your plan.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to figure out if the people are talking in the chat about the Cowboys signing their long snapper. Oh, that is true. Adam Schefter. Trent Sieg, 3 years, $4.5 million with $3 million guaranteed, going back to the Dallas Cowboys, or to the, I don't know if he was their long snapper before. I have absolutely no fucking clue. We're 3 hours into this. I don't know who the long snappers were. How you feeling about Trent Sieg back to Dallas, David?
I hope none of my Cowboys people were naive enough to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. That's really all I can say. Cause like there was, and they got the Oso Digizua deal done. Good for them on that. Like they've done some good stuff in the last week, but Digizua stuff and people were saying like, oh, they're going to get Micah done like way ahead of time. And sure enough, like Garrett resets the market and we're living through a classic Cowboys free agency. They lose Jordan Lewis in the first hour
way
of the
ahead
day.
of time. What are we talking about? This is the final year of his contract. You could have signed him 2 years ago.
Way ahead of time by Cowboys standards.
Relatively.
is in March of your contract year because we all know that this is probably going to drag out into September. So look, Robert, you gotta this is the world that we're living in as people who follow the Cowboys. So, but like I said, if you fell for it, then it's nobody's fault but your own that you're upset right now because this is what they do. Like they try to re-sign guys ahead of time. They do not dance in the deep waters in the beginning of free agency. It sucks for them that Jordan Lewis left. I think he's one of the most underrated DBs in the NFL. He was fantastic last year.
I know you love Jordan Lewis. I'm sure you were thrilled to see that number.
I think that's the only thing I don't like about it is that it's the Jags because sometimes I just feel like they're cursed. But I think that is a solid deal for who I thought was one of the best nickels in the league last year. Like $10 million a year. You can, if I had to guess, you can get out of it in 2 years when he's 31 if he's not playing well. I think that's perfectly reasonable. It's not this crazy number. Regardless, any Cowboy fan that was confident he was coming back after it didn't get done last week, I would say you're not paying attention. This is how it goes for them. So it's the worst week of the year to care about the Dallas Cowboys. It has been for a decade, and it looks like it's continuing. But hey, they got Trent Sieg back, so that's cool.
I love that they zeroed out Dak's deal essentially and restructured it, and he still has a $53 million cap hit.
That was the other thing. Restructuring CD and Dak gave everybody all this false confidence that they were about to do something crazy, and I was like, guys, we've been here before.
It had to happen. They couldn't have built the team without doing it. He had an $80 million cap hit. If you're all right? I'm trying to think of the right team here, somebody that would be willing to do it. Because all the teams are trying to throw these pass rushers on, like the Packers wouldn't do it. But in this hypothetical, if you're a team that's willing to call Dallas and says, Jerry, I'll give you 2 firsts and a player for Micah. What do you think the feasibility of that looks like?
So I'm on the record of saying I hate it. I hate trading players like Micah Parsons when they're 26 years old. That should be a guy that you build around and do everything you can to keep happy and make him the cornerstone of your defense for at least the next 4 years. I do think, though, the way the Cowboys choose to live, why wouldn't they consider it? And the only reason that I don't think they will is that they never have. I mean, the Cowboys pay. That's the one thing you can count on to do. It's going to be like pulling teeth. It's going to be annoying. It's going to get dragged out, but they pay their homegrown superstars. They always have. They don't lose guys that are like top of the market stars. But if they refuse to spend in free agency, if they refuse to do anything other than draft and develop, and they don't have multiple, ways of building a competitive roster, maybe that is what they should do, because they're sure as hell not going to, build this contender around Micah in the next 1 to 2 off seasons. So you might be better off doing that. I don't think it's feasible at all, because I don't think the Cowboys want to be seen as that type of team, but maybe they should be. Maybe they should be that type of team. Like, it's easy to get caught up in the glitz and glamour and the Forbes estimation, but they're a hell of a lot closer to being the Bengals in the way that they choose to build their team than they are to being the Philadelphia Eagles, who we would never be talking about this type of crap. If anything, after all of this, the Eagles would still be willing to try to trade for Micah if Dallas would ever
exactly.
let that happen.
They'd be on the other side of this transaction.
I wish Dallas would act more like a broke team, because that's how they would prefer to do it.
It would be more honest. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It would be more honest. It would be more honorable, Derek, to quote you.
There we go.
I've said this, the Cincinnati Bengals with better marketing. That is where the Dallas Cowboys have landed. let's do a throwback to an earlier conversation from this show. She did a great job of kind of dropping some breadcrumbs about it. Jordan talked about the Rams going out and getting a veteran defensive tackle, potentially. Poona Ford to Los Angeles, 3 years, $30 million, $17 million guaranteed. I love this just stylistically. You've got all of these penetrating chaos agents with Frisk, Braden, or I always did the same thing she did. Braden Fisk, Kobe Turner, Jared Verse, and now we drop a literal human fire hydrant into the equation here to put next to all of these guys. An immovable piece who is built like a cube to go next to all of these quick, destructive penetrators. I see the vision, Derek. I understand what they're trying to pull together here.
So we did this bit for the Bengals the entire offseason, right? Where it was like DJ Jones, like Tier Tart, Poona Ford, whoever it is, sign a D tackle. The Rams were like probably next up in that category of like, you just need a nose tackle to sit there. So again, I didn't care if it was, if DJ Jones had left Denver, if it was Tier Tart, if it was Poona Ford, whoever it was. So them getting Poona Ford, $10 million is honestly a little bit more than I thought he was going to get, just because he didn't get paid very much last year. And he did play very well last year, to his credit, obviously, and he outplayed his contract. $10 million is more than I thought, but honestly, for the particular things that they need, they had enough money. The offense is mostly sorted out. If they really believe that the front is like the driver for what this defense is going to be, and just getting a guy who can help the run defense be from bottom quartile in the league to in the middle of the pack and really help the pass rush get unlocked, totally good move for me to like pay the premium for this. Because let's be honest with the Rams, like they're only playing for this next 2-year window anyway, and that's what a move like this is for. So if they're going to pay a little bit extra money for that, fine, man. Like it makes a lot of sense. And honestly, like Jordan was saying, they need probably a guy who's a little bit older, who's done this, who's seen a lot of schemes before. Poona Ford has been around the league. He's been on, a handful of teams at this point. He's a little bit older. I think he'll be good for a lot of the younger players they have in the building right now.
I think it makes sense to get excited from a team perspective, and I love that. By the way, I hear trash can full of dirt. Fire hydrant is a new one for me, so I might be borrowing that. But I love it.
Fire hydrants are stumpier, they're just so small and they're immovable. That's the whole thing. Like they're bolted to the ground.
I just love it for Poona as a guy, undrafted free agent. People have loved him since he came out of college. He's been grinding through the league this entire time. I just double checked this real quick. His guarantees with the Rams are bigger than any full contract he's ever signed. So, some guys are stars from the very beginning, and some guys grind for 6 or 7 years to get like a big boy payday. And I just love that for him.
It's funny you say
it's a fellow short king you were supporting.
Well, yeah, also that. Yeah, for sure.
That. It's funny you say people were supporting him when he was a prospect. I remember there was like an outrage that he was not invited to the combine.
Oh, and yeah. So he has been a beloved player the entire time. He's always had like a small but very loud fan base.
The Poona Hive. It's real. It exists on the internet.
Sean McVay is apparently he's a member.
The Poona Ford thing has always been fascinating to me because Poona Ford and I are the same size, right? Like we're the same height. I am a 5'11" foot man. Poona Ford is a 5'11" man. I weigh on a good day like 188. Poona's checking in at like 315. I've never understood the math. Like I've just never understood how it's possible for him to fit all of that on his frame. I played at like 240 my senior year of high school. I couldn't even walk.
He also he carries that better than I carry like the extra 15 that I'm carrying around right now. Like I could stand to lose 15 and 315 looks better on him than that does on me. Some world-class athletes, they get it all.
All right, guys, you ready? Here it is.
We got a big one.
Sam Darnold, 3 years at a deal closing in on $100 million with the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, Christ almighty, man.
What else did you want, though?
To not trade the better quarterback.
Well, in a post-Geno world, okay?
Okay.
If you're going to trade Geno, and we're going to, when we roll out of this, we're going to run the Michael-Shawn video. Beller, if you want to have that ready, that's what we'll go to here after we leave David, just so we have I think it's a good bookend on this conversation. If you wanted to be competitive and you traded Geno, was there a better option for you at the end of this process than Sam Darnold on the Baker Mayfield contract? I would contend no.
I would straight up rather have like Justin Fields for half the money. Like honestly, because
I can't get on board with that.
Listen, I know how much Sam Darnold. It was fun last year. All this other stuff. So there were so many particular conditions that allowed that to be true. The offensive line was really good. He had the best receiver in football and a number 2 who is maybe the best number 2 out like next to T. Higgins and Devonta Smith. The tight end situation was good. You had one of the best play callers in the league, and you had a defense that was consistently one of the best in the league. Granted, in Seattle, he might have that because I do like a lot of what they're doing on that side. But the whole thing with Darnold, the offense is bad. That's probably going to be true in Seattle unless they make a number of moves that I really, really like. And now they've lost their best receiver. They've lost Tyler Lockett. They're really betting on JSN taking a step. It feels like all of the conditions that allowed Sam Darnold to have the year he had in Minnesota, none of them applied to Seattle. And I'm not saying that, necessarily Justin Fields could have done what Darnold did in Minnesota, but I'd rather pay half the money and have a quarterback that I don't think is functionally that much worse.
My one disagreement with your take is that Seattle's best receiver is still in Seattle. And
he is now. I actually probably agree.
I also do. I also agree with that.
JSN is better now.
I will say that I don't like this for Sam. I mean, forget Seattle. They got to do what they have to do to replace a good quarterback, but I'm with you, but I put some responsibility on the player here. And look, I get it. At the end of the day, money talks. You're more than likely going to take the best deal, but you had all this stuff working in your favor in Minnesota, and none of that infrastructure's really there in Seattle other than your relationship with Clint Kubiak. And man, I think some of the love that we all have for Geno snowballs beyond where it needs to, but the way that he managed that offensive line and still managed to be as productive as he was, despite never having a pocket, was truly impressive. And I don't trust Sam Darnold to replicate that. So unless the Seahawks are about to do some crazy shit with their offensive line, I just don't see him looking as good there as he did in Minnesota. And like I said, I think the player needs to consider that sometimes and be like, all right, this is the most money, but what has the best environment for me to succeed? And I do not think that is Seattle.
Here's what I'll say about that. I can totally understand that if we're talking about the circumstances, just if we're grabbing them from last year and putting them onto this year. I think the circumstances will look significantly different because I think that this system helps mitigate offensive line talent better than anything else that you can do. And I don't think they're done spending. So it's $36-ish million a year for Darnold. Let's say Geno is going to make 45. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate a little bit here. That $9 million, can you go out and get a starting guard for that money? So you have a starting guard for that money. You got a 3rd round pick to potentially add to your offensive line if you want to. And Darnold is 7 years younger. I do think that there is upside here. If in my opinion, my biggest reaction to this is not the Geno for Darnold trade-off, even though I think that's worth acknowledging. For me, it's they had to do this. The only way that everything else makes sense if you want to be competitive right now is for this to be your end game. And so the fact that they managed to pull this off, it's the only off-ramp that makes sense if you want to continue to win games in 2025.
I just think that that's the part that's confusing to me. And I know we're trying to evaluate this purely through the post-Geno world, but I just don't understand thinking that you are a competitive team when you trade away one of the most explosive receivers in the NFL, regardless of the other issues I have with DK Metcalf, and a top 12 quarterback, and then taking a very obvious downgrade for relatively the same amount of money. Obviously $9 million is not nothing, but you're still paying a premium to get the position. I don't
see it as a premium at the position, though. I think
$9 million
it's definitively a middle-class quarterback contract. In a world where Jordan Love is making 55 and Trevor Lawrence is making 55,
that's true.
This is definitively a middle-class quarterback contract. All this is a slight uptick on the Baker Mayfield deal. If you look at this, Sam is getting paid 13.2 as a percentage of the cap. Baker got 13 last year. This is just an updated version of the Baker Mayfield contract. it is a middle-class quarterback deal that gives you flexibility. And so I think finding this like kind of Goldilocks solution where you've seen him play in the league, you know he can, but you're not paying full freight compared to top of market quarterback contracts. There is something to be had here. Whether or not you like Sam Darnold or not is a different question, but the archetype of contract fitting into your team building plan is something that I can get behind as an idea.
I'll say I think I'm a little bit jaded just because 5 days ago, I was so bought in on where the Seahawks were going. Like, I really thought they were not that far. And now it's completely thrown into who knows what. I just
see
it's infuriating.
I kind of touched on it when I talked about how much we love Geno, and like I love watching the guy play. I know he's got so many fans, but I do think at the end of the day, I don't think the Seahawks were close to winning a Super Bowl with Geno Smith. And he's 34. You know, he's going. You know, he's how many years does he have left in his prime? Is he going to be this guy for 5 more years? Maybe not. So it sucks because I like Geno, but I see the logic. But I don't know that Sam Darnold is going to be the guy that gets you there either. I feel like this is one of those things where I'll reserve judgment until I see what else the Seahawks do. If they bump up their offensive line and draft a receiver or vice versa, maybe I feel differently about this, but I don't know. It feels like a different way of doing the same thing right now.
To me, this is about opportunity cost. That's what this is. Where if you're looking at the opportunity cost and it's $45 million of Geno versus $37 million of Sam plus a 3rd round pick. And if it's $30 million of DK or that space plus a 2nd round pick, I can understand at the end of both of those discussions thinking this is your best option. I don't really believe that in my bones because I think that Geno is the type of quarterback you could win a Super Bowl with. I think with the right receiving talent and with one upgrade, not even the right receiving talent, if you had traded DK and you drafted Matthew Golden in the 1st round, whoever, drop in any rookie receiver with some juice, you sign a guard in free agency, you run back the defense that you had with Geno, I think that is your best shot to be the most competitive you can be in 2025 and 2026. I don't support this move in terms of like maximizing this window, but as an exercise, I can understand how they arrived at this endpoint.
Is this the still expensive? I mean, I guess at the end of the day, like the Seahawks were willing to move off of a quarterback's price. Now they turned around and signed an expensive quarterback, but for significantly less money. Like, is this the example of a team being willing to do that? You know, I mean, we talk about it with the Vikings and JJ McCarthy all the time. I don't know. Like at the end of the day, is the savings enough to justify it? I guess we'll see.
They had a line in the sand with Geno, who's 7 years older than Sam Darnold. I would rather have Geno 100 times out of 100 based on the way that he's played over the last couple of years. But again, if you're looking at it as just how you're allocating a huge pool of resources, I can get arriving at this point if you're the Seahawks. Whether it works is an entirely different conversation. We're going to have Mina on a little bit later. So we're going to talk to Mina Kimes about all of this, I'm sure, as a Seahawks fan. In the meantime, I want to play the clip of us talking to Michael-Shawn Dugar from yesterday's podcast, chatting about what this mindset looks like from the Seahawks point of view, why they're willing to do some of this stuff. David, we're going to let you go. I'm sure we will talk to you very soon here as we keep rolling in the off season. Always appreciate the time. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, it was fun, guys. Chat soon.
Let's get to this conversation with Michael-Shawn. We're going to take a quick break here for about 5 or so minutes. I really want you guys to hear his articulation of where the Seahawks are at, what they want to accomplish, and the context of how Sam Darnold fits into that.
Says rebuild to me, but the Sam Darnold chase says we want to be competitive again quickly. So just walk me through how the 2025 Seahawks with John Schneider and Mike McDonald are thinking about themselves as you see it.
It's a good question. It's one everyone's probably wondering right now, like, what the hell are these guys doing? They want to win, you know, and I included in that story like some background of John Schneider's point of view. This is the same guy who wasn't rebuilding when the Legion of Boom was gone. You know, he said, I'll get rid of Earl. Cam was a little different because he got hurt. But he said, I'll get rid of Earl Thomas. I can get rid of Richard Sherman. I can trade Michael Bennett. And then he was like, we're still going to make this shake. You know, a couple of years ago, he said, I'll cut Bobby Wagner and trade Russ, and we can still get this thing done. You know, that's a little arrogant, I would say, on John and the ownership's part. But the point is that they did it. So you can imagine how the guys who did that, ownership, front office, can say, I'll trade Geno and I'll trade DK, and we'll still make things shake. Not to say that's the right way to proceed, perhaps, but like taking ourselves inside their mind, you can see how you can do that. Like, it's a big deal to say we're going to trade Russell Wilson and get rid of Bobby Wagner in the same offseason while they can still play and expect to win, which with Drew Lock. Like, at the time of the trade, they only had Drew Lock. They didn't sign Geno till a month later. So for a month, when season ticket renewals are up, they were like, hey, we got Drew Lock. Come on, pay this money and come see us. And that was legitimate. They felt that way, and they're going to feel that way.
A lot of Tyler Lockett on the promotional materials. A lot of Tyler Lockett.
It's funny, Robert, that was like a big deal because I think when they did send out their renewals, this was prior to Russ getting traded. Russ wasn't on the cover of the thing. And it was like a big deal. Like, oh my God, does this mean they're trading Russ? I think it's even some people on his end hit me like, yeah, what does this mean? I was like, I don't have season tickets. But I did check in on it and he was getting traded. So yeah, like right now when they're sending out those renewals, it's probably a big old picture of JSN right there on the PDF when you get the email. And that's the thing with them. They don't believe in the rebuild. John Snyder has said this on the record before, off record before. Ownership is not here for this rebuild thing. That's not it. They're trying to get butts in seats and win games and maintain a winning culture at all times. And I think they are, I'll use the word arrogant because it's too early in the morning for me to think of a different word, but they are arrogant enough to feel we can go get Sam Darnold, we can roll with JSN, and we can sign Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Josh Palmer and draft Matthew Golden, fix our O-line, run this ball, and go out there and compete for a division title. Because Mike has our defense settled, which I do agree with that assessment on their part, that the defense will be fine. And Clint Kubiak will lead us to the promised land. That's the plan. Not necessarily those players I'm forecasting, but those type of players. We can get a cheaper receiver, maybe another guy who fits the scheme. MVS played for Clint last year. We already got JSN. We do need to fix our O-line. I talked to some people in the Seahawks. They know that. Like, that's no mystery. They know their O-line is not good enough. They think they can do that, feed Ken Walker, be efficient. Basically, Robert, replicate what they did when they were championship contenders, when their receivers were getting called pedestrian, when Kurt Warner was dissing their receivers on NFL Network once a week, when Deion Sanders was dissing Doug Baldwin to his face, like there were articles written like, yeah, they needed to trade for Percy because these other guys suck. Like, that was the vibe in 2012, 13, 14. And that's when they were winning championships, at least division and conference championships. John's trying to replicate that. We got JSN for cheap. I'll go cheap everywhere else. Get a different quarterback who's younger and go roll this ball out and have Clint Kubiak lead us to the promised land. That's kind of the 2025 Seahawks formula for success right now.
So you do think that the Sam Darnold thing is real? Like, you think that is now plan number one post Geno is to make a run at Sam Darnold for probably a similar sort of price as the contract that you were offering Geno?
Yeah, it would be surprised. I believe the Sam Darnold smoke, yes. When I checked in on Friday evening, I guess this was, the options were still open. It was like, hey, it could be Sam. Sam's like the first swing. Like, I think he's the best quarterback on the market. The Seahawks seem to
agree.
And the
youth, too. The fact that he is a multi-year potential solution compared to some of the veteran options, I think that's what makes him unique among this group.
Yeah, because I guess talent-wise, you could feel like an Aaron Rodgers is better, which is, I don't need to argue with that. But yeah, Aaron's over 40, Sam's under 30. So yes, to your point, the youth does factor in. After that, you get like into the Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers realm, and then you're kind of looking at some open box specials. And then Russ is a no-go. I was told that. I didn't need to be told that. I reported on how messy that was. I knew that was a no-go from the jump. That's not happening. So yeah, I believe the Sam Darnold smoke.
All right. So there's some really good context from Michael-Shawn about what the Seahawks are thinking, and all of that stuff has come to fruition, obviously. Like the Sam Darnold smoke, how he fits into their plan, how the plan doesn't really work without Sam Darnold, all things that Michael-Shawn hit there. Again, we recorded a whole podcast, but it just didn't make sense to release it when so much other stuff had happened. The one thing I want to hit in the chat, and I've been going for 3 hours now, and I'm just punchy enough to do this. Tracy Hutchings says, you hipsters and your love affair with Geno is borderline embarrassing. Because you went with ad hominem, I'm going to be a little aggressive here. I never do this. Because I just don't think I know that much more than other people. I never think of myself this way. If you don't think Geno is a good quarterback, you simply don't know ball. You simply don't know it. And so I'm just not willing to sit here and like listen to that and take that. You simply don't. And so don't come at me with that. We can quibble about this and where Geno is in the pecking order and all this stuff. And I'm sure that with his play style, we overrate him a little bit. But this idea that Geno is somehow overrated in the broader sphere of things is absolutely fucking ridiculous.
I probably do overrate him because of the way that he plays, but he's at least an above average quarterback by any estimation. It's funny. I was talking to Michael-Shawn. I think we said this when we were just talking at the combine, but also on his show. Geno Smith is very much like, if you watch 5 Seahawks games just front to back, like you are locked in and you realize what he's dealing with, it's very obvious why the offense even works. Because, they were, 18th, 19th, probably efficiency-wise in passing offense last year. They were only that high because a quarterback like Geno Smith can get them there. So you look at the number. Exactly right. You look at the number and it's like, oh, they're mediocre. And it's like, well, they'd be bad if Baker Mayfield's not a terrible quarterback, right? But if Baker Mayfield were in Seattle, they would have like the 25th best offense because the offensive line was just so bad. Whereas like Geno Smith,
the pocket movement,
yes,
just like everything he was able to do to mitigate an offense that was set up for the quarterback to fail. I said this a bunch last year. The only quarterback in the league, in my opinion, with more on his plate structurally than Geno Smith last year was probably Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
it's it.
I agree.
In terms of like what you're looking at, where you're in the gun 98% of the time, there's no play action. Your offensive line is bad and you're making them worse with the way that you're playing. There's nobody else, though. Those two guys were in their own zip code and what was being asked of them. And I think JSN and DK Metcalf are good players. They're not Jamar Chase and T Higgins. And Joe Burrow is an objectively better quarterback than Geno Smith. Joe Burrow is like the 4th best quarterback in the league by almost any estimation. I'm not saying Geno is that, but I'm saying that the path to that being a good offense was as arduous and tough as any core offense in the league outside of Cincinnati. And you have a top 5 quarterback thrown to 2 aliens in that group. T Higgins, I would rather have T Higgins than DK Metcalf, 100%.
Oh, it's not 100 times out of 100.
I just DK Metcalf looks great. The idea of DK is much better than what DK actually is. I watched so many Seattle Seahawks games over the last couple of years, in part because of my affinity for Geno. I watched this day in, day out, play in, play out. And if you did that, it is almost impossible to come away without an appreciation for him as a quarterback. If you don't appreciate him, you simply haven't watched. End of story. And I never, ever do that. But Tracy's obnoxiousness allowed me to really rip this thing and let it go. So that's where we're at right now. I'm done. I'm fired up. We have more news to hit here. Speaking of quarterback news and speaking of teams choosing one door over the other, Justin Fields, 2 years, $40 million with $30 million guaranteed from the New York Jets. How you feeling about this?
I mean, I just said I'd rather have him for half the money than Sam Darnold, and this is like more or less what is going on here. So I made the jokes. We said this like 3 different podcasts throughout the offseason. The Jets setup is not that different than what we saw from the Steelers last year, where it's like, okay, young offensive line, some injuries kind of held them back from being as good as they probably could have been, but there are some pieces on the offense. Obviously, Breece Hall is really good. Garrett Wilson, to me, is, even though last year was kind of weird, still a true number 1 receiver. It's still crazy to me that, by the way, that Garrett Wilson has breached 1,000 yards in all 3 seasons, despite some of the people who have been throwing him the ball. And I'm not sure Fields is even better than any of those guys. I mean, he's better than Zach Wilson, but I don't know if he's better than last year's Aaron Rodgers, but we know Garrett Wilson can be productive for them. So if they can maybe just add one more pass catcher, you can convince me on the idea of like, all right, if they run Fields a little bit more, maybe Breece Hall comes back and has another great year. Wilson is giving you something in the passing offense. Like, it's not going to be good, but you can sell me on an identity pretty quickly.
The contract itself is so interesting because if you're looking at it, it amounts to, I don't know, there's not even a really good way to say this. I was going to say it amounts to like a slight upgrade or a slight like inflation based upgrade on the Gardner Minshew deal from last year, but it's more than that, but it's less than any other like starting quarterback contract in the league. Like the only one that was even in the same zip code is Geno got 25 a year when he signed that extension initially, but it kind of slots in right between what Gardner Minshew got from the Raiders last year and what the Baker and Darnold contracts look like, which I don't know, feels kind of right. Like, it's expensive when you look at it at $20 million a year, but what you're asking him to be, where it's essentially a bridge that you're willing to take a little bit of a dice roll on, that's kind of what the market is paying those guys.
The Gardner Minshew one is actually kind of makes the most sense in terms of like the analogous contract, because Gardner Minshew, when they paid him, it was like, okay, they're paying him enough money to where they obviously think he will be the starting quarterback, but there will be a competition somehow or another. For them, it was like kind of Aiden O'Connell. For the Jets, maybe it's like they draft Riley Leonard in the 3rd round and let him compete, like something like that. You know what I mean? Like, this is money where very obviously you're leaving the door open for something else, but you're committing to him enough that if this is what we got to roll with week 1, then we will, and we'll understand what the offense needs to look like, all that jazz. So I think as far as what their options left were, Fields was probably the best one.
I'm trying to find this because I want to make sure I have it right before I take a victory lap. Cam Bynum to the Indianapolis Colts, 4 years, $60 million. This was my favorite Cam Bynum.
There you go. Yeah.
Right? And the reason that I like this, and the reason I think it makes sense, is I wanted a smart veteran safety in the mix for where the Colts are going to try to be with Lou Anarumo. So going out and getting somebody like this who's played in sort of this, I'm trying to think of the right adjective, we're 3 hours into this like amorphous defense that's kind of hard to understand in the back end. You know, there's a lot of disguise. They're doing a lot of funky stuff. I think that's who Lou wants to be at his core. And I think Cam Bynum coming from Minnesota, where that's who they were, makes a lot of sense if that's what you're chasing as a defense for the Colts.
It's a smoke bomb defense. They're just going to throw it at the floor, and you're not going to know what's good. The quarterback's not going to know what happens in those handful of seconds after the ball is snapped. But yeah, he's perfect for that exact reason. Like, Anarumo's defense is not necessarily 1-for-1 with Flores. It's like, I think Anarumo blitzes a little bit less in terms of just like bringing the extra bodies. He'll do like simulateds and creepers and stuff like that. But in terms of bringing 5 and 6, he does a little bit less of that. But in terms of all the movement on the back end, really asking your safeties to play all these different roles, play from split safety stuff, like Bynum fits in pretty well for what they want to do. And we've seen that the Anarumo defense, like obviously a lot of other parts of the Bengals defense atrophied over the last handful of years. But the biggest thing was they just lost Jesse Bates, who was, I remember, I think it was maybe the year of the Super Bowl or the year after the Super Bowl. I was like, man, if you watch Jesse Bates on the Bengals defense, it's just 10 not very good players, and he's just putting out fires everywhere. I don't know if Bynum is quite that level, but he's pretty close to that. So I think it's a really good signing for them.
Yeah, I mean, it made total sense. Again, when you're trying to figure out who they are, what they want to be, all of that, I get wanting somebody like him on the back end so they can be the type of defense they want to be. I think that Lou struggled with that. You know, when they went super young at safety 2 years ago in Cincinnati, you know, they brought in Nick Scott to kind of be that veteran presence. They thought that he had the mental capacity to help them do the things they did before, but that never really worked out. You know, he struggled that year in Cincinnati, he struggled in Carolina last year. This feels like the type of signing that will allow them to be the sort of team they want to be on defense. All right. Oh man, I'm not sure I love this one. Beller, do we have the numbers on that yet? Or is it just
no, it's just literally just coming across. Brad Biggs. I see it here.
Look at Brad Biggs getting
yeah.
You guys, I'm sure for your national people or you guys are Bears fans, Brad's been covering the Bears for like 25 years for the Chicago Tribune. He's been like the Bears beat writer since I was like a kid. And so Brad coming in and jumping in front of the national newsbreakers to get this, huge fan of that. I assume it's going to be for a big number. If you look at the way that these second contracts have been handed out to defensive players, I mean,
wait, you haven't said the name yet.
Oh, it's Dayo Odeyingbo from the Colts. Dayo Odeyingbo from the Colts going to the Chicago Bears, according to Brad Biggs. We do not have the specifics on this yet. But again, if you look at the Kinlaw contract, if you look at what Milton Williams got, and if you look at the rest of the edge rusher group, which it's a lot of aging players and it's a lot of guys on, second, third, it's got a lot of guys on third deals. I would assume this is a healthy contract for Odeyingbo, who's been a productive pass rusher, but a productive pass rusher. That's what he's been. I'm not sure he's a $20 million a year player, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he was getting.
He is a 3 that they're hoping can be a good 2.
Yes,
that's what they're paying for. They're making a bet. Which for a 25-year-old is not like the craziest thing in the world, right? Like you're making the bet that a young guy in a new system, in our system, he's going to be really good. The thing I will say,
Oh, you know what? So the numbers are here.
okay?
16 a year with $32 million guaranteed.
It's still a lot, but it could have been worse.
It's a lot, but it's not crazy. It's
It's
Javon
not,
Kinlaw money.
That's a good point. I would rather sign him than sign Kinlaw.
Because he's been a productive player.
Yes. And the thing I was going
that
to say,
is not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
the thing I was going to say that I actually do love about this, now your starting ends are Dayo Odeyingbo, who is like 280. Like he's a big boy.
Yeah, he's a big boy. And again, this is
Montez
Dennis
Sweat.
Allen.
Yes, and Montez Sweat. That's what I'm saying. Like Dennis Allen came in and said, I need my Cam Jordan, Carl Grandersons. Like I need my big Marcus Davenport's. Like I need those body types. So they already had Sweat in the building, so that wasn't a problem. Now you go sign Dayo, who is right in line with that sort of stuff. So for them to not have to pay that much to get the exact type of player they probably wanted, and a guy who's young who could maybe take kick it up a notch with Dennis Allen, it's like you could sell yourself on this pretty quickly, actually.
That's the argument compared to like a Josh Sweat or somebody else. Again,
Yes.
you're just getting more runway. I would much rather try to overpay for some of these guys who are hitting second contracts and potentially entering their prime than some of these guys who are 28, 29 years old, where you're paying for the tail end of their career. You're always going to have to pay a premium, especially considering what the pool of those guys looked like this year specifically. But that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought that number was going to potentially start with a 2 and be a lot worse.
And in terms of like body type, like really wanting that type of guy, your other options were either going to be, you hope that 33-year-old DeMarcus Lawrence could be something for you, or you go pay what I assume is going to be a little bit more money for Chase Young. And so for them to like land on this actually like probably does make sense for a team that is trying to be competitive, but still taking a little bit more swings rather than getting, guys who are a little bit more guaranteed. So I have, over the last 2 minutes, kind of sold myself on this.
All right, so let's look at this. I'm just looking at the edge rusher contracts in general handed out over the last few years. This is, I think, kind of in a similar range to like the Uchenna Nwosu contract, who got $45 million over 3 years with $32 million guaranteed. Like that's kind of what we're talking about here. And I can talk myself into that. Like you're paying a premium in free agency, but I don't think it's insane for somebody who has been a productive pass rusher.
And you know what? It's funny. I mentioned the thing about you're paying for a 3 who could be a nice 2. That's basically what happened with Uchenna Nwosu. He was the number 3 with the Chargers. They paid him a little bit of money to go to Seattle, and he pretty much ended up being a pretty solid number 2 type for them. So there's a chance that, again, when you're paying for a guy this young who has shown promise, that it does make a lot of sense. When we were talking about the Broncos signing guys in free agency, it was like the bets that they were making were these guys who were 25, 26 years old entering what should theoretically be the prime of their career. And if it hits, you have these guys for the long term. Signing Dayo Odeyingbo is like kind of that style of thing where it's when they signed Zach Allen, the Broncos, he was like 26 or whatever it is. This is analogous to that in that sense of like you're signing a guy who should be hitting his prime.
It's funny you mentioned the Broncos because the other contract I was going to throw out that's kind of in a similar range to this is like the Jonathan Cooper contract, where we're talking about like 3s who are kind of 2s.
Yep.
That is, the Bryce Huff deal last year was for $17 million a year. The Bryce Huff thing was obviously a slightly different conversation just because he was a DPR who they were trying to expand into a bigger role. So when I first saw that signing, I thought it was going to be a number that like made me sick to my stomach, but I can get behind this as a general idea.
Yeah, I'm here now.
We'll see what happens with what they do at 10 now. I mean, because now it's like one of those things where you don't have to be pressed into taking an edge rusher at 10 if you don't want to be. You can still take one if you want to. So the flexibility that they've gotten here because of the moves they made over the last couple of weeks, that makes me feel a little bit better. Like that makes me breathe a little bit easier.
I almost do think they will still take an end though, because Daryl Taylor's a free agent, Jacob Martin's a free agent. Like a lot of their other guys are still free agents.
They had one guy on the roster. One.
And think about the defensive ends who are going to be available in that range relative to Dennis Allen. You have Shamar Stewart, Michael Williams. Like these are the big 270 crush the pocket types. Like even though they just signed this guy, it does feel like they will probably still go take that swing, and they should.
that wouldn't surprise me at all, and I wouldn't be upset about that at all because I think that sort of bet makes a lot of sense. So, all right, man. That's do I feel good about what the Bears have done over the last week? Is that how I'm
It
feeling
sounds
right
like
now?
I don't think you've had a bad thing to say about anything the Bears have really done this offseason. So
This is the reality of this time of year, and I think this is worth acknowledging. You have to pay 125% of what guys are worth when you're trying to acquire them this way. It's always going to be that way. And again, they have paid the sticker price for all of these players. Dahlman, Tooney, when it's a pick and a contract, you're paying sticker price. Dahlman, Tooney, Jonah Jackson, and now Odeyingbo. You're paying a lot of money to make these things happen, but these are the spots where they needed help, and it does free them up as a team with 3 top 40 picks to go in essentially whichever direction you want to go in. So I said it when the offensive line stuff happened. I'll say it now. They're better now than they were a week ago, and that's okay for me.
that for the Bears, that's just get to the right direction. That's all we need.
Ballard, what do we got in terms of guests coming? You that's in front of you. Who do we have, and what sort of timeline do we have them on? Because I want to know what we should be digging into.
3:10 Eastern. We've got Mina Kimes coming.
So it's 15 minutes from now, right?
15 minutes. Matt Harmon coming right after that.
Okay, excellent. So we'll talk to Mina in 15 minutes or so. Any other smaller signings we didn't hit yet, or any other team conversations we want to have?
So not necessarily a smaller one, but I don't know if we talked about Khalil Mack re-signing a 1-year deal.
Not to talk about Khalil Mack re-signing the Chargers. And it almost felt necessary.
Yes.
Right? When you moved on from Joey Bosa, and I think this is where a lot of teams landed in this process. We can talk about this with Bobby Wagner. We talk about this with Zach Ertz, all this stuff. This is similar to me when we were discussing earlier about how, well, we have the money, right? So like, why wouldn't we bring back the guy we know is good rather than fishing around for an unknown when we know that guy can be productive here? And with Khalil Mack, I think that's exactly where the Chargers probably landed. It's like, we have $70 million and we have 4 needs along our defensive line. Why wouldn't we bring back the guy who we think can be an impact, we know can be an impact player for us? Maybe you can quibble about windows and time frames if you're re-signing a 30-something Khalil Mack and you think you're a couple years away, but it's a playoff team from last year and he was really, really good for them. So I'm not sure they were going to get a better option with that money than bringing back Khalil Mack on a 1-year deal.
And he just seems like a wonderful guy to have around for all the younger guys. Like, just seems like a guy who can rally people. Like, I'm just so bought in on Khalil Mack staying there. And I forget who I was even talking about. Oh, I was talking about this with Chris Godwin. Just one of those plays the right way type of players. Khalil Mack is absolutely a plays the right way. Like, just does not mess up his assignments, sets the edge better than anybody I've ever seen. Like, like attitude on a million. Like, this is just the type of guy that any team should want around, but particularly a Jim Harbaugh team certainly wants to keep around. So especially once they let Bosa go, it just made way too much sense for them to keep Mack around for at least one more year. Even if, again, maybe next year's not the Super Bowl window, but this just, when you have the money, why would you let a player like this and a person like this walk? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I really like why would you let a person like this walk? Because I do think he is central to the culture that they're trying to build there. He plays the right way. I think he checks all of those boxes. I want to hit a question here from a couple different people. I assume these are like the Cardinals fans who are losing their minds right now. Hannibal said, can you guys please dig into the Cardinals? Look at me able to work the StreamYard on my own. Look at that. Look at this. I'm bringing up comments. I'm doing all this kind of stuff. Hannibal says, can you guys please dig into the Cardinals? And then we got one from Nick Higgum here who says, wouldn't the Cardinals have to actually do something to get talked about? Well, maybe it's worth talking about them not doing anything, considering how much money they came into free agency with. I can understand them being a little bit hesitant to not be in the running for these players at these prices, right? Like the Cardinals probably needed somebody like Milton Williams. I'm not surprised to not see them willing to pay $27 million a year for Milton Williams. If you just think about the way that Monty Ossenfort has operated here over the last couple of years, it has been very deliberate, and he has not overpaid for the most part when we've talked about this. So I am not surprised that they have not been willing to get into this tier of guys quite yet.
They should still sign one though, right? Like they should
I
still
think they should
yeah.
absolutely go out and try to find an interior offensive lineman or some sort of piece
Yeah.
on the defensive line. But the fact that they haven't been willing to jump in on the big time guys, that part of it, I'm not really surprised about.
Yeah, that's a good point. And there still are a couple of big time guys they could be bidding for, right? Like Josh Sweat is still on the board. I believe Charvarius Ward is still on the board. So there are still a few of them that they could make plays for if they really wanted to. But yeah, with so much money that they had to throw around, like the Patriots had obviously a little bit more money, but they had infinite money and they just started throwing it at, I mean, they've signed 4 guys today. And so I am a little bit surprised that the Cardinals have done nothing. It might be like, I do kind of respect that they've taken the approach potentially that they realize the offense has a ton of young players. So they might not even need necessarily a big ticket guy on that side. They just need a little bit more stabilizing veteran presence, with that you can get later in free agency. And then the defense is so far away that they might be really picking their spot with who is the right guy they want to spend the money on, which again, maybe that's why, maybe they're still in the bidding for Charvarius Ward or whoever it is. So I don't know. I am kind of fascinated that they have not spent any of their money, even on like a mid-tier something or another.
The defensive line is probably where you would expect it, right? But if you're
Sweat played for Gannon, right? Like that one makes the most sense if he's still on the board.
But I think this gets back to the conversation about timelines and about understanding when your window is going to come and how you approach that. This is a team that still probably isn't going to compete right now, right? But at the same time, and so you're looking at guys like Josh Sweat. Like, is Josh Sweat, who's about to turn, I think he's going to be 30 this year. Oh, no, excuse me, he's only 28. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Sweat is somebody that does make sense for them. But some of these older guys that are expensive, that I'm not necessarily surprised they haven't been.
Yeah,
chasing.
if Mack had become available, he would not have made any sense for them. Or like DeMarcus Lawrence doesn't really make any sense for them. Dante Fowler doesn't make any sense for them. He's 31. But if they wanted to take the swing on this is a mid-tier swing, but like Chase Young, Azeez Ojulari, like in that range where so like that style of pass rusher, maybe that makes sense where it's like, okay, it's a younger guy. If it works out really well, then we can just re-sign him in 3 years for whatever it is. But we're not throwing all of our eggs in the basket to compete in 2025 and 2026 necessarily.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up doing. I mean, they're a team that just clearly needs so much help and so much juice on the offensive and defensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm. I mean, their trenches are not very good.
No, and them getting
offensive line had something, but yeah.
Them bringing back Evan Brown and not going a little bit more expensive on the interior, that was a little bit surprising, just because I think that they've been really methodical about how they've tried to build that spot. They haven't gotten ahead of themselves. They haven't spent a ton of money, but I still thought that they would try to be a little bit more aggressive in that spot rather than just bringing back those guys, rather than just bringing back Evan Brown. But apparently that's not something that they were interested in.
No, and wasn't Will Hernandez?
Yeah, so Will Hernandez was hurt. Yeah, so he was hurt for them for most of last year, and so I think this is going to be a situation where they try to figure out what they can do with a.
I mean, your guy
with Isaiah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, that or I think I don't know if they want to necessarily cut off the. My thought was, would they want to upgrade at left guard over Brown rather than cutting off a potential chance for Isaiah Rodgers to play at right guard?
I mean, I guess that makes sense because you are still, like you said, they are probably 2 years away from being a serious competing team. This is probably the window to let your third-round pick from last year have a chance at cracking the starting lineup. So I guess that makes more sense. They really do need to spend on defense, though. It's what I just joked about with the Bengals and Jesse Bates putting out a bunch of fires. You watch the Cardinals defense, it's just Budda Baker putting out a million fires and throwing sticks of dynamite at the defense. And he's a great player, but a very good safety can only do so much for you when he's the only legitimately really good player on the defense. I mean, Kaiser White was pretty good for them, but he's a free agent. So
to me, it'd be a question of my assumption is they want to see what they have in Max Melton. Garrett Williams is a good nickel, and they gave Sean Murphy-Bunting that contract in free agency last year. So whether they want to keep rolling with him after paying him, I think that I wouldn't be surprised to see them continue going with this group in the secondary and then just trying to add pieces up front, because that's where they really need bodies. I mean, they really don't have anybody that's worth talking about up front. I mean, obviously, Darius Robinson was hurt for all of last year. They brought back Baron Browning, which again, I think is the right sort of bet when you're a team in that spot. You see what sort of upside you have with a guy like that on a 1-year deal. So they haven't done anything aggressive, but I'm not necessarily surprised by that.
Because of their timeline and because of this player's age, and because they can potentially get a discount because you're going to have to be gambling on his injury history a little bit. Le'Veon Wuzurike, I feel like he kind of makes a lot of sense for what they need.
If that's how they want to do this, where it's like, let's just get a bunch of mid-tier defensive linemen. Yes. They did that a little bit last year with like Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols. But I think Onwuzurike, I mean, those are third contract players. Onwuzurike is younger. I think he has more pop than both of those guys. So seeing them try to chase players like that, I think would make a little bit of sense. Got our next one here. Dyami Brown to the Jacksonville Jaguars, 1 year, $10 million for Dyami Brown. How do you feel about this?
How do I feel about this? I mean, that's probably fine, right?
Like, I have thoughts about it, and I'll lay them out for you in a second.
Okay, I'm going to assume by the end of the offseason he will be their number 3 one way or another. But Brian Thomas being clearly the X, or he can be obviously the X, so that is never going to be on Dyami Brown's plate. If he can just be your move around Z slot, he's going to be something akin to like Taylor Gabriel or Aldrick Robinson or whatever for you. And then maybe every now and then you can throw in some yak stuff. For $10 million, it's really not the worst bet to make.
So that's where I'm at with this. When I went back because I went back and watched a decent amount of Dyami Brown last week, because I was like, all right, it's a absolute garbage free agent group of receivers. Like one of these guys, a couple of these guys are probably going to get paid more than we think. So what does that end up looking like? And going back and watching Dyami Brown's tape last year, one of my favorite things that he did is what he looked like with the ball in his hands. I actually think he has more pop in that area than I originally would have thought coming out of North Carolina, because coming out of North Carolina, he was a vertical guy. Like that's what he was coming out of college. But when they threw him screens last year, he's not that big. He's not that powerful. He's not that fast. But I just liked his feel for those sorts of plays. And with Liam Cohen and that screen game we saw last year with the Bucs, I actually think that he makes some sense as your potential screen guy. He's not as physical or not nearly as good of a run blocker as a guy like Godwin. But when we were trying to drop Godwin onto the Jags last week, to me, this is like this is a clearance bin Chris Godwin signing for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like that's what this feels like to me.
Right. It's like if you took out all of the muscle from Chris Godwin's game and just had whatever was left, you kind of end up with something akin to Dyami Brown, which does make a lot of sense for them. And I think I think with how explosive Brian Thomas is, I think leaning into that a little bit with a guy like Dyami Brown as your kind of another ancillary piece makes a lot of sense to me. This also opens up to like, I don't think they would do this because they have a lot of other issues on the depth chart. But like, if Ted McMillan is still there at their pick, Ted, Brian Thomas, and Dyami Brown, that's a receiving core that you could sell me on very, very quickly.
I love this so much. If anyone wanted to pay attention to this, all you try to do is put all of these guys on the teams with the quarterbacks that you like.
Why wouldn't I?
It's fine. It's a totally reasonable way to approach it. I just want people to understand what's going on. Us talking about where T. Higgins would potentially go, and you trying to give him to Jordan Love, you trying to put Ted McMillan on the Patriots and then on the Jaguars. I see what's happening, and I just want other people to recognize it while it's going down.
Listen, man, I just want the good quarterbacks to have the environment around them to where everybody realizes they're a good quarterback, and then we're good.
Hufanga to Denver is confirmed, according to Beller. Again, like that, I think it makes a lot of sense for what that defense needed just from a skill set perspective. We're not on podcast here, so I can do this. I just want somebody who's going to fuck shit up like that. Yep. Like that's what I want for the Denver Broncos. And that's exactly what he is going to do on the back end of that defense. We'll see what the price is. There's obviously a ton of downside with his injury history, but if you can get 12 games out of that guy, considering where you're at with your defense and what sort of skill set you need, I could easily talk myself into that.
Oh, absolutely. Like, again, we talked about, like, they have a lot of good players. The front's really good. The corners are good. We need something in the middle of the defense to give us some pop. And Hufanga might bring a little bit too much of that at times, but it's what they needed.
Dan Duggan, who covers the Giants for us, pointed this out. I think so. We have the numbers on the Hufanga deal: 3 years, up to $45 million, only $20 million guaranteed at signing. So that up to is doing some work there per Adam Schefter. $20 million guaranteed. When you look at the rest of the free agent market, I mean, what did Cam Bynum get, Beller, in terms of guaranteed money? I'm sure it was $10 million more than that, probably, right?
I would have to, but even his yearly is $5 million.
It was like right at 10 million more than that. Yeah.
Yes. So I think that, and that clearly just speaks to the risk you're talking
injury.
about when it comes to Hufanga. So you know what you're getting, but at the same time, if it does hit, I think it makes sense. It's so funny that we're wondering what's going to happen. Okay, here we go. We got a new one. Ian Rappaport. Josh Palmer lands with the Buffalo Bills.
Really?
Yes.
That is just not the type of player.
3 years, $36 million for Josh Palmer with $18 million guaranteed. So $12 million a year for Josh Palmer with the first year and a half guaranteed. I'm surprised that's the direction that they went.
Is anyone going to run fast down the field?
That's
for
my
this team?
concern here, is that we just are lacking speed. That we're really lacking speed with this group.
Are they? Maybe they're just going for the they're just going for the dunk contest team with Josh Palmer and Keon Coleman. It's just like, all right, bro, just run 15 yards. I'll throw it up to you. We're just gonna pray we hit enough of these, and then Shakir will do all the stuff underneath that we need him to do.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if I love that build, but
I just don't know how the pieces all make sense together when you already have Keon Coleman. Obviously, they're different types of players, but like Josh Palmer,
there is overlap.
Like that's never what he's going to be. When Mina comes on here in a second, we'll ask her thoughts. I assume she's ready to go. Mina Kimes, how are you feeling about Josh Palmer to the Buffalo Bills?
Did they just sign him?
Yes.
Oh man. He is like the classic underrated like NFL player that people who watch a lot of football like, I guess. It's similar to Khalil Shakir. I mean, not the same skill set, but he's a good player.
My concern about this, and Derek and I were just talking about it, I think this is well-founded. Where's the speed? Like, where is the juice going to be coming from this team? I like Josh Palmer, but I liked Josh Palmer, to steal a term from Matt Harmon, as like a sacrificial X for like the Tennessee Titans. Like that was my thought with Josh Palmer, not a Bills swing in free agency.
Yeah, very odd. Josh Palmer, to me, was the prototypical, like, why is this the Chargers' #1 wide receiver guy? Sorry, I'm still recuperating from. I was taping with Danny and Jackson, our friends, when the Sam Darnold contract broke.
Oh man!
Josh Sweat to the Cardinals. That's
there it is, Derek.
Oh, I just
there
said
it
that.
is.
There we go.
Derek just called Josh Sweat to the Cardinals. So there it is. There is the swing for the Cardinals. Again, Josh Sweat younger than I thought. I'm thinking he's like 31 as they're making this move. 28 fits their timeline. They absolutely needed some pass rush juice, familiarity with Jonathan Gannon. I'm happy this one happened for you, Derek, because I know you were rooting for this one pretty much all morning.
I was. I mean, it just makes sense. They needed to pay one big ticket defensive guy for it to be a guy who Jonathan Gannon has worked with before, who is coming off of one of the best postseason runs of like his life. He played incredibly. And he's also just, I've said this with I said it with Chris Godwin, Khalil Mack. Sweat plays the right way, plays with a ton of attitude, high motor, wants to crush your face mask in, plays the run. That's the kind of guy that this Cardinals defense, if they're really trying to change the culture over there, it's the type of guy they needed. Him and Baker is like a very good foundation for them, I feel like.
And I like the body types and the skill sets they potentially have on the defensive line now, because you can move Darius Robinson inside in some of these looks if you want to. You have Baron Browning is kind of like a DPR type. They probably need to add at least one more guy to all of this for it to make sense. But I can understand the build collectively, Mina, and what the Cardinals are trying to do over there.
Yeah. They had needs at all three levels on defense and a ton of money. I always thought they were going to get either Sweat or Milton Williams.
Yeah.
Sweat makes sense. You know, this is it's a weird free agency generally for the teams with a lot of money, because there aren't many players deserving of that. And I think you're seeing that play out with.
That was so gracious the way that you just put that. That was very well done.
Well, I mean, This is why I think it was a miss on the part of some of these teams to not do the trades that we've seen, like the Steelers for DK. Just because the players available in trades are so much better, frankly, than these free agents and then guys coming back to like Godwin going back to Tampa, Teague staying in Cincinnati or whatever. But yeah, like the Cardinals, the Patriots, the Chargers, the Commanders had all of this money. Got to go somewhere. I think looking at the dollars, 4 years, 70, it's not like a massive overpay for Sweat, especially when you compare it to what Myles Garrett just got and what Trey Hendrickson's probably going to get. So I think it's fine for Arizona. There's still work to be done, though, on that defense.
I mean, if you're asking me right now if I'd rather have Sweat for that money or Dayo Odeyingbo for the money the Bears signed him for, I think I'd rather have Josh Sweat for that contract, even if he's a little bit older. So I feel like it's a good move for Arizona based on where they are. I mean, I don't want to keep doing this to you because I'm sure you've talked about it 100 times today, but I need your thoughts about what the last 48 hours of Seattle Seahawks football have looked like.
God. I have not actually. I have NFL Live right after this, so you're getting me.
Good.
It's been, I mean, I think what are the stages of grief? Bargaining. I think I'm in the bargaining phase. On its face, a team looking at their roster and saying, we were average, we were not as good as 10-7. We don't want to be on the treadmill of mediocrity. We want to take a swing at quarterback. We want to accumulate draft picks. I don't necessarily object to that. And I think that is the cope we're seeing from a lot of probably inside the organization and from outside. But that's not what they're doing. And that's why I have serious questions about it. Signing Sam Darnold to a very reasonable deal, by the way. I don't hate the money. It's basically the Baker contract plus, and they could probably get out of it after a year, honestly, if they really wanted to, the way teams treat dead money these days. That's fine. But the bet that you're going to upgrade on Geno Smith with Darnold, who played in the best possible environment last year, I think that's as risky as any bet I've seen. And for it to work out, you have to massively upgrade the offensive line, which they've tried and failed to now for like 10 years. The other thing I quibble with is people say, well, he's a better fit for the Clint Kubiak offense. And, coming from Minnesota where he was under center and played play action and it was really great. What has Clint Kubiak done to deserve a team saying, no, let's rebuild this entire offense in his image? Seriously, what has he done?
Those 3 games to start the season last year for the Saints were incredible, Mina.
So I guess the DK thing is another piece of this, and that I think we can also talk about. But I guess I just think overall, what I object to is this is not a team that is rebuilding. They're once again just sort of retooling and resetting. And I think that the general philosophy behind that decision is a lot riskier than maybe people are interpreting it as.
I think that's totally fair.
That's the part of it that I did love. Like you said, if they were scrapping this down kind of to the studs and just wanted to actually rebuild and go get a rookie quarterback, whatever it is, take your lumps for a year, fine. For them to just scrap it down a little bit and try to shop in what they think is the same range of quarterback, but I think all of us believe is a much lower, range of quarterback for, me and Robert were talking, $9 million is not nothing in terms of the difference between Geno's contract
and the pick.
Sam's contract.
And
the pick.
$9 million plus a pick.
But I would rather have the quarterback who I think is good and has been good for longer. And so that is the part of this that to me that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And then to your point, Mina, he's going from the best receiver in football, one of the best number 2 receivers in football, one of the top 5 play callers, probably in my opinion, an offensive line we already know is better, to whatever it is that they're doing in Seattle, who just traded away one of their top 2 receivers.
My stance on this, again, we've talked about it a lot today, but it's truly the most interesting stuff that's happened. It's just opportunity cost if you look at it on paper. Like the idea of $37 million for Sam Darnold plus a 3rd round pick versus $45 million for Geno, who's 7 years older. And then you look at the resources you would have allocated to DK, now having the flexibility to spend those however you want. You have the 2nd, you can spend on your offensive line a bit to upgrade that spot. If you want to sign a stopgap receiver in free agency, I can get all of those moves on paper if you're just looking at the resources in a vacuum. But essentially admitting you're going to take a step back. Like, it's going to be hard not to. So this idea that you're going to sell the fact that you're trying to be competitive, when in reality, it's going to be really hard for you to be as good as you were last year. Those things are just tough to square, even if the resources and the opportunity cost in a vacuum potentially stacks up in your favor.
If I was excited about this quarterback draft too, I think I would have reacted in a different way.
Sure.
And I'm just not, from top to bottom. It's not just about the guy. Obviously, they were never going to be in the market for the guys at the very top, the top two, top one. But, I keep seeing people say, well, this is all about next year. And next year they have all this cap space. And I just don't think that's one of the things I feel like I've learned from covering this league is you can't think about the league that way. You can't think about next year's draft the way people talk about it. And this is to me like a bet on Sam Darnold in this system and John Schneider's ability to use those additional resources that you just laid out, Robert. And as somebody who has watched him operate very closely for over a decade, I don't like that bet. And maybe I'm wrong. Obviously, I would love to be wrong. I would love for them to finally fix although it would be so awful. Imagine Geno Smith and they finally fix the interior of the offensive line. I would love that, though, for Sam Darnold, who I think, is a great story, and I like him, and I'm a fan of his. But I'm just skeptical. That's all.
I want to ask you quickly, where was your optimism meter at 5 days ago before any of this happened versus compared to now?
It's a great question.
I thought they could be in the mix of things in the division next year because the defense was trending up. And I think that Mike McDonald given another offseason to kind of pick his guys. I liked the Ernest Jones, Jaron Reed contracts. That we didn't know about that 5 days ago. But I was trending up on the defense. And I felt like with the offense, if you just could finally fix the interior of this offensive line, it has so very clearly been the thing holding this unit back. Now, to answer your question, I was not entirely optimistic they could do that because, again, they have failed at it for so long. But at least my belief was that if they did that, then this would be a team competing for the division. It was a team that competed for the division last year. I don't feel that way now. My confidence level has plummeted in this team since then.
Two things I want to say. One, I'm 100% with you guys about, all right, well, why, if we just fix the stuff that was bad last year and drop the Geno back into this, the DK thing is an entirely different conversation. I'm fine with trading DK. I was always fine with trading DK when it comes to $30 million plus a second round pick. I'd rather have $30 million in a second round pick than DK Metcalf. Those are my thoughts about DK Metcalf. But the Geno perspective, it's like, if you just change the way the offense feels and you are starting to run an offensive system that can hide offensive line talent instead of expose it, and you sign one guard and then you draft the receiver with the pick you got in the Geno trade or the DK trade, I'm fine with that. Like, I think that is probably the best path forward because that allows you to solve the stuff that you were struggling with last year. I think that they probably went one or two steps too far in trying to correct what was going on last season.
I also, by the way, don't understand the logic as well. I know I gotta go. That Geno wasn't going to fit in this. Geno can play under center. Like, he can run play.
He was awesome and play action with Waldron. He was so good at it.
Like, oh, but Sam Darnold under center and play action centric offense was awesome. Cool. Is Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Kevin O'Connell, who's being left out in all of this, is a proven incredible play caller. TJ Hawkinson and Christian Dare. Are they coming with him? No.
Don't think so.
Whatever. I'm rooting for him. I hope I'm wrong, obviously, as a fan. Hey, Matt. And
Now,
I
Harmon,
agree
you've
with
been listening to
the
this
DK
discussion.
stuff. I'm fine with the DK trade. That's the funny thing is, like, it's fine.
Where are you at on everything that we were just talking about? How do you feel about the Seattle Seahawks right now compared to 5 days ago?
It feels like my emotional stakes are not nearly high enough to have this conversation with you three.
It's so true because you're talking to like two of the biggest Geno heads on planet Earth and a dyed-in-the-wool Seahawks fan. Like, there's no way you can enter this conversation with the right level of emotional heft.
Correct. Yeah, I'm like, well, maybe I can see it from the other side. Who cares? Nobody on this this panel here wants me to say that. But no, yeah, the DK Metcalf trade, I'm with you guys. I think it's a defensible move. I probably would not have wanted to give him the contract that he got, but I also do understand the Steelers' perspective where they've been hanging out for like veteran wide receivers for a minute for all of the
Yeah.
whole like, hey, the Steelers just, every year they get somebody on the second day of the draft. Well, sometimes they do. Sometimes they get Sammy Coates and sometimes they get Roman Wilson. It's nice to have a little bit of certainty in that room, I suppose.
Okay, one last thing, but speaking of that before, and I do want to get Matt's thoughts on Matt, I'm going to leave, but I would love to hear your thoughts on this. I'll listen to it later. Aaron Rodgers throwing to George Pickens and DK Metcalf. It will be the funniest thing on earth. Just for content purposes, my hope now is that happens. It is truly the dream.
Yeah, talk about two guys who are not known for being in the exact right place that the quarterback wants him to be, and a guy who has who famously got a guy kicked off the team last year onto the team that we're talking about here, and Mike Williams for not being on the red line or whatever. Yeah, it seems like a room ripe for combustibility.
Mina, before you get out of here, your favorite like team-centric plan, like your favorite overall approach so far in the last week that you have seen from a team is what?
This is I'm looking at the list of, I'm kind of doing my own grades. I mean, the Ravens keeping Ronnie Stanley on that contract before free agency, it strikes me as like the biggest win thus far. I don't think they've done anything else, and I'm fine with that.
They didn't need to do anything else. That was the biggest thing they needed to do.
Yeah.
It might have already been the best team in football.
Yeah, so that I think jumps out as like a win. I get the Patriots, the Bucs similarly. Again,
yeah.
I guess that's the good teams who have managed to just keep their good players on reasonable deals are the biggest winners, which I realize is a corny thing to say, but and then I do like the Rams going all in. I love that shit.
Yeah, I think the Rams moves have been like, again, but it's reasonable players like Alaric Jackson getting him back, not letting him hit the market, the pairing Poona Ford with what they already have up front, and then you drop Devontae Adams into that. Even if we're paying a little bit of a premium for Tutu Atwell, I can very much get behind what we've seen from the Rams in the last few days.
Jimmy Garoppolo getting $11 million purely for vibes.
Sean McVay loves Jimmy Garoppolo more than I would.
Privilege is so real.
It's so true. Jimmy Garoppolo lives in the bubble like John Hamm on 30 Rock. Like there's no telling Jimmy Garoppolo anything the truth. Mina, we'll let you go. Sincerely appreciate the time. Always good to chat with you. Enjoy NFL Live. Matt Harmon, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good. Trying to keep up with everything. Failing to keep up with everything, I'm sure. We got the 3 screens open here, and that is still not enough. So we're in utter chaos here, but it's a good time to be alive.
I need to retool my office setup because I only have my other monitor here, and I've just realized how completely ill-equipped I am for moments like this. Like I need a TV in here somewhere. I gotta do it. There's an open wall. We've lived here for 4 years, and I've never really taken the time to like make sure my office is what I want it to be. And I think this is my wake-up call.
I actually considered probably about 30 minutes ago, which is a stupid thing. Like, what if because I have this desk can stand up too. I thought about putting another monitor on this wall for it's like no. We don't need a 4th monitor, but the thought did cross my mind. So the fact that you're going with just 2, that's pretty rookie stuff.
I have 3 TVs in my basement to watch games. So I watch games in a different part of the house. And so I do have a decent setup elsewhere, just not here right now. I'm not going to make you talk about all receivers for the next 20 minutes, but I am going to make you talk about some receivers. We've gotten Devontae Adams, Josh Palmer, De'Ami Brown. We got the Christian Kirk trade. Obviously, a couple other things that have happened. Any favorites or ones that you don't like in the receiver moves that have happened so far?
What a range of players that you just ran through.
I really set you up to fail there.
Yeah, the De'Ami Brown contract and like the Josh Palmer contract. I guess the going rate for we can acceptably play you at the wide receiver position for tactical purposes.
That's it.
And not embarrass the franchise is $10 million. I guess Tutu Atwell set the market on that. Is like, we can get him on the field as a wide receiver 3 or 4, and he can stretch out space for these other guys. And now De'Ami Brown is that guy. Josh Palmer, I think, is more of like yet another dirty work player in the Buffalo Bills wide receiver room, which to me, watching the 2024 Buffalo Bills, I didn't think they needed another dirty work guy, but I guess they're going for I guess they're going for Mac.
Wait until they bring Matt Collins back.
Well, I guess I was like, is Matt Collins done? I mean, because I was like, Josh Palmer's kind of Matt Collins with maybe a little bit more upside, but he's a non-separating, again, kind of gritty, dirty work player and that's who Matt Collins is. So, yeah, I mean, the people definitely tuned in for like an in-depth breakdown on Josh Palmer, but I mean, I love the Davante Adams move. That just makes so much sense to me. Now, Robert, you'll understand this. I did feel a little twinge of fear, maybe regret, as I was writing the Davante Adams reception perception profile.
I don't even want you to say it. I don't even want you to say it.
I mean, we know the name Allen Robinson was about to come up here because historically, like, receivers that are in their, like, around the age 30 or in their 30s who see like a rather major drop off in success rate versus zone coverage and reception perception, that's a pretty big warning sign that we're in a little bit of a dangerous territory. And I have hand waved, obviously the Robinson example, I've hand waved that as like, oh, it's fine. Like, yeah, he doesn't beat zone coverage anymore, but they want to play him at X. He's more of a man beater anyways. And then you see the guy on the field the next year and he absolutely can't move. I don't think we've got those warning indicators with Davante Adams from last year, but I mean, he definitely is. And we're also talking about a player now in Robinson dropping off from, like a solid number one receiver, to an unplayable player. Whereas like Adams, we're seeing like the drop off in reception perception from probably the best receiver of the RP era, which is 2014 to current, to very good starting number one receiver. So even if he takes another dip back to like very good number two receiver, as long as he's on that steady decline plan, I think this move makes all the sense in the world for Los Angeles, not just because of what he can do, but also what he presents from like an alignment perspective in this offense.
I'm 100% with you on that. And again, I think that having a true X in the offense is great, but I also like the fact that if he's so good in space and in using space, like watching him work from the slot and like slot fades and stuff, the idea of him working in all these condensed splits, even if he is your X receiver, I could absolutely get behind that. I want to just very quickly do this. I just want to play dust or not dust with some of the aging guys. Stephon Diggs, dust or not dust?
I don't think dust, but again, that's one's tough just because he's coming off an injury. But if I had to guess, I'd say not dust. I still liked a lot of what he did last year.
Amari Cooper, dust or not dust?
Probably dust. Yeah, he was another one where the results were really poor. And honestly, he had such a weird season because in Cleveland, he was separating really well, playing with the terrible quarterback, but had issues consistently catching the ball. In Buffalo, he actually pretty consistently caught the balls thrown his way that were catchable, was playing with the best quarterback in the NFL, but his separation fell off the map. So like, what is this player at this point? I think he's probably more of just a role player at this stage of his career.
DeAndre Hopkins, dust or not dust?
Yeah, probably pretty close to that's enough already.
Okay. I'm asking you all of this because I need to go back and watch Amari Cooper and figure out what happened in Buffalo. You've done all this.
I already did it.
So
I was doing it yesterday.
I want to wield you in these moments because I know that you're able to shed a light on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the Cooper one, I think it makes sense for a team like Arizona that needs somebody that can, take some X receiver reps away from Marvin Harrison and can still play.
It's the exact team that I had thought about as well.
He also just the way his route tree looks like from a reception perception standpoint, the routes he's still pretty good at are the in-breaking routes, which is what he did. But that's not what they really wanted out of him in Buffalo. They want him to run a lot of straight go routes against man coverage, and his go route success rate was terrible last year. So there's a little bit like, okay, he doesn't have a ton left, but he also probably wasn't great at what they actually, as much as it kind of made sense at the time of the trade, he turned out to not be really what they needed in that receiver room.
Let's get to some non-receiver stuff here, Derek. It's harder to make a harder left turn away from Davante Adams talk to getting pumped about Patrick McCarry talk, but we're going to do that right now. I was wondering where McCarry would wind up. I was trying to throw him on the Titans because I just wanted him to go to a team that needed capable offensive line play. Guess where he just winded up, Derek? The Jacksonville Jaguars signed Patrick McCarry, which makes tons of sense given where the Jags are. They needed somebody to play on the interior. He has tons of positional flexibility. I think this actually makes a lot of sense for where Jacksonville is right now and what they needed.
I think when I was doing my who are the players I can get around Trevor Lawrence to help them out, I don't think Patrick McCarry was that high on my list, but they could use help at like either guard spot, really. Obviously, Brandon Scherf is going to be out of the building, but I don't think Ezra Cleveland played very well for them last year. So like McCary could fill in at either spot. So depending on what they want to do in the draft, or if they think there's another free agent they can go out and get, if they want to go and sign and be the Will Fries team and just like put both of these guys at guard and fix their guard spot, that way I think that could be a solution. So for a team that very obviously needed help at both guard spots potentially, I think this is like a nice Band-Aid move. Like this isn't going to move the needle for them, but if they're going from old Brandon Scherf, who had clearly, lost it, from what he was like 5 years ago, to just getting a guy in the building who can play 16 and not be a problem, perfectly fine situation, especially when you're bringing in a new offensive coordinator, right? You want as few leaks on the offensive line as possible.
Yeah. Pretty sizable, healthy deal for Patrick Bakari. 3 years, $38 million, $20 million guaranteed. There just were not a lot of playable guards under the age of 30 available in free agency this year.
There really weren't, man.
We just got the notification, or I did, that, Rap Sheet said the top guard is off the market. Sources say Aaron Banks to the Packers. And I'm like, the top guard is Aaron Banks? Like that's the market. So
by whose estimation?
Yeah, right. per who? I mean, no disrespect to Aaron Banks, but I wouldn't have called him the top guard on the market. But yeah, you're right. Like the interior offensive line market wasn't great, but I like the way you put it, Derek, that offensive line's a weak league position anyways. You just don't want somebody that's a huge problem if you're Jacksonville, and they've had some huge problems in the last couple of seasons. The reason the Bucs line was filled with like really talented players under Cohen last season, but they also were just like, okay, everybody is acceptable. Like their worst player was probably Bredesen, and he was a perfectly competent starter.
Aaron Banks. 4 years, $77 million for Aaron Banks. 19
wait.
years for
How much?
Aaron Banks. 4 years, $77 million.
Good work if you can get it.
So this is fascinating too, because this also tells me the Packers want to play Jordan Morgan at left tackle next year.
That's exactly what's going to happen, right? Like it's the only way you can justify this. I'm trying to figure out.
You wouldn't sign the guard otherwise. Yes.
What is the?
I guess if you think you can solve two issues at once, but I don't know.
Well, my question is, so Aaron Banks played left guard for the Niners, I believe, right? And so now we're getting into this, and now my question becomes, when can they move on from Elton Jenkins? So they could cut him today if they want, and they can save $8 million against the cap. Elton Jenkins is a good player. My concern with Elton Jenkins is how many games has he played over the last 3 years?
He's hurt a lot. Yeah. Not very many.
So he played 17 games last year. That's actually surprising. He's actually been on the field more than I expected him to be. He only missed a combined 4 games in 2022 and 2023. I thought it was
not nearly
more
as
than
many.
that. That's a little bit surprising. Okay. All right. So does this mean Jenkins goes to center now because they have multiple guards that they can play? That's also
just move him again. Just move him every offseason. Maybe that's why we think he's missed games, is he just plays a different position every year.
What is this the new thing where teams are just like, hey, we got like a surplus of guards, we're just kicking these guys into center? Because this is happening. The Chargers are talking about doing it with Zion Johnson. The Rams flirted with the idea with Steve Avila last year. Is this just like we don't have enough good centers? Center's really important. We're putting some of these offenses don't put that much responsibility on the quarterback to like make checks at the line and stuff like that. Is this what we're doing now?
Especially with the Bears or with the Packers, because we've been trying to do it with like 4 guys for the last 5 years. We're trying to move Zach Tom to center. Now it's time to move Elton Jenkins to center. So I think that actually makes a lot of sense, is if Banks is going to play left guard, maybe you move Jenkins to center and then you see what happens at right guard. Maybe Jordan Morgan stays at right guard, Derek, and you keep.
Yeah, maybe they just keep Walker at left tackle.
I mean, that's a reasonable plan. I think that still gives you a decent group along your offensive line, especially with with Josh Myers hitting free agency. Here's another one that kind of shocking considering where he is in his career. Grady Jarrett to the Bears. Beller, is this 3 years, 43 for Grady Jarrett that you dropped into the chat?
That seems like a lot of money.
That seems like a lot.
I think it is. 3 years, $44 million with $29 million guaranteed for Grady Jarrett.
Yes, sorry, I was just getting back. It is 28.5 guaranteed.
That's a lot of money for Grady Jarrett at this point in his career.
It's at this point in his career is kind of the issue. I mean, It's also kind of a weird fit for Dennis Allen's defense, it feels like, because he's a little bit undersized, but they needed a little bit more juice. Like,
they needed more
never mind.
juice. I'm just surprised they sought it out here rather than like.
So,
yeah, I don't know.
There have been a lot of signings I've been able to, like, 30 seconds in, talk myself into it. This one, not that it's necessarily even gonna, he's gonna be useless for them, but I'm struggling to find what the thought process is, I guess.
It's just a lot to pay for a guy who just got
Yeah.
cut. Like the idea that
Yeah.
Grady Jarrett
Yeah.
just got cut and is now getting a big money deal on the first day of free agency, that's just a little bit surprising to me. I mean, he had 34 pressures last year in 17 games.
He's been slowing down for like 2 years now, it feels like. And so for the Falcons to let him walk when he's been like the only pillar of the defense, him and AJ Terrell for the last 8 years. Obviously, Terrell hasn't been there for all of those. But for them to let him walk, it just, when it's a pillar of a franchise like that to walk when he's been clearly fading the last couple of years, feels like not the best bet to make for the Bears. I joked earlier, you've had nothing bad to say about the Bears offseason, and now here we are.
That one just seems a little bit rich
you
for me.
need
I mean, I think if it were up to me, I'd rather give Jonathan Allen that money if I was going to try to go out and find one of these recently released defensive linemen that I felt could give me a little bit of juice inside.
It's tough too when the one side of the ball that the Falcons need the most help on is defense. And like we knew they were going to move on from Grady Jarrett. Like I think that was pretty easy to see coming. And it's unfortunate because, man, at his peak he was great. I mean, a great player. But you're right, Derek. It's been like a bit of a steady decline. Maybe they're hoping like for the a couple of years removed from the injury bump for Grady Jarrett here.
It'd be a couple of years removed, though. I mean, that's a lot of rationalization we got going there in that moment from you, Matt Harmon.
That's
Anything
what I'm here
else?
for, the silver lining.
What anything else that's really jumped out to you today? Like as you look at what's unfolded over the course of the last 3 or so hours, any favorite moves that you've seen so far?
In terms of favorite moves, I just love Chris Godwin coming back to Tampa Bay. Just made all the sense. Whether he, did or did not actually leave $20 million on the table, like whatever that means, I would get it because this is exactly what they need. Like he goes so beyond just the fact that he was one of the most productive receivers in the NFL last year. He was having his best success rate versus man coverage season in reception perception since 2020. His best success rate versus zone coverage season of his entire career before he got hurt in week 7. I mean, he was having that great a year as a receiver, and his value to the team goes so beyond just what he is as a receiver. What he does in terms of pre-snap motion stuff, what he's able to do as a run blocker. So to me, it just was like, you don't lose a guy like this. And I know that they did a great job last season, Liam Cohen specifically, like, all right, let's change the offense on the fly. Let's make let's make Cade Otton our power slot receiver for like a little chapter of the year here before we get Jalen McMillan activated. But I think McMillan, Otton, these other guys are role players. Like I think McMillan's best as a 3. You don't want to suddenly be like, okay, let's hope our wide receiver 3 can become our wide receiver 2. If you're going to remain an offensive first team and, like signing Haason Reddick, signing that guy or that guy, there's still going to be an offensive first team. To me, it just makes sense. Like let's make sure this offense is still as good as it can be.
I love that way of framing it, where I like McMillan. I think he's going to be a useful piece in a good NFL offense for a while, but he's a role player. Like what he's able to do is like a vertical player out of the slot in a way that's different than Godwin. Like I just really like the way that all of those guys fit together within the offense. But if you just slot in McMillan for Godwin, it feels like a very, very different group than what we're looking at right now, Derek.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I loved it. Like I agree with Matt. Like them bringing him back was kind of like Mina said with bringing Ronnie Stanley back for the Ravens. This is one of the better ones where it's just like good unit brings back one of their best players. Okay, very well done. And for not that much money, like he probably could have gotten, I don't know, what did you say he left on the board, Matt? $20 million was that the report?
That was I think the report from Ian Rappaport. They left $20 million on the table, like mostly from the Patriots. I think Patriots were the team that was really on him. And like I get it. It's definitely like a real siren song, right? Like going to New England and basically, hey, Chris, we're gonna pay you a lot of money and we're going to build the whole passing game out of you. But also, not only is he coming off an injury and then you've got to go like train with a new staff and all these other things. When this is a guy that's been with this team forever, he's got such a good level of credibility there. Let's also not forget too that, this 2 years ago in Dave Canales' offense, and I think Dave Canales is really good. And I think he did a great job as the Bucs offensive coordinator. He did a wonderful job to get Mike Evans activated on these like outbreaking routes at the highest rate of his career, because that's what Baker Mayfield likes to do. Godwin was like totally miscast in that offense because he was mostly like an outside receiver. He just got moved back into the position that is going to make him the best version of himself. So you never know. I think McDaniel's probably a good hire by the Patriots, and I'm sure he would have had a lot of great concepts for Godwin to run, but you just never know. Like, there's so much certainty in saying, okay, I'm going to stay here in Tampa Bay. I know the staff. I know the training room. I'm rehabbing an injury. But also, like, Josh Grizzard was the passing game coordinator last year. They're just promoting him to the offensive coordinator job. He's going to know how to use Chris Godwin, which I think is an important part of this equation.
Next one just rolled in. TJ Slayton to the Cincinnati Bengals, 2 years, $15 million. TJ Slayton, a big run-stuffing defensive tackle for the Packers over the last couple years. I like this one, Derek, but I've always kind of liked TJ Slayton. Like, I just think that for what he is a useful player, and he's exactly the type of player I think the Bengals needed when you looked at the way that they were built last year. All right, so this is a perfect example. They bring back BJ Hill, okay, and for Cincinnati, who I think, again, is just a good – he's an innings eater along the defensive line. Last year, it was BJ Hill and Sheldon Rankins, right? BJ Hill and TJ Slayton is a very different feel to the interior of your defensive line. I mean, you said in July last year, Derek, that the Bengals are going to have the worst run defense in the NFL. It was one of the more prescient things that you have said. With a guy like this, 27 years old, what his skill set is, it's a different sort of feel to what that group already looks like compared to a year ago.
I think directionally it's in the right area, right? Like, they needed a guy who was going to be a little bit bigger, be a run stuffer, where you don't have two 290 pounders out there playing defensive tackle. That is not a way to run a defense. So I think directionally it's the right thing. I still would have liked them to have gone one more rung up the ladder and been a DJ Jones or a Puna Ford, whoever it would have been. I would have liked that just because of how badly they truly needed it. And Slayton has been a little bit more of like a rotational piece, and so you're projecting here a little bit. But honestly, for this amount of money, for $7.5 million a year, like, it's a perfectly good bet for, I think, a team like this to make, where they need something at nose tackle, and for them to take a bet like this, I think is pretty good.
Yeah, Elliot Robinson in the chat. I know that Sheldon Rankins didn't play last year. I'm talking about what the depth chart looked like coming into the season, where it was BJ Hill and Sheldon Rankins. This is a very different feel, where you have a true nose as part of this. This is the real DJ Reader replacement, and what they probably needed after he left. Not nearly the pass rush juice, not nearly the player, but that's why you're paying him to be a role player within the defense. So I can absolutely get behind this as a general idea. Anything else we've missed, Beller, over the last little bit here? I think we've hit everything.
No, we've knocked them all out.
I still can't get over the Aaron Banks money. That one is just
that's outrageous.
That one is just shocking to me.
Former 49ers offensive linemen getting paid a lot of money when their offensive line wasn't very good is crazy.
I know.
Again, there's something to, like, okay, where did this guy collect his checks last year, and what does this team need to do in the offseason? Oh, it's replace and refurbish the unit that this guy is coming from. I don't know. I mean, I know there's like, I don't know. These teams are all so incestuous, man. It's just like, okay, Sam Darnold in Seattle. Well, there's, he used to work with Clint Kubiak, and like there's a language familiarity here. Okay, like at some point you can speak the language. That's great. Like, we can drop you in the country and like you can survive. But are you really going to thrive? I don't know. It's a little much for me.
Yeah, now that I've sobered up a little bit, Derek, I'm not sure how I feel about the Odeyingbo Grady Jarrett situation. I feel like that could be a spot where if they don't add somebody in the draft, we're looking at this at the end of the year. Those guys are going to have big 2026 cap hits, and they're still going to need a defensive lineman.
So the Jarrett one, I can't really convince myself of. The Dayo one, I'll let it run through the draft. Like, I think if they still spend the 10th pick on like Michael Williams, then we're fine. Like, then Dayo can really be, him and Michael can kind of trade between who is the true number 2 next to Montez Sweat or on the other side of Montez Sweat. And so if that becomes the case, I'm probably fine them making the bet that they made. I still think 16 million was a little rich. I remember looking at projections coming into free agency for how much guys were going to get paid. And I think on Spotrac, it was like 16 million for Dayo Odeyingbo. And I was like, really? For him, that's a lot of money. I thought he'd come in closer to like 10 or 11. So it is a little bit of an overpay. But again, if he actually slots into number 3 for them, I don't really care that much. It's probably fine.
Matt, anything else you want to share with us before we let you get out of here? I know you got a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah, a lot going on. I'm interested to see how the Fields experiment works out in New York. Mostly because we have no idea like who is Tanner Engstrand as an offensive coordinator. We don't even. We really don't. We don't even have the Lions had a creative, quarterback run game package there in Detroit. No, they probably had one of the biggest, statues in the pocket across the entire league. But man, at the same time, obviously Fields does bring a bit of juice to the run game. He also is gonna, I think, open up lanes for an intriguing trio of running backs there. Like Breece Hall is obviously a good player. Both Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis flashed at times, and it's certainly not a perfect offensive line, but they do have a few young ascending players there. So if they can get that right, I at least think that will be interesting. And the more I look at it, it does seem like first-year defensive-minded head coach core, running quarterback. We've got 3 running backs. Like, let's try to establish this thing as much as possible. Probably, Fields is probably not the guy to take Garrett Wilson to the ceiling, the production ceiling that I think his film probably could justify him being in. But it does, it could create a pretty interesting offensive attack. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. It's like, we know this isn't a long-term solution. Let's just try to be hard to play against. Let's play good defense, and then let's figure out what our actual multi-year quarterback solution looks like in 2026 when the draft is a little bit kinder.
Also, George Pickens on the Steelers roster in 2025. Do we think? I think.
Nope.
I said no.
I don't think
like
so
2 months. Yeah, I said no like 2 months ago. He's that he wasn't going to be on the team, and now that Metcalf's on the team, I think we're going to spend a lot of oxygen. And I mean, asked the question like before she hopped off, like, what is this room going to look like? I think it's going to look like DK Metcalf and create a player here, which is basically just the souped up version of what it was last year when it was George Pickens and create a player here.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. I think that there's enough of a redundancy in the skill set where it doesn't totally make a ton of sense. I think that if they can get a pick for Pickens and then use that somewhere else, that would not surprise me at all, just based on where they are right now. Matt Harmon, sincerely appreciate the time, sir. I know you got a lot of stuff on your plate today, so good luck with everything. We'll talk to you very soon.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Hey, BK, over there in the chat. We're reacting to the information that we have. If you don't want us to react to the contract information, you can listen to the shows for the rest of the week. That's what I got for you. We're 4.5 hours into this thing, so I'm starting to wear down in a pretty obvious way.
Yeah, we're losing steam.
That's okay. We need some more stuff to come juice us up here.
Exactly.
That's why we're having the people come through. That's why we're having the people come through. So nothing else has come across the ticker in terms of live signings. Let's go back and talk about some of the stuff we haven't necessarily talked about yet. Some of the things that happened over the weekend that we have not hit. I think we've gotten to most of this stuff. Let's talk about some of the linebacker contracts we haven't yet, Derek. Jamie and Sherwood going to the Jets, Nick Bolton back to the Chiefs on the same deal for both of them. 3 years, $45 million, $30 million guaranteed. How are we feeling about both of these?
I think it's a little bit rich for both of them, but at least with Sherwood, he's come on a little bit more recently, so I think you can sell yourself on the ceiling. He obviously has a lot more pop than a guy like Bolton. Like, he's a little bit more of a lighter run around, just hit whatever I can get my hands on type of player, which I do think if you're going to run Aaron Glenn's defense, it is nice to have one of those players around. And I think it probably says something that Aaron Glenn walked in, probably took inventory of the roster and was like, oh, no, that's a guy I would like to keep around. So that does say something to me. Nick Bolton to the Chiefs. Bolton is such a just a difficult player for me to talk about because there are things that he obviously does well. I think between the tackles, he's a nice thumper. He's a consistent tackler. He's a relatively smart player. Like, he doesn't make many mistakes of like, oh man, where was he going? He's in the wrong gap, that sort of thing. But he's just not a good athlete. Like, he struggles to get outside the numbers on outside runs, on screens. I think in coverage, you can see stuff get past him sometimes. So it's just I understand, given they don't have that many pillars on the defense, why they would want to keep him around. Like, it's pretty much just him, McDuffie, and Karlaftis and Jones, right? So I kind of get it from that angle, but it does feel like they're paying more for continuity than for like quality of play, if that makes sense.
And I think that makes sense at linebacker specifically. I alluded to this a little bit earlier when we were discussing why these guys are re-signing with their teams when it seemed like they might hit the market. And it's because with the cap going up, teams have more flexibility. Linebacker, in my opinion, is the spot where this makes the most sense. There is such a development curve and a difficulty in developing these guys when you draft them. It takes a long time, and it's really, really hard to scout linebackers in particular. Letting the market figure out who's good and who's not is not a bad practice. So if you get to the end of that rookie contract and you know he can work within your defense and you have the financial flexibility to keep him, I think that's what we're seeing with a lot of these guys, where it's like, yeah, 15 million's a lot, but we got the money to do it. And do you really want to draft a guy in the second round and have absolutely no idea what he's going to be in these spots? It's not that linebackers aren't important. It's that it's hard to identify linebacker talent, and that's why drafting them high is always a dicey proposition. But when you know whether they're good or bad, I'm okay with this. I understand it as a practice.
That's actually a good point. Like, it is, other than quarterback, probably the position that the college game is produced, like, not producing at the greatest rate. Like, it's just,
and I'd say
college
safety, linebacker, and quarterback are the three things where it's like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, linebacker, you're just, if you go watch any college game and look at what the linebacker is doing, and then watch any NFL game, none of it's the same. They're functionally playing different sports, and so that's why, like, I love Jihad Campbell, who is a player in this year's draft. He can be a little bit hit or miss with some of the stuff that he's trying to read, like the way he reads his keys and all that stuff. But you want to draft him top 15 because he's the biggest, fastest, strongest athlete out there. And that's kind of all you have to do at the position right now. Like, we haven't had a big ticket, legitimate, like top 10 caliber linebacker since Roquan Smith. That was 2018.
That's probably the last guy. Yeah.
Like, we just don't produce those guys. A lot of times what you're seeing now is like Fred Warner's in the third round and just guys like that who end up popping. And so it does make sense that once you get a guy who you know is at least a B- for you, probably just hang on to him, because to be out in the wilderness at that position, you can get stuck there for a very long time.
I think that's exactly right. And I think that's why we're seeing teams hold on to these players at that position specifically. Obviously, the Sherwood situation is a little bit different because this is a new staff, but you know how he fits with the players around him. One of the first things a new coaching staff does when they come in is they evaluate pending free agents for that team. So what Aaron Glenn and that staff did immediately upon arriving with the Jets was watch the Jets pending free agents to decide who they wanted to keep. And I can understand when you have not a boatload, when you've got a decent amount of money to throw around, and if losing that guy would create a hole within your defense, just saying, well, why wouldn't we just bring this guy back? Like, we know what he is. We know what he can be for us. And that's happened multiple different times with these linebackers specifically.
And for them, he signed for like basically the same money as DJ Reed. So that staff walked in and said, we can pay basically the same amount of money for either player here per year, at least. Which one do we want to keep? And it ended up being Sherwood. And so again, that says something to me. And maybe that's just me having too much faith in Aaron Glenn. I don't know what it is. Like, it very well could be they're just wrong about which player they should have kept. But I do have a lot of faith in the way that he puts together things. And for him to want to bring back Sherwood, if that were the ultimatum between those two players, it does say something.
Well, here you go. What sort of time frame are we looking at for the Jets to be competitive? Jamien Sherwood is entering his age 25 season. DJ Reed will be playing his age 29 season at a position where the age cliff is very, very real. So I can understand if you're choosing between those, ultimately going that direction. All right, we got a couple more guests. Chase Daniel is going to be joining us here in a second. But before we get to our last couple people running through here, we're going to take a quick break. Let me finish chewing. This is good professional radio. I have a box of LaCroix next to me, and I have like a box of Cliff Bars downstairs. That's what I've been doing for the last like however long. Well,
Like running a marathon. It's great.
Yeah, I'm really just eating it all I can to stay alive right now. This is gonna give me some real life. Looking at the chat, and now sending me to Twitter. Let's bring on Chase Daniel to talk about this. Chase, not sure if you just saw this.
Tunsil.
The Texans are trading Laramie Tunsil to the Washington Professional Football Franchise for a package of picks. Is all we know right now. That is one hell of a swing from Washington.
Dude, they just keep getting better. I mean, first Debo. Now, you can say what you want about Debo. Probably slowed down. But have we ever seen Debo as a number two, just true number two playmaker? No. Do I think Cliff Kingsbury can get on the ball in space to make a move? Yes. Now you go and you solidify that offensive line along with bringing Zach Ertz back, one of the best tackles in the game. I love the fact that teams, and we've talked about this before, Robert, that they completely go all out while these quarterbacks are on rookie contracts, because all of a sudden now their window is wide open. Like, it's like, let's go all in. We got Dan Quinn. We got the defensive guru. We made it to the NFC freaking championship game with a rookie quarterback, and then you go in and you get one of the best tackles in football. I mean, the Washington Commanders fans have to be over the moon happy.
I have so many thoughts about this. One, what a fascinating career for Laramie Tunsil.
Right?
Like being traded multiple times for these monstrous hauls. I'm curious what the picks are. There's a very real chance that when this is done, we are at a spot where Laramie Tunsil has gotten traded for the most draft capital of any player in NFL history. Okay. Which is incredible. Also, Chase, you mentioning this, the team that did it a year ago, where they're pushing all their chips in because the rookie quarterback, was the Texans.
Yeah.
And now the Texans are trading their left tackle to Washington.
Man, in like, everyone wants to think about it from the Commanders' point of view, because I do think that's like awesome and you should. But then what about the Texans' point of view? Because this year, CJ Stroud regressed because he got hit like the second most or third most times in the NFL. So you lose one of your best pass rushers. What the heck is their plan to replace him? I think from both sides, this is very interesting, right? It like plays out like, man, one of the best tackles. Okay, well, what about CJ Stroud? Sophomore slump, you just throw him to the Wolves now.
And
So
the Texans also cut Shaq Mason, who like obviously struggled a little bit last year, but now the offensive line already wasn't good, and they're losing what were maybe two of their best offensive linemen. So they've got a ton of shuffling to do.
CJ Stroud should be pissed off. I would be so pissed off if I was them. Like, what are we doing? Now you go out and you get some good receivers, yada, yada, yada. I get that. If you can't protect, you aren't anything. I mean, like, I don't know. I'd be pissed off.
This to me is shocking because I'm curious what they do to touch the contract. But right, so by trading Tunsil, let me look at this right now. By trading,
what are they?
By trading Tunsil, they save $14 million against the cap if everything's just clean and teams take on what they're supposed to do. Christian Kirk is making 16 against the cap this year. I'm not sure Christian Kirk is worth me having to trade Laramie Tunsil. I don't think
he's
I
not.
like this.
He's not. I don't like it either. In fact, the matter is too, the compensation, right? A second rounder, a fourth rounder to the Texans, plus a third rounder this year. Houston gets back a fourth rounder, a second, a third, and a fourth for our guy. So, like,
but then they send back a fourth, so it's really just a second and third.
Second and third. So they're, but like, God, that seems. I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of Jacksonville because, you know, on our Fox show, all we talk about is like 8 teams, and I sort of don't like that because I like talking about all the teams. I don't know how good of a year Jacksonville had, but I'm guessing it wasn't great, and I'm guessing that Christian Kirk was not worth the $16 million salary. This trade, when I saw it go down for the Texans, was very surprised.
Yeah, this one, I'm just curious what their plan is at left tackle now. Like, do you try to move Blake Fisher over? Do you move Titus Howard back to right tackle? Is Titus Howard your left tackle? Do you try to find interior players? Like, how they end up splitting up those 5 roles here for Houston is fascinating to me. Same sort of conversation with Washington, right? Because like I thought Brandon Coleman showed something last year, even though he needed a little bit of help. I believe Brandon Coleman might have played right tackle in college at TCU. So is this a spot where now you have Tunsil? Do you pop Coleman over to the right side? You can move on from Wiley, and now you have maybe an interior guy that you want to add at left guard. You feel like, can you roll with Allegretti again? Like how this ends up shaking out, very, very curious. But massive swing.
My question to you, Robert, because you're more in the weeds in this, and this is why I appreciate you, because you just like literally know anything. The Texans, I believe, draft 25th overall. And I'm looking at the overall tackles right now. Not great. Coleman, the guy from Missouri. Is there any way they can use some of this to move up? And any of those guys worth it past Armand Mimbu from Missouri? Like that. You've got to be looking at that, right?
Anytime you're thinking about that, though, there's always going to be a potential gap in the development where even if he's a player that can be good, how good can he be right away? And so that's a situation where what's surprising to me is when you're Houston, you made all these moves to be competitive right now, right away. And so the idea that you could potentially be backing off that a little bit is kind of incongruous with the way that you've approached things for the last calendar year. So watching them consciously take a step back after what their offseason looked like last season, it's just a little bit surprising. And I know Tunsil wasn't at his best last year, but no one on that offensive line was at their best last year, Derek.
And the part of it that I don't get is like, I know how frustrating it was to watch the offense last year, but this is still a team that won 10 games. They won their division and they won a playoff game. And the defense is like awesome. So like they're probably realistically not that far away from being a really good team again. So it's kind of confusing to me that, again, I know Tunsil had a million false start penalties and probably didn't play his best. He's still an above average left tackle at the least. And so for them,
and he's a year removed from being the best, or arguably outside of Trent Williams, the best pass protected left tackle in the league. Like, and he's not that old. This is his age 31 season.
Right. With good coaching, again, a new change there, he may well play like a top 3 left tackle again. Like that would not be surprising. And if that happens with Washington, like their offense is going to skyrocket, and then we're going to be pissed that Houston traded him away.
Well, that's what I'm saying about Washington too. From that perspective, like in the recent months, they've traded for Tunsil, Deebo Samuel, and Marshawn Lattimore. Right? They're like some of these guys. I mean, I feel like they're going all in on some of these stud guys. You sign back Bobby Wagner, you sign back Zach Ertz, and I know people inside that building, right? And I've talked to some people inside that Commanders building, and just the fact, I don't think it's talked about enough, but the fact of the matter is that Dan Quinn was sort of the leftover. Oh, he was the last hire. Okay, we'll just hire Dan Quinn. What he's done organizationally with that culture in that building, from the coaches all the way down to the players, needs to be talked about more. And I do think you're seeing this as a destination, not only because of Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury, but because of Dan Quinn as well, because everything I've heard within that building has been nothing but excellent.
What I like about this from Washington's perspective is it's a creative way to use your cap space, because you have all of this cap space, and instead of overpaying for these guys in free agency, the Javon Kinlaw deal aside, right? Like we'll just got to put that off in the corner a little bit. For the most part, you try to seek out veteran players to eat up some of that cap space. The Bears have done something similar before, a couple of their other potentially ill-advised moves in free agency. But when you have this pool of money in a year where there aren't a ton of guys worth paying, this is potentially a way to eat up that cap space in a more productive way. And it does seem like Washington is thinking about it that way with this move and with the Deebo move.
It's wild.
And
I'm shocked. I just did not anticipate that being somebody who could move. I would, the amount of money I would pay, Derek, to be a fly on the wall for how those conversations started, right? Like, who made that initial phone call? Is that Houston wanting to move off of him? Or is that Washington calling about somebody else, and somehow you get to a place where the Texans are willing to do this? It's kind of shocking.
I would still have to imagine it's Washington calling, like with what Chase said, where it's like, okay, Jaden Daniels just had one of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen.
Did we lose him?
Yeah. We've been doing so good with the internet for the last
You've
4.5
been
hours.
so good.
And then he's
You've
about
been
to
on
hook
for
this.
4.5 hours, bro.
4.5 hours. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes left. We're doing okay. Listen, the Tunsil thing has given me life. I'm reinvigorated.
So since you've been into it, right? And I got a couple questions for you because we just did Scoop City show over on our channel. Wanted to hop over here. I've been watching you guys. For you, Robert, what is the most surprising move? Not the Tunsil, but what is the most surprising move so far in free agency? Is it one of the quarterbacks, Justin Fields getting $40 million, Sam Darnold? Like, what's your take on the whole situation?
Either of those are surprising.
You don't think Justin Fields getting $30 million guaranteed from the New York Jets is surprising?
Not really, because if you're looking at if they wanted a veteran quarterback, right? And you look at what Fields got, I understand that seems like a lot. But if you're looking at the way the quarterback market has unfolded over the last year or so, this is essentially like a markup on, you know what actually is more like? This is like the Jimmy Garoppolo deal a couple of years ago. This is like some sort of middle ground between the Jimmy Garoppolo and Gardner Minshew deals. And if you're going to sign a
Jimmy
multi-year
had done
deal
more
to
in
start,
his career, though, up
that's
to this
fair.
point than Justin. Yeah. Way more. Like Justin went 4-2 as a starter. Like I'm not talking about Chicago days because I feel like in Chicago days he just wasn't used to his potential. To be completely honest, like for me, I'm like, are they actually going to run an offense that Justin Fields actually is good at running? Forget about the pro style. Forget about the under center play action stuff. Robert, you saw that they were doing in Chicago days. That's not him. Put him in a spread open, wide open Lamar Jackson offense. Let him run. Let him roll. Right.
That's what I want to see. And I wouldn't be surprised if they went with something that was a little bit more extreme and creative just to maximize the running game that they could potentially have with this group. But if you're looking at this and you're a team like the Jets and you're not sure what the quarterback future looks like, signing a guy like Justin Fields to a deal like this, it's essentially just a multi-year deal that's a slight markup on what the Vikings were trying to do with Sam Darnold last year. So what's happening is if it works, then you have him for another year. If it doesn't work, you move on.
Yeah, I mean, then why aren't you? Because you would say the roster offensively, other than the offensive line in Pittsburgh, I would think is better than the Jets. And you just get DK Metcalf, you get George Pickens. You don't really have a run game per se. Aren't you interested? Like, is it an interesting decision for the Steelers to let Justin Fields walk for potentially what we're thinking is Aaron Rodgers?
I think the Steelers are trying to maximize their window right now. That's what I think that they're trying to do. And I think that Justin Fields is an interesting gambit for a team that is a little bit further behind in the process and is willing to take a little bit of a dice roll. I don't think that's what the Steelers are. I think the Steelers want an answer right now that is going to give them a shot. And I think Aaron Rodgers now is probably the best. That's the best answer in a post-Matthew Stafford world.
Where does Russell Wilson end up? Does he get left out of this whole thing?
Well, the Giants was the team that was getting thrown around a little bit over the last couple days, the last day or so here.
So a little bit of insight. Russell lives out here in San Diego, pretty much my neighbor. Like he probably lives 10 minutes down the road, and our kids go to the same school together. And our kids play in the same Little League game together, him and Future, right? Or my son and Future. And so I saw him at opening day this Saturday. Said what's up. We've known each other for a while. He lived out here. We work out together sometimes when I was playing a long time ago, which seems like so long ago, but it really wasn't. And I was talking to him. I'm like, hey, like, how do you feel? How do you like see this going? He's like, oh, I think Pittsburgh, And I'm like, well, okay, like what else is you going out there? He's like, well, I like the Vikings. I was like, well, yeah, everyone likes the Vikings, like everything that they bring. But you could just tell, and I'm not saying this, but in his voice, like he just was unsure. And I think that's just sort of like this whole quarterback market. The fact that Justin Fields was one of the first ones to sign and is holding out for Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson, that's crazy to me, and tell you just how crazy the quarterback market is, in my opinion.
I think that if you're a team like the Jets, and this is similar to where I think the Titans are right now, do you want a stopgap quarterback that is 30-something years old, especially a stopgap quarterback that is a 35-year-old quarterback with Russell Wilson's history? And I say that with, Chase, you know this, when you have a guy who is a borderline Hall of Fame player and has that sort of resume, that's a complicated situation when they get deeper into their careers.
No doubt.
And so do you want to mess with all of that? Or do you want a guy like Justin Fields who is younger? Even the dynamics in Pittsburgh last year, and I'm fine saying this. I think that there was an appeal to guys in Pittsburgh last year about how open-minded and malleable Justin Fields was compared to somebody like Russell Wilson.
That
and so
matters. 100%.
And if you're a first-year coaching staff, and this is a lot of vibes and bets and young players, I can understand wanting to go the Justin Fields route rather than trying to tie yourself to somebody like Russell Wilson, who, let's be honest, comes with some baggage because of what his career has looked like over the long haul.
Well, then that just brings me to the. Sorry, Derek. I know we're jump in here, please, because I love
my
your,
internet
I
cut
have
out when
so
I was
many,
trying to say something.
Yeah, I have so many questions because Robert, doesn't that just tell you about the franchise of the Pittsburgh Steelers and how they have yet to hit on a quarterback post-Ben Roethlisberger? You can say what you want about Mike Tomlin, right? He is yet to draft and develop. It just seems like if it is Rodgers, it's a one-year Band-Aid. Then what? Then what's your plan after
that? I
that?
100% agree with that.
And so I don't get that. I don't get another, like, we tried it last year with Russell. It was great at the start. It fizzled down the stretch, right? Why are we trying this? Like, I just don't see why you let Justin Fields walk is my thing. Like, I'm not saying he's the end all be all, but at least for next year's class, maybe there's a Drew Aller. Maybe there's some other guys down the year. That's the problem to me with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I 100% agree with that. Like, I thought, because obviously when they had both of these guys coming out of the offseason, they were both going to be free agents. It was like, okay, who are they going to keep? Surely it will be one of them. Seems like the answer is neither of them, which is kind of weird. But I thought it should have been Fields, because again, some of the stuff that Robert was saying, like, he seemed a little bit more malleable. I thought his quick game operation looked a little bit better than it ever did in Chicago. Like, in Chicago, it was disaster level bad. With Pittsburgh, it was like slightly below average. It wasn't great, but it was workable. And so you add that on top of what he could do as a runner, some of his deep stuff. It was like, okay, theoretically, the offense could do something. And it just didn't seem like they wanted to play the string all the way out to the end, which I thought was pretty unfortunate because we got those like 3 really insane games out of Russell Wilson where he was only hitting go balls. And then he was rolling. And then it went back to the same old stuff. And at that point, it was like, well, we might as well have just kept playing Fields, and it's kind of a shame that they didn't.
Looking at the full Tunsil deal, I'm looking at Nicky Giovanni, who does a great job with the Washington Post. The Texans are getting a 2025 third, a 2025 seventh, a 2026 second, and a 2026 fourth. Washington gets back a 2025 fourth rounder. So in actuality, this is a 2025 third and a 2026 second for Washington to go get Laramie
one
Tunsil.
pick this year. That's it.
That's pretty
not
good
a lot
haul.
for
That's not a lot to give up for somebody like Laramie Tunsil.
One pick this year.
Still young enough where this is a multi-year proposition for Tunsil. I'm not sure how many years he has left on his deal. I'll go look at that right now. So he is under contract through 2026.
And that's
2 years out of him, right?
Right. And that's a decent amount of stuff back for Houston, but like it's not enough where they can just package everything they just got and go trade up to 9 to draft Armand Membu or like whatever tackle they really like. Campbell, I think the guy out of Ohio State. Like it just LSU. Like it just I don't know if they got enough back in the package. At that point, you would have to be dipping back into your own picks that you already had if you want to go trade up for a left tackle now. So they are in a spot where with all the other free agent left tackles off the board now, or at least a lot of them, like Stanley obviously was immediately off the board. Dan Moore's off the board. I don't know how they're going to fix this problem without having to trade up in the draft.
That's my first thought. I was like, you have to trade up to get someone, right?
Yeah. Because like I think Campbell and Membu are going to go top 10. Like that, I'm not reporting or anything, but I just feel like they're talented enough they'll go that high. And so you're either drafting in the second or third tier of offensive tackle prospects, or you've just got to go trade up to get the guy. And both of those are like scary propositions for different reasons.
But exactly. But even if you draft the right guy, or you can move up a little bit and pick the right guy, he's going to be demonstrably worse than Laramie Tunsil in 2025 for almost guaranteed. And that's not all that matters, right? Like everything is a multi-year proposition, but like Danielle Hunter's under contract for 1 more year. Danico Autry is 35 years old. Like every move you've made up to this point has been a win now short window move. And now you're drifting away from that. It's
How
just
much
such
money
a
do they get off
concession.
the books with him, Robert, by
Like
trading
13 million with Tunsil. It's like 10 to 12 million. And again, they're paying Christian Kirk 16.
That's what I'm saying. So like they're in the negative.
There's got to be something at play here when it comes to dynamics or him wanting out. Like there, even if that's not the most important factor, I have to imagine that's part of this discussion in some way. Because purely on a football level and where this team was and all their other moves, it was building to be competitive right now. And this runs counter to that in a way where it feels like there's something else underneath the surface that we're probably going to learn about.
God, that's wild. That was a shocker. I mean, literally right when I get on, I get a
I know you got
notification from
bombarded.
Schefter. Tweeted. I'm like,
that's how
let me.
today goes, man. The last thing I want to talk with you about, Chase, is just this Pittsburgh Steelers thing, because I understand what you mean about the Rodgers stuff, and you're giving yourself a really, really narrow window. But what isn't that narrow window worth trying to maximize if you're Pittsburgh? Cam Hayward is 36 years old. TJ Watt's going to be 32 next year. Like, it feels like trying to do everything you can with this version of the roster is probably worth it, even if it's a one-year solution, just because of where the rest of your team is.
Good question. Is it a solution, though? Because, look, you can talk about the on-the-field play, and I think Rodgers played really well down the stretch, still only led to 4 or 5 wins for the Jets. My thing with Rodgers is you're going to pay him more money, and he's going to be more distractions off the field than Justin Fields. That's why I don't like Rodgers here. Because I get it. Tomlin's going to come in and be like, yo, this ain't happening. This is like one of his only chances. It's between, Giants and Steelers. But you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Like, he's still going to do the McAfee. He's still going to have all this unwanted attention and distraction. It's going to, as soon as he decides to sign there, it's going to be nonstop. And that's all every show is going to talk about. Whether Tomlin likes it or not, it's a distraction. So for me, it's like, I love the fact that they offered Sam Darnold. Now, that's probably not the same money that Seattle did. It's just like anyone. Like, I'd rather personally, and this sounds a little crazy, maybe, I'd rather run it back with Russell. At least you know who you have in the building. At least the distractions aren't there. Like, when you bring a guy in like Rodgers, now we'll see what the contract is. And I'm hearing, Diana was saying that Fields would have got 10 to 12 with the Steelers. So way more with the Jets. I get that. You could have had Fields for 12 if you would have agreed if the Jets weren't in a market. Or you have Aaron Rodgers for 25, like double the money. Couldn't you use that extra money elsewhere on the offensive line? It's like the law of diminishing returns for me. That's how I see it. More distractions, more money. I just don't know if it's going to take them to the Super Bowl. Like, that's the ultimate goal, right? You're only doing this if you think he can take you to the Super Bowl, which I don't think they have a good enough roster to.
That's kind of where I'm at with the Rodgers thing. Is like Robert, I think you're muted. The Rodgers thing, like, if you want to make the argument he's a slight step purely on quality of play above Justin Fields, fine. But it's like you said, all the other off-field stuff, you're going to pay him way more money. It would be his first year with the team. And if we assume the Steelers are, because they always are, a 9-win team that can maybe squeak into the wild card, does Aaron Rodgers make them an AFC Conference Championship team? Probably not. So, like, what is the point of that type of thing?
It's going to be fascinating to see what they do. Chase, I'm sure you'll be monitoring it. We sincerely appreciate the time. I know you got a million things to do, so thank you for hopping on with us. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Fran Duffy is here. We are going to be chatting about stuff that rolls in, but also just I want to get your take on the Tunsil thing. How do you feel about this move for both Washington and Houston here?
Yeah, guys, I think that the big thing when you're looking at this trade for Washington, and look, the Eagles saw the Washington Commanders 3 times this year, so I watched a lot of them on tape at different stages of the year. And I think when you're looking at this team, I mean, they did a lot to make me think that this is going to be a team they're going to be around and give the Eagles some issues over these next few years. Obviously, when you get Jaden Daniels, but even just the way that Dan Quinn had that defense playing, I think overall there's a lot to like about what they put on film this past year. And so it doesn't shock me at all that they've gone about it in this way. That, you know what, we're going to go and we're going to trade for Deebo Samuel. We're going to make this move and take this swing for Laramie Tunsil. One of the things going to the combine that I was excited to kind of hear from Adam Peters, you know, at his press conference, you wanted to ask the question, hey, you know what, like the last year they put such an emphasis on the type of person that they brought in. It was like 7 of their 9 draft picks were captains, and you know, it was that kind of profile that they were searching for. When you're this close, you get to the NFC Championship game, and obviously that game wasn't close, but when you're on the doorstep there, does that make you want to double down and say, like, these are the type of players we want to go in, we're going to stick to it? Or do you want to say, like, all right, we're going to bend a little bit in terms of how we're going about it? And he said, look, we're not going to double down, or we're not going to go against the type of person that we bring in, but you know, we're going to try and stay true to our value. I'll be interested to see how that impacts the draft, but clearly more aggressive on the pro market. You know, obviously they made the midseason trade for Lattimore. And I'll be honest, I agree with you guys. I don't think that this was a bad compensation package for Washington to give up, with it being a couple future picks here. You know, it's a second round pick, but that's the going rate for a good tackle. We saw Dan Moore go for $82 million today to say, all right, we're going to give a second round pickup for a guy in Tunsil who, yes, had a little bit of a down year this year in Houston from a pass protection standpoint, but we know what he can be in terms of being that anchor, you know, on the blind side there for Jaden Daniels.
A couple guys in the chat talking about how we didn't watch the Texans last year. I watched too much Texans last year.
Yeah, man.
I promise you that I watched too much of the Texans last year. I watched more 2024 Texans football than I cared to watch. And I think while doing that, I understood this is a perfect conversation, right? Shaq Mason, in my opinion. You watched Shaq Mason play last year, and I think I can extricate it enough from the circumstances where I say, all right, I think Shaq Mason's probably done, right? Like, I can understand them moving on from him. If you looked at his play, trying to isolate it from everything else, one-on-ones, just him losing in ways he wouldn't have in 2023, that to me is a performance issue. When I watched Tunsil play last year, for the most part, it was about ecosystem. It was about like what sort of situation we were talking about with the offensive line overall. It was a down year, but it was a down year in a way that I think is explained by how the rest of the offense felt. The Shaq Mason thing was different than that to me. So I can understand if you're Washington looking at the way that unit performed overall in Houston last year and just saying, fuck it. Like, we're going to bet on them being so bad up front that they fired their offensive coordinator and their offensive line coach. And we did the exact opposite of that last year. We got the best version of all of our offensive linemen. So I want to buy the dip on somebody like Tunsil because there's just no way I'm going to be able to get a better player than this. And especially if you can pop Coleman onto the other side or whatever, and you think that it allows you to maintain the group you already had, but just upgrade at the right spots. I think that I can absolutely talk myself into that.
That's the thing. This was probably their only fast track to like a good left tackle, because none of the other free agents that they could sign, even from the beginning of free agency, because Ronnie Stanley just went back to the Ravens. So there was no other left tackle that they were going to sign of this quality. In the draft, like, they're picking too far down in the pecking order that they're probably not going to get one of the top guys. And if they wanted to, they would have to trade these picks anyway. So I'm sure their thought process was, okay, we could trade up to 8 to draft whatever tackle we want and fill it that way. Or we could just trade those picks that we would need in the package anyway and go get a tackle we know can already play at a Pro Bowl level, assuming last year was kind of just a little bit of an aberration. So I think this just makes kind of all the sense in the world for them. And for them to not give up that much draft capital, it's a pretty big win for them.
Fran, how do you feel about the tackles that might be available at 25? Like, let's say Houston sticks. Is there somebody that they can grab there? Because, you know, I think conservatively 10,000% more about the draft than I currently do. So if you're looking at what might be available at 25, is there any sort of like pocket of players there that might make sense?
Yeah, I think you start looking at, Josh Simmons, the left tackle from Ohio State. The reason why he would be there would be because of the injury. He tore his patellar back in October, right? So the fact that if he were healthy, he would not be on the board. So you're hoping that, okay, maybe that would give us some kind of a bump there. What does he look like coming off the injury? The medical check here will be big for him when they return to Indianapolis. I would imagine he's going to be on the short list of players that will go through an extra medical check here before the draft. Jonah Savanaia from Arizona, kind of like a a low ceiling but a high floor type of player. 3-year starter for Arizona, true junior, went to the Senior Bowl. I think that he checks a lot of the boxes that you'd be looking for the Houston Texans. But then the other guy that I think really kind of fits their ethos would be Kelvin Banks, and there's wide varying opinions there on Banks and where he should go. A lot of people had him as a top 10, top 5 type of talent in this draft. And I think at the end of the day, like the film kind of showed us that he's not quite to that tier. Had some issues with play strength, did fight through some injuries, but a high character player. We know that's something that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are going to put a lot of value in, put a lot of stock in. And I think when you look at Kelvin Banks Jr., a left tackle only, but that's okay in this situation. I feel like that he would be a player that is probably going to be circled by most people doing mock drafts now for the Houston Texans. Another player that had been mocked a decent amount was Gray Zabel, but he was more of an interior guy. I think now after this trade, a lot of people are going to have their eyes on Kelvin Banks Jr. Staying in the Lone Star State there.
Yeah, it's really interesting. How they end up sorting through all of this when it comes to how this positions slot out is going to be fascinating. Like, is this a situation where like, we put Blake Fisher over there and see how it goes? We can move Titus Howard back to right tackle. Like, they've just had so many guys move around that offensive line out of necessity, essentially, last year, that it feels like there may be a little bit more optionality position-wise than there might be from other teams that have treated this differently. We got a signing that we have not reacted to yet. I already have a feeling it's not going to be Derek's favorite. Dante Jackson to the Chargers, 2 years, $13 million. This is not the Carlton Davis to the Chargers move that you wanted to see, Derek.
Thankfully, we got Carlton Davis to a team I did want. He gets to go play alongside Christian Gonzalez. So from that front, this is a fine consolation prize. I still would have liked them to see them pay a little bit more of a premium. Like, they could have still been the Charvarius Ward team, and obviously they did not want to go do that. But I could understand it from the coaching staff's perspective, where they got more out of Christian Fulton last year than they probably had any right to. So they probably believe, well, we can just sign a similar-ish guy for a similar-ish deal and just do the same thing. And so honestly, from that perspective, I get it. And I know it's only been 1 year, but I do kind of trust the coaching staff enough that will probably work out to a decent enough level.
All right, let's
I think he fits that profile as Fulton, right? Like,
yes,
let's say, like in terms of like a lot of off coverage, we're going to be able to, you can match him up and move him around. I think it fits that profile.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep rolling with the cornerback signings here. Brandon Stevens to the New York Jets, 3 years, $36 million.
What?
That's more surprising.
That is way more surprising.
Yeah.
What do you think the thought is here, Derek? Bigger guy, has played a lot of man, can live in that sort of world. That's what you're getting into when it comes to Aaron Glenn. Like, I'm trying to figure out the selling point here if you're the Jets at this stage paying up for somebody like Stevens.
So I think relative to body types and what these defenses want, I think this is more the Aaron Glenn body type. However, this to me does not feel like a guy where they are signing him and are like, surefire, he will be starting for us. This to me still reeks of like first or second round, they could take a DB. And so I don't know exactly like how the draft is supposed to shake out in terms of the cornerbacks, but like this feels like a guy almost like we were talking about with Justin Fields at quarterback, where it's like, okay, we'll give him starter-ish money. And if that's where we have to land, that's where we have to land. But we're probably still going to leave the door open to go sign some other guys. $12 million is a lot, but this is a crazy deal to me, actually. This is a weird one.
I mean, he had moments in Baltimore over the last couple of years, but I think it's pretty telling that they were trying to replace him like at every possible step over the last season or so. I feel like that's a signal from a team who is usually pretty good at evaluating their own roster.
I mean, they made a move to trade for Tre'Davious White to get Brandon Stevens off the field. Tre'Davious White did not have a good start to the year. I mean, and that was a big part of why, like, all right, they moved Kyle Hamilton back to just play deep safety because they wanted to try and just kind of clear the deck there and make it so that they get their best 5 or their best 6 on the field in the secondary. And getting Brandon Stevens off, or at least for the majority of the snaps, was a big part of that. The only time down the stretch you really saw him play was when they went into their dime or some of their nickel packages just to give White a blow. But they worked hard to get Stevens off the field this year. So him getting $12 million a year is really surprising as we sit here at this point in free agency.
also older than you think he'd be. He's 27.
Yeah.
He'll turn 28 this season, even though this is his second contract. So a little bit surprising to see the Jets go out and do something like that. Because again, I think you could have made an argument. All right, young regime, second contract player. Do we feel like there's a little bit of runway there? But he's a lot older than you'd expect, especially at corner. There's probably a little bit more risk there than you might think at first glance as somebody coming off of his rookie deal. And I'm curious from your perspective, two things that you know a lot about. The Eagles, not much happening right now. You lose Josh Sweat, you bring back Zach Bond. What do you make of just the Eagles offseason up to this point?
Not a surprise based off of what, if you would ask me a week ago, how do we see this panning out? I would have guessed, all right, they're going to try and bring back Zach Bond. The injury to Nakobe Dean late into the playoffs, into the postseason, I think kind of forced their hand a little bit because you don't want to have to replace both of those guys going into week one. So I think that, bringing back Bond was the no-brainer. They were able to get that contract in from a underneath that top tier, like from an APY standpoint, not quite Roquan Smith and Fred Warner money, but above the rest of the group. We saw some of these other linebacker contracts kind of fall in line there. So I think that they were able to help set that market. And then you go to the rest of these guys. It was going to be tough to bring Milton Williams back, to bring Josh Sweat back. And we see the money both those guys got. Not surprising. As we've gone down the line here and gotten a little bit further, I think it's less likely that Mekhi Becton returns here in Philadelphia based off of just how things have gone. My guess is we'll start to see some of these guards go off the board. Obviously, we saw Aaron Banks.
When Aaron Banks is making 19 a year, I'm not sure the Eagles are going to be in the Mekhi Becton business.
Yeah, I think once you get to that point, I think that, look, he would have loved to stay. And who knows, maybe they get this done. But I think that all things being equal, I think he would have loved to stay. Would have loved to keep working with Jeff Stoutland. But if you're talking about a difference in $5 million a year, I think that at some point you got to say, okay, we're gonna go back into the wilderness there. Even though that wilderness was cold last time I was out there, I think he'll take that risk here at this point.
Another thing I wanted to ask you, and this is a tough thing to put you on the spot about, but I'm sure you'll handle it well. As you're looking at how today is unfolded, what have been the biggest dominoes for you and how the draft gets affected? Like, which team has kind of altered what you think about them in the first round the most based on what you've seen over the last 5 hours?
Good question. I think that the big one, certainly, you look at the way that New England is handled. I mean, look, Mike Vrabel said at the combine that that they were going to be aggressive and they were hoping to land some big fish, and they certainly did that. And when you look at some of the players that they've acquired in the last 72 hours, just to make sure, like, hey, you know what? Like, we want to make sure that this defense can get back to what we've come to expect there in New England. What does that mean for them at 4 overall? Does that mean it's absolutely going to be a left tackle? Definitely. I mean, it certainly kind of feels that way, right?
Yeah.
But I think when you start looking at some of these other ones, Chicago, I mean, you tell me, right? I think when you start to look at the way this offensive line is coming together, I think a lot of people were pointing it to Ashton Genty. I'm kind of more thinking, I know they went and they got Odeyingbo, but to start to look at that other edge rush position and maybe think that could be a Michael Williams or maybe a Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, someone of that ilk. Those are the two that come to mind, at least in the top 10.
Yeah, I think that I'm still in the boat where I'd rather just keep loading up front. Like, I just don't think they're good enough on the defensive line to justify something like Ashton Genty.
Yep.
Like, the reason that the Eagles can go out and do something like Saquon Barkley is because you already have Milton Williams and Josh Sweat and all of those guys, right? And that wasn't even a first round pick. Like, I just feel like there's still more work to do on the offensive and defensive line. And even if they want to still go out and get a guy like Will Campbell, if he's still sitting there, just because you're still considering what the future looks like for Braxton Jones, like, I can absolutely talk myself into something like that. The comparison I've made is like what the Jets did with Olafashanu last year. Like, even if you have an answer, you have a 1-year answer at left tackle. Are you in a spot where, because that guy is available, because left tackles and good left tackles are hard to come by, are you still willing to take the dice roll on that guy, pop him in 2026 and just keep it rolling? So I'm going trenches still if I'm the Bears, even with what they've done over the last 3 or 4 days here.
Yeah. I think that's the most likely outcome. I think when you're looking at the way that they want to build, I mean, Ryan Poles has said it, but they haven't always lived it, obviously. But I think that, at this point, Ben Johnson comes in and he says, look, we've got to get better up front. And I think when he said that, a lot of eyes went to the offensive side. they've done that. I think that you're going to see Dennis Allen kind of carry his weight there from a defensive front standpoint. They try and acquire some of those guys that can affect the quarterback.
It makes me feel better that you said specifically Mykel Williams and Shamar Stewart, because we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and those were the two guys I was like, they make sense for Allen, and I'm pretty sure that's who's supposed to be on there at the board. So for the draft guy Fran Duffy to come on here and say that's who makes sense, it makes me feel better about it for sure.
Anything that it just has not tracked to you today, just something that you were like, what is going on here?
I mean, I'm going to be honest, this isn't the number one thing, but that Brandon Stevens contract kind of threw me for a loop. That would throw me for a loop. I mean, the Dan Moore contract, but look, man, I mean, that's honestly, like, that's just what it is at left tackle. I'm putting out my first big board here in the next few days. And one of the things that I'll talk about a lot in there, I'm going to write this whole preface about, like, positional value and what I think that we need to have an understanding of what is it that gets paid in the league. And it's not just as simple as left tackle, pass rush, wide receiver, quarterback, take all those guys and throw them to the front. But it's one of those things where you want to make sure that you have an understanding of who are the types of players, the archetype of player at each of these positions that gets money and who are the ones that don't get as much money, right? And so I think when you're looking at starting tackle, even if it's a serviceable, like middle of the road tackle, those guys get paid a decent amount of money. And so if you think that you have an offensive lineman that has the ability to be a solid top 25 tackle in the league, somewhere between the 18 to 25 range, that guy's going to get paid. That guy should be pretty high on your board. And so I think as we see some of these free agent dollars get spent, that is where my mind like instantly goes when it sort of starts talking about positional value when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that deal. We've talked about it a lot today. I understand that it's a premium, but that's a position where you have to pay a premium in free agency. Like those guys just don't hit the market very often. And again, it's an interesting case with Dan Moore, where if you look at the first couple of years of Dan Moore's career, the reason they needed to draft Broderick Jones and Troy Fontenot was because Dan Moore didn't develop in the way that they wanted him to. But he's a 4th-round pick. It's going to be a potentially long runway for some of those guys. He played pretty well this year and was more than serviceable on that left side. And so there's a reason he's hitting free agency. They've already invested on his replacements, but that doesn't mean he's not a capable left tackle. So for a team that needs a starting caliber player, I can understand chasing him, even if you're going to have to pay a little bit of a premium. Like the Dan Moore contract is going to be one of the first things that people point to as part of this whole process. To me, the Dan Moore contract is way more justifiable than something like the Grady Jarrett. Javon Kinlaw, Grady Jarrett. Like I would much rather be paying the Dan Moore deal because, again, I just think when you have a bunch of cap space, trying to raise your floor along the offensive line is just worth doing. Like it's hard. It's hard to improperly spend on those spots when there are starting caliber players available in free agency, even if you have to pay a little bit more to make it happen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right, Fran, we'll let you go. Sincerely appreciate you hopping on with us. I know you got a million things going on. I'm going to bug you a lot over the next month or so. We're going to make you come on here and talk to me and Dane about some draft stuff. So I hope you're ready for that.
I'm looking forward to those conversations. Dane and I are having lots of talks offline, so being able to bring them online will be good for sure.
Appreciate it, buddy. Talk to you soon. This is a fun one potentially. Robert Hainsey to the Jacksonville Jaguars, 3 years, $21 million with $13 million guaranteed. So obviously somebody that Liam Cohen knows well from his time in Tampa Bay, somebody that the Bucs actively tried to replace last offseason by going out and getting Ram Barton. So listen, when you look at some of the other interior offensive line contracts that have been handed out, I think it's probably fine with only giving him $13 million guaranteed. This is a team that just needs answers. And with Mitch Morse retiring, they're in kind of a weird spot where, can we just find a stopgap center who's smart, who understands the system? This is what that kind of move smells like to me.
They could not run it back with Luke Fortner, who is still on the roster and would have been the replacement for Mitch Morse had they not signed anybody else. This one is the only part of this where you can sell me on optimism is, so Hainsey had started for them before, and I thought didn't play very well, just not a lot of sand in his pants. You could kind of move him around a little bit. They ended up drafting Barton, and Cohen becomes the OC. But Cohen was not there when he had been playing, when Hainsey was on the field previously. So there's an element of this to me where it's like, all right, maybe they just get Barton in the building. Barton's incredible for a rookie. Maybe Hainsey had actually taken to the offense relatively well. It's just that Barton, first-round pick, good center, like you can't let anybody else play. And so you could sell me on why this would be. It's probably not going to be good. It's not going to be a needle mover for them. But again, for an offensive line that needed a lot of work, especially on the interior, to just stop some leaks and really fix something at center, this is probably fine because that's not that much money. And they had enough money to toy around with at this stage.
This one is fascinating. And I am very interested in what this means and where he's going to play. We expected the Packers to be players in the corner market. And I actually liked Nate Hobbs as a potential value signing this year based on what he had done before getting hurt. The Packers signed Nate Hobbs to a 4-year, $48 million deal. Let me find it's only $16 million guaranteed. So that makes a little bit more sense where that final number is probably a little bit punched up. I'm curious where he ends up playing because about APY, it doesn't make sense for a nickel corner. But with those guarantees, maybe he does end up sticking inside.
Well, the problem for me is the best play we saw from Javon Bullard was when he was at the nickel. And so now I'm confused. Like, are they just going to spend a full offseason trying to get him to play safety? But also they still have Xavier McKinney and Evan Williams, so they don't even need to do that. Is there
maybe
a world where Hobbs
maybe they think
outside?
Hobbs plays outside?
Yeah,
maybe that's it.
It's possible. Like there are some other smaller corners in the league. I mean, DJ Reed is not a big guy and he just got a lot of money to go play outside. So like there are some guys who can do it. It is just kind of weird that Hobbs has, made his career to this point, mostly being a nickel player, and for Green Bay to potentially be signing him to play outside. This is something I'm going to have to probably sit with for a little while longer, just because until I know where he's playing and where everyone else is playing, I don't even know what to make of this necessarily.
That's kind of how I feel about it too. Let me look back at it right now and see. Every website that I would use as part of this has been slow or useless.
Oh, because there's
today
10 million people having them open.
So Hobbs this year specifically played 104 snaps outside compared to 304 in the slot. In 2023, he played 100 snaps outside while playing 800 snaps overall. So for the most part, he has been a slot or box player during his time with the Raiders. Okay. Lies. 2022, 500 snaps outside. So we have seen him do it. And maybe there is a chance that the Packers are intrigued by what that tape has looked like, even though it's been a while since he has done that. But again, when you compare it to the $16 million guaranteed is an entirely different conversation. It kind of throws a wrench into things when you're comparing it to some of these other deals that we've seen handed out. So, I mean, I'm looking at this right now. Guaranteed at signing. I need so much more from you. All of these websites. I just need so much more from you.
This is just like, I just wonder if they're going to move him outside. Like, why weren't they just the Christian Fulton team? Or you know what I mean? Like, it just seems a little bit weird that they're taking the gamble here, potentially on that, if that's even what they're doing. Because they're either making a gamble that he's going to play something that he hasn't played in 2 years and has been better from the slot anyway, or they're going to just not have Bullard on the field ever, which both of those are.
That would be hard for me to imagine. I think that there's a chance that Bullard would just be back playing safety. I don't. He was.
But
I
then
think
does Evan Williams move off the field then? Because Evan Williams was kind of good at safety for them. Like that's one of the decent young DBs is moving off the field regardless if Hobbs plays the slot.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do there. Because again, I think that they like Bullard enough where that would not be the case. Speaking of injured Raiders and their markets, Malcolm Kuntz back to the Raiders, 1 year, $12 million. I like Malcolm Kuntz. I think Malcolm Kuntz to call him an ascending player before he got hurt, I think would have been underselling it. I was intrigued by where he might land because I thought he was a worthwhile dice roll for one of these teams. I was honestly looking at him as a potential option for the Bears, just because I think that he is the type of guy I would bet on. So him going back to the Raiders who, still need edge help 100%, even with Tyree Wilson kind of not understanding exactly what he is so far in his career, even with Max Crosby. So nice to see Kuntz get back to a place where he's probably going to get every opportunity to be a starter again.
That's the thing. I like this for him. I think coming off the injury stuff, it would have been a little bit scary to try to test your market right now because you were an ascending player, but you weren't a bona fide, like, you're going to get paid by somebody player. So I think for him, it made a lot of sense to come back. They kept the defensive coordinator there in Patrick Graham. So it's like you're still familiar with everything they've got going on. I think a year with Pete Carroll is probably going to do any young player good. And so I think this just makes a lot of sense, both for the Raiders for this year, thinking they can be somewhat competitive, but also for him being like, okay, this is my 1 year to prove it in a spot I'm comfortable with. Then maybe next offseason, I can be a guy who either gets paid to stay in Las Vegas or, somebody goes and pays you next offseason, like Josh Sweat or whoever it might be.
Yeah. I mean, it's just somebody that probably is going to be best served as like a number 2 or a number 3, but was a really productive pass rusher when he was on the field.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've hit everything that has come down here over the last however long. I don't think we've missed any of the signings that have come across the ticker.
Pat Jones to the Panthers.
Pat Jones to the Panthers. I like Pat Jones as like a rotational piece. $10 million a year is a lot for Pat Jones. This is what happens when you start missing out on the big time guys. When you can't get your Milton Williamses of the world, you end up with Pat Jones for 10 years, 20 million, or 2 years, 20 million.
But it's kind of like what Matt was saying earlier about the receivers, where it's like, I guess the going rate for just a decent piece that we can put on the field every now and then is $10 million a year. Kind of like if Tutu Atwell can get $10 million a year, Pat Jones can make $10 million a year. That's fine.
I actually do like Pat Jones.
If he's, I assume he's not going to start for them, but if he's just your 3 or 4, like it's a nice piece to have off the bench. Absolutely. And they need anybody in that front, by the way. Like, so it almost doesn't matter if they're paying a little bit more.
Thank you to Nathan and George for pointing out that we did not talk about Jeremy Chin going to the Raiders. How are we feeling about this, Derek?
I like this a lot, actually. And so I think Merrick was a good player. I think if Pete is going to bring any of his ideas even a little bit more, I think a player like Jeremy Chin actually probably makes a little bit more sense for the defense, where he can be a little bit more of a box player. He can be a little bit more of a tone setter in the back end, because for as good as Merrick was in coverage and was a little bit more versatile, he just was not as much of the bring the boom, come up and put a hand in a tight end's chest player that Jeremy Chin can be. So I in terms of like trying to reset the culture and how the team plays, even though the Raiders defense was nice last year, I think Chin actually, I kind of like it for them.
We are going to hit some of these on the podcast that we're going to be recording after this. I'm still not sure how I thought that this was the best way to approach it. The fact that we're about to record a podcast after doing this for 5.5 hours, but there was no way to chop up parts of this and put it in the podcast feed. So but after we take a short break here in about 10 minutes, we'll be recording a podcast off of the live stream that will be available in your feeds. Part of that podcast will be talking about the things that haven't happened yet. Let's do that here before we wrap up the live stream. Guys that are still on the board after the first 5-ish hours of free agency: Justin Reed, Travarius Ward, Dre Greenlaw, Jonathan Allen, Javon Hargrave, Steph Diggs, Jawan Johnson, Will Fries. Javon Holland is the big one, right? Like that's like the big thing that is still yet to fall, given all the other guys available. Chase Young, Zadarius Smith, Aaron Rodgers, Mekhi Becton, DeMarcus Lawrence, Byron Murphy and Holland, probably the two keeping the biggest eye on, just because those are the 2 second contract. I guess Murphy's third, but youngish guys that, are probably going to justify pretty big deals when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I think as far as guys who are Pro Bowl caliber type of players, but also young enough, these are probably the 2 best guys. I think purely in terms of quality, though, I would also throw Justin Reed in there. Like, I think if you're a team that is closer to competing today, Justin Reed makes way more sense for you than Javon Holland. If you're a team like, I don't know, Arizona, who maybe wants to throw another dart at safety and get another guy in there, where you're a little bit further away, Jacksonville replacing Andre Sisco, like whatever it is, if you're one of those teams, Holland makes more sense for you. But if you're a team that is a little bit closer, like, if Minnesota wants to go spend their money on a Justin Reed, like that makes more sense to me, right? So that's kind of, those are probably also, actually, my guy Chase Young is still out there. Somebody needs to pay him a decent chunk of change. If some of these other guys can go for like $15-16 million, I would pay Chase Young like 18 for sure.
So just looking at, teams and cap space and how it currently sits, the Patriots obviously have an endless amount of cap space. They've started to use it already. The Chargers, not many big dominoes have fallen for them quite yet. We have the Dante Jackson signing, but the big moves have yet to come for the Chargers. Cardinals went out and got Josh Sweat. What the Vikings do to kind of rebuild that secondary, all they've done so far, I believe, is Isaiah Rodgers. And so it does feel like there's a couple things yet to come for the Vikings on the back end. We know how Washington is using its cap space. I think they've made that pretty clear.
Yeah, they're getting dried
to
up
this
here.
point. The Cowboys have about $48 million in effective cap space, according to Over the Cap. We know they're not going to use that. And the Steelers, a good chunk of their money is likely going to be eaten up by the quarterback that they have to pay. So those are the teams. We'll see what the Bengals continue to do on defense. Obviously, they went out and got TJ Slayton, kept BJ Hill. So those are the big moves so far from the Bengals. Giants went out and got Paulson Adebo. I'm doing all of this from memory right now as I'm just looking at a list of teams. So a lot of the teams that have some space, have shown a little bit of aggression today. The fact that the Colts spent on Cam Bynum is a little bit out of character for them, but I think there's something that was necessary considering the state of the back end of their defense with Lou Anarumo coming in. But that's what we've got so far today. The Aaron Banks thing, probably the most surprising number for me of the day. We'll see what the looks. We'll see what the guarantees ultimately look like. I mean, I think it's $63 million over the first 3 years is what Tom Pelissero said. It's a lot of money for Aaron Banks. And, maybe a scheme change where that big body becomes a little bit more useful because of some of the, the gap scheme stuff that they do in Green Bay. Maybe that's it, what it can do for you with being able to move Jenkins over. But a little bit surprising that these are the ways that the Packers have wielded the space that they've had. Maybe it works out, but Aaron Banks and Nate Hobbs being the big swings for the Packers on day one of free agency were not things I had on my bingo card heading into today.
So that's why free agency is always tricky, because we're trying to put together these signings, like project them based on like what is the logical thing based on what these teams have shown us before. But inevitably, these teams are going to make pivots that we just could not have possibly foreseen. And I think in particular, the Hobbs one is fascinating. Like until I know where they're playing him and what their plan is, I still don't know what to think of that. Banks, you actually could maybe sell me on the scheme change thing, but even then, like the Niners had really tried to be a little bit more of that recently, and I still think he kind of struggled a little bit. That's probably the biggest surprise to me of the day is not only Banks, but Jaylon Moore getting paid. Like, we said it, I don't remember which, at this point we've had 30 guests on, so I don't remember who I said this with, but it was just like for the fact that two Niners offensive linemen seemingly got a little bit more money or a lot more money than we thought we were going to, and a starting opportunity in Moore's case, when the offensive line last year was one of the weakest points of the roster, is just like, it's just bizarre to me.
I'm just going to take one more run through the deals we've gotten so far today, see if there's anything that we're missing. I'm so happy for you with Carlton Davis going to New England. Dude. Like you really deserve that. Again, I want to make this clear just to put it on the record. As I've sobered up, I'm a little bit more down on the Dayo Odeyingbo and Grady Jarrett moves. I can get behind the Dahlman thing. I think that makes total sense. The defensive lineman guys, I think that there was definitely a premium paid on those guys. Like I'm looking at the Odeyingbo contract and I'm comparing that to something like the Sweat deal, where Sweat's making 19 a year compared to 16 for Odeyingbo. There's $41 million guaranteed for Sweat, 30 or 32 for Dayo. I think I'd rather just have Josh Sweat at that money if I'm the Bears. I understand how Odeyingbo in terms of body type, is more in line with what that defense wants, but just in terms of pure pass rush juice and a guy I would want on the other side across from Montez Sweat, that's not necessarily where I wanted to end up here. Nothing else really that I don't think we've hit or is super notable. The Josh Reddick thing, or Josh Reddick, my God. The Haason Reddick thing is the first thing that happened today. We hit it briefly when it came down.
What's funny? We were joking about this offline before coming into this, where it was just like, man, this is starting really early for me. It was like 8:30 a.m. So I was like, man, there's going to be something really stupid early in the day that is just going to like get us rolling. And you were like, haha, last year it was DeAndre Swift. And then this year it's Haason Reddick, who I made a point of saying was like the landmine this offseason. So pretty good start to the day.
I didn't really think about the fact that the Josh Sweat would give the Bears two Sweats. Maybe that would just be a little bit too confusing for everybody involved.
Yeah, maybe Dennis Allen just didn't want to deal with that. He's like, I can't.
Yeah, he's like, what can I do? I mean, there's no way I can handle this. Guys, that's all we got today. Sincerely appreciate everyone who spent the time with us. This was an objectively stupid idea, but something that I really enjoyed doing. I sincerely appreciate everyone who jumped on with us. Obviously, they have their own jobs. They have things that they're doing all day. So everyone that came on and spent some time with us really means a lot. For those of you who spent a good chunk of these 5.5 hours with us, sincerely appreciate you doing that. I'm sure it was better than working. That's kind of how I feel right now. This doesn't really feel like work. So thank you very, very much to everyone who spent the time with us today. Like we said, if you are a podcast listener, if you're just jumping in here, we are going to have a truncated version of this that we're going to be dropping into the podcast feed overnight. I am not responsible for anything I say on that show because we're about to record that here in a bit, and my brain is a bowl of pudding. So whatever that looks like, you can't hold me accountable for it. You can hold me accountable for what the last 5.5 hours have been. So thank you to the work that Michael Bauer did today. Thank you to all of the guests that hopped on with us today. We'll be doing this again each of the next 3 days. We'll just be doing it in a more sane manner. We're going to be doing this each afternoon. Bauer, what do we land on? 3 p.m. Eastern, right?
3 p.m. Eastern, indeed. Let's do it.
3 p.m. Eastern.
3 p.m. our time. 4 p.m. Eastern. 3 p.m. Central.
4 p.m. Eastern. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll be doing this for a sane hour is the thought, where we will come in, we'll hit all the signings that happened that day. So if you're around, we'd love if you came back and joined us for those. For now, this is all we got. Sincerely appreciate every single one of you guys tuning in. We will talk to you very soon.